Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Incora County Ground for the second day of this Derby County Championship match between Derbyshire and Sussex. Derbyshire would like to extend a warm welcome to the players, officials and supporters from Sussex and to the umpires for this match, Peter Hartley and Paul Baldwin. Catering is available from outlets around the ground, while members can also take advantage of the facilities of the Incora Members Lounge, including hot food served at lunch. Play due to get underway in just under 10 minutes.
Yeah, you don't make that, you don't put that in your video, but you want them supporters.
I know you are, yeah. How long have you been up there now?
Welcome to our umpires for this match, Peter Hartley and Paul Baldwin.
Very good morning and welcome to the Incora County Ground for day 2 of Derbyshire's County Championship match with Sussex. It was very much Derbyshire's day yesterday. They closed on 327 for 2. Shan Masood is 201 not out, his highest score in first class cricket, 199 previously. And Wayne Madsen is on 88 and heading towards another century. We will have Adrian Harms with us throughout the course of the day, and I'm delighted to say, for the second day in a row, good to see he wasn't put off yesterday by being with us. James Carr's with us, who is, what do you tell them who you are, James? Go on, because I've forgotten. What do you do?
I'm the director of cricket for the Northern Diamonds, which is...
I knew you were something like that. I didn't want to give you the wrong title.
No, that's absolutely fine. So yeah, I'm the equivalent of Darren Gough, but for the women's side of things, hosted by Yorkshire.
That's nothing to be proud of.
It covers a bigger area than that. It's Yorkshire, Northumberland and Durham are the representative counties of the Northern Diamonds.
Other women's cricket, no, we don't have to say that, do we? Because it's not as commercial. I was going to say other women's cricket teams are available. We used to have to say that on the BBC, but we don't. I'm joking.
Well, there are 8 teams across the country, similar to the 100, one of your favourite competitions, I know. But yeah, more about today.
I don't think I've heard of that. Anyway, yes.
Different climate today.
Well, it feels like a batting now. Goodness me, 327 2, and it feels like a batting. It's warm out there, isn't it?
It's
warm.
It is.
I'm in my shorts.
I'd love to take you back to about 5:30 last night, if I may.
Absolutely.
Not taking the new ball, Sussex. Do you think now, looking at the weather this morning, that is a big error?
Well, I thought it was an error at the time. I think we all agreed that it was probably an error. I know I didn't hear what Tom Haynes had to say. I know Adrian asked him about it yesterday. I'm staggered. Shan Masood, John, shut up. Shan Masood was quite right when I spoke to him. He said, look, we've got to start again tomorrow, which is an obvious thing to say, but it needs saying because we can't just expect him to come in and crash it to all parts. But he says they also have to cash in now because this is a terrific position. They'll be looking, I would say they'll probably be looking for 550 to 600. Derbyshire, traditionally in my time here, haven't been the most ambitious declarers, which is a concern. But with Mickey Arthur in the changing room, that might change. You would hope that would change. And the other thing we've been discussing this morning in the press room at the other end is how good it must be being Nick Potts this morning, 19 years of age, about to make your debut, a quick bowler, and you're going to have a mountain of runs behind you. So, yes, he'll be nervous, but he's got all these runs behind him, which sort of takes the pressure off a little bit, doesn't it? A little bit.
It does. Your batters ideally set the game up, and the bowlers kind of complete the game for you. So it's been the perfect script so far for Derbyshire. But as you say, new ball and a new day to start off. So
I will have to do an update, of course, at 11 o'clock. So I'm going to leave you soon, James.
No problem.
That's just me all over, though. It's Crocombe. I'll do a couple of balls, eh? Crocombe bowls to Shan Masood, who pushes this one out to the offside. Oh, nothing changes. Pujara's done the fielding. Excellent. Excellent.
One. Should we count them?
That would be a good shot. I might go through yesterday's thing on YouTube and just... No, I'm not going to do that, clearly. That would be madness. Absolute madness.
I did think Crocombe bowled very well yesterday. I just thought he didn't come round the wicket soon enough to the left-handers.
And he's coming over the wicket to left-handed Shan Masood now. Bowls. Oh, that one has struck him on the pad. A little bit high. Don't know if there's any bat involved either, but just a moment of concern for Shan Masood. It didn't have too many. It wasn't completely flawless yesterday. He certainly edged James Coles past the slip. The left armour was bowling him again. 0 for 38 from 23. Just feels a little bit unfortunate for the young man, but 3-2-7 for 2. I'll do this ball, then I'm going to disappear as Crocombe is in, and that one is driven. I'm not going to get a run in the opening stages. I'll leave you in the capable hands of James Carnap. Should be back shortly. Once I've updated everybody on BBC Radio Derby.
Thanks, Fletcher. Yeah. Henry Crocombe coming over the wicket to the left-handed Masood. Looks like there's some gentle shape across the Pakistan international as Crocombe turns again, approaches past the umpire. Full, but on his pads, and Masood is unable to work that one away, and mid-wicket comes in to collect that one. It's a beautiful day here. It was very cloudy yesterday morning, but the morning sun has burnt away the fog very early this morning, and it's a beautiful pitch for batting on, and it's accompanied with some very welcome early summer weather here at the County Ground in Derbyshire as Henry Crocombe is on his way to Shan Masood. He digs this one in slightly on the hip of Shan Masood, who dabs it down for a single to that vacant square leg position. So we've got Madsen on strike for the first time this morning. The Sussex fielders shuffling around as the right-hander scratches his mark, taps the pitch, has a quick chat with Shan Masood. 2 slips, regulation offside field, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, and now deep cover point is strolling out there, Ollie Carter. Here comes Crocombe. And he's on the money. First ball to the right-hander as Madsen taps that back. And that's the first over complete of the day. Derbyshire 3-2-8 for 2. His partnership's now worth 237. Now, who is going to take the new ball from the racecourse end? It's likely to be Stephen Finn, and it is Stephen Finn, as you may have heard from the ground announcer there. He's just warming up, bowling a few balls to his teammate at mid-off. And I imagine Finn is going to come round the wicket.
I hope he's going to bowl quicker than he bowled yesterday, in all honesty. I think it was a little bit underwhelming yesterday. Clearly not 100% right. Had tablets, went off the field at a couple of points. Ball to Shan Masood around the wicket. As James said, that was just pushed into the offside square. No, 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 says Wayne Madsen. He's absolutely right. Absolutely not. No, no.
I've banged on about it. I do like the ploy of coming round the wicket to the left-hander because of the natural shape of all the seamers yesterday, and I just think it brings the stumps into play, the cordon into play, and also LBW if he plays round a straight one.
Just the 2 slips, despite taking the new ball first thing this morning. Around the wicket he goes. That's left alone. Good leave by Shan Masood because the ball is going to move towards the stumps from as wide as Stephen Finn is bowling. Absolutely picture perfect day. A great day for spectating, I would suggest, and there are already, I would say there's already probably as many as there were in yesterday in now, and there will be more to come. Some people might pop in on the way down to Pride Park for the 8 o'clock kick-off down there as well, just across the way, not too far to go as Finn in, and that one is defended by Shan Masood. Back towards the bowler. Big day of sport. We might actually get on the proper radio later, James. I'm very excited. We haven't been on the proper radio for a while. With Burton playing up at Accrington at 3 o'clock, I think we're going to get a few chunks of commentary between 2 and 3, and then again between 5 and 6. So that's
Easter special.
But absolutely. I'm just hope that Derbyshire is still doing something good then, as Masood fishes at that one outside the off stump. It was a full delivery, and he went for it without any real conviction, in all honesty, and his feet didn't move an awful lot either. His back was some way away from his body. Just needs to get his eye back in again. Does the Pakistan opening batsman. This record, this partnership for the third wicket, already a record, 237 against Sussex. What I need to find out, and I have heard it this morning, but I just still need to find it out. As this next delivery from Finn is defended into, a little bushly into the leg side, up towards mid-on. And there is no run. The overall record for the third wicket stands at 316, set in 1997 at Grace Road against Leicestershire. Adrian Rollins and Kim Barnett.
Kim Barnett, that's a name I remember from my childhood.
Kim Barnett, who was the director of cricket here 4 or 5 years ago, used to have very lengthy chats with him. Terrific to speak to. That one is turned into the leg side by Shan Masood. They've run the first one quickly, but they're only going to get one. He moves up to 203 and keeps the strike. He can count, the lad. To 329 for 2. Yeah, Kim Barnett appears a couple of times in the all-time records. Tim tweets, I think it was, and Kim Barnett 417 for the second wicket against Yorkshire in that same year, 1997, which is a decent effort. We haven't had a Derbyshire match in which a double century and more than 189 runs have been scored by different batsmen. I think that's that was the gist of things that I heard this morning.
So here comes Crocombe over the wicket to the left-handed Masood, who taps that one back straight away off a good length. So that Finn over asked a lot of questions of Masood from round the wicket, and I just find it very bizarre that Crocombe has come over the wicket. And as I say that, is he going to come round the wicket? No, he's not. Madsen's just gone for a stroll, made it look like he was going to.
And Peter Hartley seemed to be waving his left arm around as well, but it's all as you were.
Crocombe's on his way again to the Pakistani batsman, and it was a good length ball, and Masood pushed out at it, but he managed to drop it into that vacant cover point area and steal a single. So that's great running again by these two. That was the epitome of their partnership yesterday.
Very happy with my memory today. It's not always great, but I managed to bring my cap, because when we get to about 4 o'clock, and if the sun is out, it's very difficult to see in here. So I've got the old Black Rod Cricket Club cap today. It was in the car.
Oh, good on you.
Yeah.
I've scored a couple of half centuries at Black Rod in my day, actually.
I've had a couple of pints there.
As Crocombe comes in and Madsen leaves straight through to the keeper, Mohammed Rizwan.
That's as far as my exploits at Black Rod go. They're playing tomorrow, their first pre-season tomorrow. They're playing Carnforth at home. On Easter Sunday, I think they're expecting a few to go down and swell the club coffers, so that'll be good.
Crocombe on his way again to the right-handed Madsen, back of a length and pushed into the just forward of point, and these two come through for another single. Well ran once again. Yeah, it's still friendly territory, isn't it, for club cricket? For most
absolutely.
for most clubs, and I know quite a few of the clubs up in Yorkshire and leagues up in Yorkshire and around Manchester, and are starting their competitive games this weekend during the Easter break. But I think it varies from league to league and association.
I think Derbyshire County League teams have still got another weekend. I think there are friendlies this week, I think.
As Crocombe comes in down the leg side to the left-handed Masood, and Rizwan scurries round down the leg side and takes that rather cleanly, but his first slip wasn't in tune with his out the back of the hand rugby pass.
I have to check that now, because if I'm wrong, I'll be pilloried, and quite correctly.
Well, we're well into April now. You'd think that competitive cricket would be starting tomorrow.
Yeah, you would, wouldn't you? You would.
Crocombe on his way again. This time on the money outside off stump, and Masood just pats that back to extra cover, and that is the end of Crocombe's second over. Derbyshire 3-3-1 for 2.
Of course, being able to work out if they're playing this weekend wouldn't mean me actually know what the date was. They don't start until the 23rd of April, so a week tomorrow is the first round of matches in the Premier Division, certainly, of the Derbyshire County Cricket League. Eckington at home, Sandy Acre, Denby, Alfreton, Spondon and Ticknell all at home this weekend, first teams.
my club's actually playing a friendly against Mottram tomorrow, which is actually in Derbyshire, I believe, Mottram.
Or is it sort of Glossop way, that kind of area? So it's South Manchester, isn't it? Yeah. Right. I didn't realise it was in Derbyshire. Stephen Fimmigans a new over and bowls down the leg side, and Wayne Madsen just lifts his bat out of the way for fear of succumbing to one down the leg side, which is what happened to Billy Godleman and Brooke Guest yesterday. Both out for 12, both caught by Mohammed Rizwan down the leg side. But once those 2 wickets had fallen, it was all about these two, and mainly about Shan Masood, which I think Wayne Madsen has enjoyed. He's got to 89 without anybody putting any kind of pressure on him, and now he's moved up to 90 as he crashes that one out towards the cover boundary. There is a fielder out there. He picks up a single to move on to 90.
Well, that's someone who prides himself on geography. Mottram is not in Derbyshire.
No, I didn't think it was, but I didn't want to say that.
Historically Cheshire, but it's on the border of Derbyshire, but encapsulated by Greater Manchester now and all these modern counties.
Yeah, I live about a mile from the Lancashire border in Greater Manchester, but I always say I live in Lancashire. Fin to Masood, leaves alone outside the off stump, goes through the keeper.
You mentioned Glossop there. I think I was getting Mottram and Glossop the wrong way round, because Glossop is in Derbyshire, isn't it?
Oh, very much so.
But it plays in the Greater Manchester Cricket League.
Well, it's actually out of our broadcast area. The
Really?
Glossop is counted as Radio Manchester territory. There's a lot of anomalies like that. Chesterfield is taken care of by Radio Sheffield, for instance, despite the fact that Derbyshire play there. Glossop has a big part to play in the Derbyshire history, though, as Finn around the wicket bowls, and that's driven very pleasantly for another single out to the cover boundary by Shan Masood, 333 for 2. The Hill Woods, well, it was Charles Olivier who was talking about yesterday, and the Mills of Glossop. They used to play at Glossop as well. Derbyshire, they used to play all over the place. They played outside of Derbyshire as well, at places like Cheadle in Staffordshire, and they played at Burn-upon-Trent, of course, which at one point was in Derbyshire. It's very much a movable feast, isn't it? As this next delivery strikes the pad of Wayne Madsen. Stifled appeals as the ball dribbles out into the leg side. Yeah, the only outground they use now is Chesterfield, and Adrian was saying that Sussex, I think sure he was saying, and apologies if he didn't say this, but Sussex aren't playing any outground cricket this year. Don't go to Arundel or anywhere else. It's a real shame.
It is, because there's some lovely outgrounds out there. It makes it a very intimate feel.
Finn, his next delivery is pushed into the offside, and Wayne Madsen decides that there's no chance of a run. Shan Masood can have the strike at the start of the next over as well. He's on 205, the Pakistan opener. Madsen is on 90. The partnership is now at 242. Derbyshire 333 for 2.
So Fletch, when did they start putting the foot down here? You know, you talk about 550. That's kind of 2 sessions worth of runs at the current rate. You know, when did Derbyshire want to be bowling?
I think they'll be wanting to bowl in the last session today, certainly. Whether they want to bowl just before the end of the afternoon session or at the start of the final session.
Crocombe starts another over from the city end, and he gets Masood to half play at that and half leave it as he pushes that across him from over the wicket. Finn has provided so much control around the wicket, and I keep labouring the point that Crocombe's coming over the wicket, but with that shape it's so much easier to leave as a left-hander unless you've got one that's going to come back, and we've not seen that from Crocombe yet as he starts another delivery, and he's on the hip of Masood, who strokes that through the vacant mid-wicket. He's not going to get it all the way to the boundary, but they'll come back for a third as the 2 fielders chase that down, and the ball's back in the gloves now of Rizwan. That control I'm talking about there, 3 off, you know, not a bad ball, but it's 3 runs, and the strike changes, the field has to change, and as a captain and as a bowler, it's a nightmare, let's be honest.
I was watching the umpire there at square leg, because Shan Masood came back and tapped his bat down and then ran off, and you're thinking, well, you're never going to see if it's one short because you're busy looking at the ball going towards the boundary. Interesting, that.
Here comes Crocombe over the wicket to the right. Oh, he's been struck on the pads here as well. It was a serious appeal, but not taken very seriously by the umpire. Looked a little bit high to me. But Madsen struggled to get forward to that one.
He is an LBW candidate in recent seasons. Wayne Madsen, he has this tendency to sort of fall into the offside as well, which is a bit of a worry.
Well, as someone who's not seen a lot of him, he played beautifully through the leg side yesterday and was very balanced, but on that occasion he wasn't so. As Crocombe comes in again, and a similar delivery, and this time Madsen is very equal to it and pats it back to mid-on.
Because the next milestone is 110 overs, isn't it, for the end of bonus points. It's currently 3-0 Derbyshire. What are they on? They're 14 away from a fourth batting bonus point, but 64 away, which seems a long way off at this point of a fifth.
Crocombe to complete his over, and this time Madsen lets that one go by the off stump. And maybe he's got one more ball to bowl, actually. The scorecard seems to be ahead of us this time. The umpires are unmoved, so we're going to get an extra ball from Crocombe.
That is strange, isn't it? They've already got to the end of the over there. Nobody seems to mind next door. Scorer's box.
Madsen ready to receive the delivery, taps his back. Crocombe approaches the crease. And that is lovely, well played by Madsen. He just works it softly and late through that vacant gully and third man area, and he gets 4 runs for it to finish that over off. It's a bit of a tough one to take as a bowler because he bowled 4 good balls there at the right-hander.
Yeah.
But it was very well played by Madsen. It kind of delivery that can get you in hot water, but he played it so late.
He made a conscious decision about 3 years ago when he realised, having served his qualification period and declared himself for England, but never got anywhere near it despite the volume of runs that he scored. He made a decision 3-4 years ago that he was going to improve his white ball game, which he has enormously, and that's a sort of white ball shot, isn't it? The guide down towards third man. Finn begins a new over around the wicket to Masood, who leaves it alone outside the off stump to go through to Mohammed Rizwan. And some of the ramps, I mean, he's always been a reverse sweeper. That almost goes back to his wrists are very much hockey players' wrists. Played multiple hockey internationals for South Africa as a youngster. But he plays an awful lot of innovative shots, does Wayne Madsen.
And I believe he does a bit of coaching in the community, does he?
Yeah, absolutely. He's just been awarded an honorary degree by the university here in Derby, as that one is played into the leg side by Masood.
I was reading he's coaching a ladies' hockey side in Derbyshire somewhere.
Belper, potentially?
That's the one,
yeah. Oh, no, he will go into coaching in some form, whether it be in the game, whether it be in a school, whether it be at clubs. He will coach. He will stay in sport. There's no question about it. Wayne Madsen will stay in sport. Quite right too. I mean, if he applied for a job to coach your school side, well, I think that'd snap your hand off, in all honesty. Finn around the wicket, balls to Masood, who defends. Not only because of his own coaching qualifications, but all his contacts. You know, imagine the sessions he could put on with, I don't know, for instance, Shan Masood. We're just going to get Shan in because these two, I didn't realise until yesterday when Shan told us, he'd asked for Wayne Madsen to present his county cap to him because they played together at the Multan Sultans in the PSL and have been in touch ever since. Next delivery from Finn around the wicket is driven a little edgily, backward of square on the offside, out to the backward point boundary. They're going to come back for a second. They get through for the second fairly comfortably. Masood moves to 210. It's 342 for 2. And there's a lot of applause because that's the 250 partnership between these two after 460 deliveries. Another landmark, and they shake hands.
So what figure are we looking for now, Fletch, in terms of the next milestone, record,
yes.
club feat?
There's all sorts. That's not that page, though. That's this one. Finn around the wicket, in, balls. That one is driven very nicely, but again, straight to the man, really, this time out on the cover boundary, who is Ollie Carter. And they get through for a single. Masood to 211. Wayne Madsen 94. Well, Madsen is 6 away from what would be his 33rd first-class century. I think it's his 32nd for Derbyshire, and moves him up a place. I'll have to wait for David Griffin on that one. 417 is the partnership record, so we're 316. I beg your pardon, is the partnership record, so we're some way off that. As Madsen waits, very pleasantly drives it back to Stephen Finn, and there's no run. That's the end of another over. 102 overs gone now, so 8 more until bonus points are wrapped up. And well, you'd expect Derbyshire to certainly pick up the 4th batting bonus point, which would take their batting bonus points for the season to 6 in 2 matches. And last season, in the entire campaign, they got 16. Instant improvement. Instant improvement. And if you're scoring runs of the volume where you're picking up plenty of batting bonus points, you're in matches, aren't you? You're in matches, whereas those early 100s and mid 100s first innings totals just mean you're out of it completely. To me, anyway.
Indeed, indeed. And, you know, there's been players scoring the runs, which always helps that. As Crocombe digs one in here and Masood guides that one with a back cut down to third man for 4. Not a great way to start the over for the youngster.
Punch of gloves between the 2 batsmen, and I'm certain Wayne Madsen says, don't give it away, Shan. Don't give it away. It was a relatively safe shot with just a couple of slips in there, and they are now putting a man down at third man, but you get that one slightly wrong, and it's catching practice, really, isn't it?
It is indeed.
It was in the air for quite a long time as it passed to the left of the slips as we're looking.
It was a bit of a throwdown, though, and looking at the field, it's a free shot, you know, so I think it was calculated by Masood. He's very aware of where he can score here, and it goes back to my point around control from Crocombe. I just don't quite think it's there as he comes in again, this time on the hip of Masood, but there's no run as mid-wicket fields. Finn has he went for 3 in that last over, but they were all 3 runs were controlled. And you know, if you're trying to tie an end up and tie batters down, you know, that's the way to go about it. But Crocombe's 1 on the leg side, 1 short outside the off stump at the moment, and Masood's been able to kind of get going first thing this morning. As Crocombe approaches again, this time he pegs him back in the crease and he pats it back to extra cover to that man, Cheteshwar Pujara.
Of course it's him. It's always him.
Pujara.
Plenty of people. If you look, the people who are standing in front of, well, it's the old score, but it's still on, but you can barely see it because the sun's shining directly at it. Lots of people standing and gathering. It's great to see that after the last couple of years that we've had with no crowds and then limited crowds, and good to see people using it as a social occasion.
Here comes Crocombe. Full this time and a lovely drive, and the man of the moment, Cheteshwar Pujara, is fielding again.
Oh, good old Pudgy, as everybody calls him. I think he's maintaining his very impressive strike rate from yesterday for fielding. It is remarkable.
I wonder if he's fielded more balls than he'll face in an innings.
Ooh, hello.
He's fielded some balls,
Yes,
you know.
Yes.
What is he average in Test cricket? 40 odd? You know, he's averaging maybe 100 balls per innings. Here comes Crocombe. Little bit of width this time, and Masood works it to that cover point boundary fielder for 1.
We're all getting excited about the potential, and it's still a long way off of a Shan Masood triple, because no Derbyshire batsman has ever scored a triple century. Pujara's got 3, I think. Nobody in Derbyshire's history's got one, and he's got 3 of his own, which is complete madness, but he's a very fine batsman. He hasn't been in the greatest of nick in the last 18 months or so, though, and his place in the India Test team is certainly under threat. He always seems to be the subject of conversations about whether he's going to be dropped or not.
Crocombe, last ball of the over. Fallen on the pads of Madsen, he whips that away through mid-wicket. Probably the best shot he's played of this innings. Real time in there.
Ali Orr wasn't too far away from it, though. I know it was probably along the floor and too low, but it seemed to go straight through him.
It did go through him. It kind of came off his bat like a gunshot.
Yeah,
it takes Madsen to 98, but in terms of that balance you were talking about when he falls over, he was stood nice and tall there, and he kind of hit through the ball and then whipped it at the last minute, and it shot away to the boundary. The fielder's now trying to retrieve the ball from under the covers.
Yeah, that one. But I don't think there'll be much dampness on the covers. Well, there might have been a bit of dew this morning, but we had no rain overnight. There's no likelihood of any rain over the course of the 4 days, which is great news. He hasn't found it yet. Now he's shaking his hand, so presumably there's stand on them.
Don't stand on them.
I know you can't. No, the ground staff will be around there in a minute and telling him off. No, you can't stand on the covers.
Has he found it?
Yes, he's retrieved it now.
Well, he struggled to field it, so it doesn't surprise me he can't find it under the covers.
Good evening to the Orr family down in Sussex. Good afternoon, morning, whatever it is. You can get in touch with, well, not specifically the Orrs, but by all means get in touch with us at fletchcricket@gmail.com, and I'm at Fletch Sport, I think, on Twitter. There was a lot of interaction yesterday.
300 balls now Shan Masoon's faced. He's faced an innings of one-day international cricket balls all by himself.
Yeah. Gary Charlesworth's been in touch from Mablethorpe. There are no anecdotes, Gary, as you well know. He says, hope they've been feeding you well. Yeah, of course they have. If they hadn't, you'd know about it. 352. I'm going to turn this up a little bit. 352 for 2 as Pujara. Blimey. Masood chops this short, wide delivery outside the off stump down a third man for 4 more. Absolute nonsense. Lovely shot. He moves on to 220, and the 350 was already up. 356 for 2, so that 4th batting bonus point. It's all fallen apart. Commentary perspective there. Basically what happened was Stephen Finn bowled it, and Shan Masood chopped it down to third man for 4 runs. That's all you need to know. The rest of it is immaterial. It was a bad way to start the over, really, wasn't it? Again, that's successive overs that have started with boundaries, and then after that you just build. They're not going to have enough time to get to. Well, they might do, but I don't think so. To get to 400, unless that is on their minds. As Finn around the wicket again bowls, this was left alone by Shan Masood, who is clearly the man who is batting.
Finn's radar back on track there, but yeah, he'll be disappointed to start the over with that boundary.
We're going to do something clever in a minute, because Adrian will do his update at 11:30, and so will I. Then Adrian will replace you, and you'll replace me.
Oh, that is very clever, isn't it?
Well, it's complicated more than clever, really.
Musical chairs.
I think it's more complicated than clever, but that's the amicable, not amicable. What's the word? Finn bowls, and that one is pushed up to mid-off, where Tom Haynes does the fielding.
Well, it is amicable because we're not falling out about it.
No,
but I don't know what you mean.
Equitable, I think is the word. I think so. So that we all get equal air time. So you'll have the first hour, and then Adrian will come on. He can do a full hour. I can jump back on at midday to do my report, and then so we'll be all right.
Happy days.
Does that make any sense at all?
Not at all.
No, good. It wasn't making much sense as I was saying it. Here's Finn again around the wicket, and Masood drives into the offside, straight to the fielder in the covers.
Now we've got that Brendan McCullum style creative field again, haven't we?
All on the offside, yeah.
They certainly fancy to get Masood caught kind of driving on the square. You know, the guy's faced 304 balls and got 220.
It doesn't really look like getting caught on the offside,
No,
does it?
not really.
No.
He might have bounced slightly, might have hit in the air for about half a second.
Yes, yeah. Masood waits, and he's beaten the edge of the bat. Hello. Make a note of that. 11:29 on day 2. No, it's not the first time, but it's unusual. Very unusual that the ball has gone past the edge of the bat. Straight through to Mohammed Rizwan. I think they're talking about Easter eggs on the radio at the moment. There's a surprise. Heidi Booth, the news, who's reading the news today, and Martin, the presenter.
You're right, that's not the first time it's happened, but it's happened seldom compared to Pujara fielding the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. And this one is crushed into the offside by Masood, who can count to 6 because he's pinched the strike again. 221 to Masood, 98 to Madsen, 357 for 2. And I'm going to, for the time being, leave you in the capable hands of James Carr while I nick off to do an update, and then we'll do that complicated swapping around.
Thanks, Fletch. Yeah, it's all very much going through the motions here for Sussex. I was defending Sussex a little bit yesterday as the neutral because as a challenging day it was, you know, this is a very young bowling attack for Sussex, and it bodes well for the future. Sometimes you've got to go through the hard yards and take a few beatings, but if you can build a bit of resilience and gain a bit of experience, it'll bode well for the future. But this is very, very much going through the motions this morning. Now, we've got a bowling change, which I think is encouraging. Jamie Atkins is going to start from his spell from the City end. Bowled 11 overs yesterday. No maidens, 49 runs, but he got a wicket. Atkins is going to start round the wicket straight away. Hopefully tail it away from the left-handed Masood. Here he comes. And he's on the money first ball. Masood pushes it up the ground and mid-on fields. Starting to fill up quite nicely as the county ground this morning. Very good Friday to everybody out there listening and viewing on the various streams. It was around 400-500 people in yesterday. I beat that number today. It's always a good timing of the Easter holidays, a little bit later to coincide with the start of the cricket season. As Atkins bowls again, this time on the pads of Masood, who just dinks it into the leg side and takes the single.
I've just thought there was another executive decision. Wayne Madsen's on 98, so here we go.
It's a good timing again, this, isn't it?
This might work nicely. I can do that.
You serve him, and I'll volley him,
and then I can get off. Yeah, I don't think Adrian's been on yet. I don't think he's been on yet. There he is. He's talking now. You can almost hear him through that very, very thick soundproof glass. They're just trying to sort the field out here because Atkins clearly isn't happy about something. They know Wayne Madsen 2 away from a milestone, clearly, because it's all over the scoreboards, all over the ground. So they're just moving a man out onto the mid-wicket boundary and bringing a second fielder, it was Tom Clark, into a straightish mid-wicket on the square as Atkins bowls and Madsen chops this away. He's going to run the first one quickly and he's going to stick with the one. So he moves on to 99. The partnership now worth, what's it worth? 268, in fact. It's 268, 359 for 2. Adrian looks to have completed it. So this could work out nicely. Or it could be a complete disaster, but it can only be one of the two, can't it? So, and we'll all still be alive on the other side of it, which is the good news. I guess we'll be doing this one now. Atkins, oh, here we go, that's better. Atkins is bowled to Masood, who's just knocked it into the leg side for a single. There are still 2 balls of this over remaining, so this is going to be, I love it when a plan comes together. A plan that I only formulated about a minute and a half ago. 223 not out now. Shan Masood 360 for 2.
Now, what is Sussex going to do in terms of this field now?
They've got to close in on him, haven't they?
Well, you'd think so, but it's. I mean, there's 2 mid. Oh, well, there was 2 mid wickets. Now it's a mid wicket and a regulation square.
The guy down the third man will be my favourite because there isn't one.
No.
Adrian's on his way. That's good. In comes Atkins and bowls and he defends this one up to mid on, and there is no run.
Atkins was a little bit expensive yesterday, but I actually thought when he got the ball in the right areas, he actually got the ball to move as well. And I asked a few questions as the first change bowler yesterday. And he certainly got a preference to come round the wicket to left-handers. I don't know. I think I've said that more times than Pujara's fielded the ball.
I think you have mentioned it.
I'm very passionate about that.
You mentioned it once, but you got away with it. That's the old phrase goes. Next delivery, Madsen, turn into the leg side. That's not great, is it? So if you jump out and look,
of course,
here's the man we've all been waiting for. I don't know where he's been all morning. He just decided to sit in a different room. It's absolute madness. Just couldn't be bothered coming in. Too busy to talk to us. Adrian Harms from Radio Sussex, how are you?
Morning, Fletch. I'm fine. Yeah, fine. Apart from the fact that Sussex could do with a wicket. I didn't quite.
I'm assuming that's a lucky sweater.
Yeah, it is. It's going in the bin. Why? Don't you like it?
No, it's very nice. Very bold. Very
I
bold.
thought I'd be colourful today. Try and bring Sussex some luck, but it hasn't happened. I was a bit surprised they didn't take the new ball last night. Sussex, I said it a couple of times. I'm sure you've spoken about that this morning. But Steve Finn is going to come into bowl to Shan Mahmood. Comes in bowls, Masood, and drives into the offside, fielded by Pujara. And there is no run. I did ask Tom Haynes the reason why. And Tom said that they felt the runs had sort of dried up a bit, that the Derbyshire batsmen had gone fairly quiet, which I would agree with. And he felt they didn't want to waste the new ball. So that was clearly not just Tom. I'd imagine that was one or two of the senior players as well, Steve, Finn, Pujara as well, perhaps, who were all giving Tom advice. In comes Finn around the wicket bowls. Forward comes Masood and plays to mid-on, and there is no run. Just as purely as an observer, I think my take on it would have been, Dave, well, why don't we just have 8 overs at them last night?
Yeah,
just have a crack, just see, because you've been, both of them have been out there a long time. And
it does seem mad not to me personally, but
yeah, no, I agree.
Each to their own, I suppose. They had their reasons, but then they turn up today, and I know there's a few clouds around now, but it's a glorious day.
Beautiful day, isn't it? In comes Finn round the wicket bowls. He's beaten now. That's a good delivery. Beat him outside of the off stump. That's a good delivery by Steve Finn, taken by Rizwan behind the stumps.
Twice he's beaten him this morning now, Stephen Finn.
He has looked by a distance for me the most likely Sussex bowler to get a wicket.
Yes, but he just seems to be under pace to me.
Oh, I would agree. I don't think.
It's clearly not. He's clearly not 100% right, because he had the tablets yesterday and he was off for a few overs here and there.
Yeah.
But you're right. I mean, he's obviously the class of the bowling attack that Sussex have been able to put out for various reasons.
In again, bowls. Oh, he very nearly plays on. There's Shan Masood. He was looking to cut that one away through backward point, and the ball dribbled precariously close to his stumps. But he survives and surveys the field. 223 not out. Wayne Madsen just 1 away from a century. That'd be back-to-back centuries for him against Sussex, wouldn't it?
Yeah, he got one down at Hove, didn't he? That was his first of last season. This will be his first of this season, which comes slightly earlier. I'm going to get off as soon as he gets his century. I'm going for a minute. Not for too long if he carries on like this.
Finn in again, bowls, and Zudi's carefully forward, plays out into the offside, and there is no run. I mean, it's just vital for Sussex that they get a breakthrough with this new ball. These two experienced campaigners will know that if they can battle through this, the next 10, 15, 20 overs or so, I mean, they're already in a fabulous position, Derbyshire anyway, but they'll really be able to press on, and the middle order have got licence, really, to play the shots.
Deploy and Reese could cut loose, which would be very exciting to watch.
Finn around the wicket bowls and drives. That's such an elegant shot that he plays. Shan Masood out into the offside. Nonetheless, he survives that over. 23 overs, 5 maidens, another maiden over for Steve Finn, 0 for 56. Live cricket on the BBC, BBC Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Dave Fletcher. We've had a few emails in, and I'll read those out as we go through on sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Sussex supporters feeling a bit down in the dumps this morning.
I've got 3 tweets here that I'd like to read before Wayne Madsen gets his century, and then I'll go. Ash Thorne says, morning, listening in today after attending yesterday. Shan Masood looks like a Rolls Royce, as ever. Please keep it average. Thank you, Ash. Root resigns, Dyche gets sacked, says Roger Bolstridge. What next? Wayne Madsen, ton and a Shan Masood triple, well, potentially. And Luke, who's normally a cameraman here at the county ground, doing sterling work on the live stream, as Atkins comes in and bowls to Wayne Madsen, who pushes this one out into the offside. Says, unfortunately, I've broken my leg playing football. Well, that serves you right, really.
Ouch.
So I'm at home watching Derbyshire play some unbelievable cricket. You're not wrong. It is fairly unbelievable. The Sean Dyche news is just staggering. It smacks of staggering ineptitude, but you'd imagine that they've got somebody lined up.
It was one of those, you read it and you think, did I just read that right?
I mean, the Joe Root one, it's sort of been bubbling for a while, hasn't it?
Not surprised.
Who on earth they get to replace him? I have no idea. So Atkins is in, and Madsen turns this into the leg side, but there is no run. That's a good piece of fielding by the man at square leg.
Yeah, Ali Orr out there making up for that misfield in the previous over.
I did go rather straight through him, didn't it?
Oh dear, yeah. Yes. And I just saw, Henry Crocombe just sort of walked away as if to say, that's not great.
Took him about 5 minutes to retrieve the ball from the covers.
He was thinking I've got to run down in front of all those spectators. Good job it's not a football crowd. Can you imagine the stick you'd get? Or if you were playing in Aussie in a sort of a, or actually if it was a T20 game, and everyone had a couple
of drinks. Yeah. Nobody wants that, do they? Atkins to Madsen. Madsen leaves alone outside the stump. He's on 99 from 245 deliveries. He seems to be in no hurry.
No. The thing is, though, Dave, with the Joe Root resignation, who's going to be the next captain? Well, who makes the appointment? I mean, I don't think there's anyone in situ to make the appointment.
Well, no, there is no. All the major posts in the ECB and the England setup are now empty. They're vacant.
Just extraordinary. And here we are in the cricket season. I mean, looking from the
who'd have thought? ECB. They only got the passes out this week. The season started last week. This one is turned into the leg side by Wayne Madsen. He's got it. It's his first century of the season. It's the 33rd of his career. And he's got it with his 7th for 246 deliveries. So it's a double for Shan Masood and a century for Wayne Madsen. Derbyshire 364 for 2 now.
Wonderful innings, came in, 91 for 2 when these two came together. Best part of 300 runs ago, and it's been a wonderful innings in the way he supported Masood. I thought originally he was picking up the ones and twos, just giving him the strike, keeping Masood company, but then he's played in innings in its own right, and it's put Derbyshire in, even, 45 minutes into the second day, in a position where they probably can't lose this match.
Oh, Adrian, you've said it.
They
now.
can't.
Don't say that.
Atkins in. Oh, that was a good delivery. Quick. And Madsen is hit round about the midriff, but I don't think it was anywhere particularly painful.
I can't believe you said it. I'm going.
Wow. You'd be struggling to lose from here. 364 for 2. I'll read some emails out in a minute that have come in. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Just have a rattle through some of those when I find the right email folder. There we go. In comes Atkins, bowls, and Madsen plays to mid-on, and there is no run. So we should pick those up in just a couple of minutes' time. Here we are. Tim Warwick's been in touch. Hello, Tim. I know there were some problems with the stream early on, but they're working now. So thank you, Tim. I hope you're well. I don't know where you're watching from today. Perhaps watching from home, or probably looking forward to the Albion game tomorrow. Brighton playing at Spurs tomorrow. James is with us. Hi, James.
Good morning, Adrian. How are you?
I'm very well. Yeah.
Did you sleep well after all that run fest yesterday?
Yeah, I did. I did actually. I had a long day the day before. I'd been down in Cornwall seeing a good friend of mine's for his 60th birthday, and so came back the night before, then up here to Derby on Thursday morning. So I had a good kick last night, and then I found a swimming pool in the middle of Derby this morning, the Queen's Leisure Centre. So I'm nipped over there because when you're sitting around all day doing this, you feel you need a bit of exercise.
Indeed. So you've put a lot of miles on the clock.
Yeah, I have. Yes, the last few days.
As has the Sussex bowling attack.
It has. Paul Stringer's been in touch. Hello, Paul. I saw Paul this morning as I walked into the ground, and he sent an email. He says, "Thank you for the commentary. A very pleasing aspect of our play so far this year is the reduced number of extras we're giving away. Whilst we've conceded some 850 runs thus far, in fact it's a few more than that now, I don't believe we have bowled a no ball, and the number of wides is very low. In the past, on a very regular basis, we used to contribute 10% plus of the opposition's score in extras."
Here comes Haynes round the wicket from the racecourse end. Keeper up to the stumps. Masood just pats that one back.
Just finishing off, he says, let's hope the current discipline continues. I'm quite interested that Tom is into the attack so soon here. We're only in the 15th over. Sorry, he's in his 15th over, 3 maidens and 0 for 22. But in terms of the new ball is now only 11 overs old, is that right? Yeah.
Yeah. He offered a lot of control yesterday.
He did, and that's probably why he's bowling. Absolutely.
14 overs for 22. It's a very good economy rate. Captain taking a bit of responsibility here. Here he comes again, round the wicket. Masood pushes forward. No run once again.
Matthew got in touch from Haywards Heath, which is a lovely little town in Sussex, and he says, "I'm typing this at the end of the first day. Since reducing knots to 52 for 4, Sussex have ruthlessly snapped up 7 wickets while conceding 823 runs, and that includes the knots tail. Not entirely going to plan." And they'll have hoped to have picked up a wicket this morning, James, with this new ball.
They would. There's not been many plays and misses in the early joustings as Haynes comes in again. This time misses his length and he's cut away by Masood. Backward a point. That cover point fielder scurries round and can cut the ball off. 2 runs taken. Yeah, I thought Finn offered a little bit of control from round the wicket. Crocombe excites me. You know, he can move the ball. He's managed to wrap Madsen on the midriff and on the pads a couple of times, but just right hand, left hand is difficult to get that control and kind of keep batters at the same end and build some pressure as Haynes comes in again. He's slightly short and wide again, and Masood just dabs it to that cover point fielder boundary, and he takes another single. And the scoreboard's just never stopped moving since yesterday at 11 o'clock, really, has it? Even when it was slower in the morning, it was 2s and 3s, and in the afternoon it became 3.5s, 4s. And
yeah. And actually, even last night, when Sussex elected not to take the new ball, when the run rate did slow, Derbyshire still scored 90 runs in the session.
Yeah.
So we've got 108 first session, 129 the second session, and 90 in the third.
Well, I think I asked you off air when they didn't take it, or when will they take it? We thought they might sandwich, use 8 overs of the new ball last night and 8 overs this morning. Here comes Haynes to the right-handed Madsen, who pats a good length ball back. But to not take it at all, I think it was actually sacrilegious.
Well, it was surprising. I mean, as I say, clearly Tom wouldn't have made that decision on his own. That would have been taken in conjunction with the senior pros in the side. So the Steve Finns, you'd have thought Pujara, whatever the word in that, maybe Rizwan. Maybe, they said they felt the attack were tired and they didn't want to waste it, were the words.
Haynes to complete the over. Madsen goes deep in his crease there. He's probably not short enough to go back, but he keeps it out. And that concludes Haynes' 15th over, the 108th over of this Derbyshire innings. 367 for 2.
That being said, the case for the defence, I think, still remains that the Sussex bowling attack is shorn of Ollie Robinson, who we all know is an international bowler. Ollie's got other commitments this week, but also, he's centrally contracted, and whoever's making decisions, England will be making decisions when Ollie Robinson can play. So they haven't got Ollie. George Garton, I'm sure, would have played in this game, but he's unfit at the moment. We hope George is getting better soon, but he's had some issues around COVID. And Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's played here for the last 2 or 3 seasons, out with a stress fracture at the back. So there are 3 bowlers that they are light in the seam department. As in comes Atkins and bowls, and pulled away by Masood to mid-on, and there is no run.
It is difficult to manage bowlers and bowling loads and conditions and weather and travel. So I do have a lot of sympathy, but it's an exciting young bowling attack. It's inexperienced. What a great opportunity to throw the new ball to some young men and learn their trade against some of the best players in the world.
No, absolutely. Just waits. The other bowler who I think they've missed hugely in the last 2 games through injury again. In comes Atkins, bowls, slightly slower delivery, but it was wayward down the leg side. Rizwan takes, and there is no run. Is Jack Carson, the young Irish off-spinner who, in his first season last year, took the best part of 40 wickets in the Championship. But he had a knee operation in February after the rehab. Clearly wasn't doing the job that was required. And they've really missed Jack. He can hold an end, he can turn the ball, he gives that control. And whilst James Cole's, what did he bowl? 23 overs for 83, bowled tidily enough. Carson looks like he's going to take wickets. So they're missing Jack as well. In comes Atkins, bowls, and Masood just tucks inside the line, plays it comfortably through mid-wicket. They've taken a couple of runs. He goes to 228, and Derbyshire to 369 for 2. But that being said, you can make excuses till the cows come home, I guess. But the players are out there, and you just have to find a way, don't you? But up against a quality batsman, and that was the other thing Tom Haynes said last night, that what a super innings it was, or is. And continues to be.
It was indeed.
Atkins running in around the wicket, in and bowls, and forward comes Masood, plays to mid-on. There is no run. And I'm sure the plan for Sussex, had everybody been fit, would have been to have played maybe the younger bowlers in a rotation, maybe not have so many of them playing in one game. But they are really stretched.
well, you fast forward 2 years, you might have 6 or 7 seamers in your arsenal, and actually it's a luxury to rotate them. So it's, it just seems pretty tough right now in this current situation.
Atkinson and Bowles cut away by Masood. He's going to pick up a single down to third man. In fact, he's going to come back for a comfortable second because James Coles needs to run a fairway to his left to field the ball a little squarer. 2 more to Masood. I think this has been a feature of his innings, and you picked up on it, James. You were saying he just, you suddenly look at the score, wow, he's got 230 now, just the 1s and the 2s. He began today on 201, so without smashing the cover off the ball, he's added 29 this morning.
Yeah, he's just does everything at such ease. He's so easy on the eye. Anyone young watching should take note of this innings.
Atkins in again. This time he just works the ball off the hip down to deep mid-wicket fielder there by Ollie Carter. 1 more to the total. He goes to 231 and Derbyshire to 372 for 2 at the end of that. Jamie Atkins over 14 overs, no maidens, 1 for 61. And you've got a feel for Tom Haines. I mean, he's a young captain. He's only 23. Took over the captaincy on a full-time basis when Travis Head decided he wasn't going to come over. Travis Head was going to skip at the side. And he's probably looking around thinking, who do I turn to here? He's taken the new ball now. Steve Finner's bowled. He's bowled both his seamers. He hasn't turned to the spinner yet today. This looks like Tom Haines is going to carry on. So what can Sussex do here? Just try and build a bit of pressure. Try and stem the flow of runs. And it looks a really good track as well. So I mean, the other thing from a Sussex point of view is to say, well, hang on, they're 372 for 2, and why can't we do the same?
Absolutely. And county cricket's under scrutiny at the moment. But just to try and put a positive spin on things, 23-year-old captain, very young bowling attack, 4 world-class international cricketers shared amongst the sides as Haines comes in and manages to kind of get the inside edge of Masood as he pushes forward on that one, but drops into another vacant space at square leg, and there's another single. We're looking for new leaders. A 23-year-old captain, well, that's credit in the bank. Young seam bowling attack, bowling at some world-class players. It's more miles on the clock. But you're playing against good players. You're playing with good players. Wayne Madsen is, no slouch either. 103 not out, as he is about to face Captain Haines, who is on the money just outside off stump. So trying to put a positive spin on it whilst county cricket is under scrutiny. There's talk of it being an 8-team comp, a 12-team comp. Use the 100 franchises. People are jumping to a lot of solutions and knee-jerk reactions and responses to, the failings of the Ashes and the West Indies tour. Haines, here he comes again. Bit fuller this time. Madsen pounces on that. Doesn't beat mid-off, but he gets a single nevertheless.
I don't think Tom Haines was very happy about that. Jamie Atkins at mid-off. He's not looked in his direction yet. Has he? Still hasn't. No, he has. I think he'll feel that was a single that shouldn't have been taken.
Haines back around the wicket now to the left-handed Masood. To the pads of Masood, and it's just worked to that deep square leg fielder for another single. Yeah, the wind is quickly leaving the sails of Sussex here. The body language, the slumped shoulders, the vacant looks at one another. But you're right, it's an opportunity to bat on a belter. Lovely day when Sussex get the chance to bat here at Derbyshire. Haines in once again, this time to the right-handed Madsen. Manages to get the batter to push it, that one. Hits the outside half edge of the bat, but it's fielded by backward point. No run. A few sirens in the background.
Yeah, something going on, isn't there? A police car or ambulance racing away down the A52.
You reminded me yesterday when you were talking about the traffic whistling past that city end of when Henry Blofeld used to talk about the tuk-tuks at Mumbai in between the stands and listening to Test match special as a child. And
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because we can see right out, at the city end there's a big stand, isn't there? But you can see either side of it, and you can see the traffic going round the roundabout.
Certainly won't be making observations on how many people we'll see on a motorcycle today, but here comes Haynes to the right-handed Madsen. He gets the edge, but it's a bit of a back and across dab. Backward point runs around and fields that, so it'll just be 1 to Madsen, who moves on to 104 now. Masood 233, partnership of 285 out of a total of 376 for 2.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside James Carr. Really good to meet James this week. Mark Beecroft Stretton has been in touch, and he says, having the singular disadvantage of being both a Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire member, I type this misses from Trent Bridge. For the first time in what feels like a lifetime, one batter has amassed more runs than the entire squad at various points last season, which poses the improbable question, have I attended the wrong match for witnessing sheer cricketing brilliance? Well, what I would say, Mark, is that it has been an innings of really high quality. You know, we've said that the Sussex bowling attack is depleted, but nonetheless, you've still got to score the runs, and he's done that. He's not given a chance, and we're keeping very quiet about the records that he's beginning to hone in on here. But I'm sure if he keeps going at this speed, or this rate, that we could well be into record-breaking territory.
But in short, yes, you've gone to the wrong game there. Because I feel very blessed to have come here this week and been treated to some regal batting so far.
Yeah. See, Marnus Labuschagne is out at Trent Bridge, so it gives me an opportune time to run through the other scores. Knox bowled out for 302 yesterday. Ben Duckett in the runs, he made 122, as in comes Jamie Atkins over the wicket and bowled, and pulled away by Madsen. Short delivery down to fine leg. James Coles fields the ball, gets in the throw, taken by Mohammed Rizwan. One more to Madsen, he goes to 105. And Glamorgan in their first innings, 74 for 2. Labuschagne LBW to Brett Hutton for 3. David Lloyd not out 34 at Trent Bridge. Elsewhere in the County Championship in Division 2, because that's what we're primarily interested in. One other game at Durham, where Durham are piling on the runs, 398 for 7. And looking very much like they're going to pick up a 4th batting bonus point.
Yeah, it's a run fest up there, isn't it? Beddingham and Dixon in the runs.
David Beddingham out for 191. Dixon making 120. Jamie Atkins is coming round the wicket to Shan Masood, who's on 233. He's in and bowls, and pulled away. It's not a great delivery, and he rather got away with that. It's down to Henry Crocombe at fine leg who fields. And Masood picks up another single. He goes to 234. And Derbyshire to 378 for 2. In the first division, interesting game at Bristol. Gloucestershire out for 227 yesterday. Yorkshire in reply 77 for 2. Lancashire piling on the runs at Canterbury. And Phil Salt, who moved from Sussex at the end of last season, is already in the runs, backing at number 6. He used to open in the Championship for Sussex. And Phil off the mark this season. He's already 59 not out. Stephen Croft on 148 not out. In comes Atkins down the leg side. Madsen was looking to help that one on its way, but he rather missed out, and the ball goes through to keeper Rizwan, and there is no run. So Lancashire 406 for 4. At Taunton, wickets falling aplenty. Somerset out for 109 yesterday. In reply, Essex 133 for 5. 3 wickets there for Craig Overton, 2 for Peter Siddle. Sir Alistair out for 59. As in comes Atkins, bowls down the leg side, again taken by Rizwan.
Can I give you my amusing Phil Salt story?
Please do.
The Derbyshire played Lancashire in a pre-season 2-day game, so it's you bat, we bat, alternate days. Just time in the middle, isn't it? Phil Salt got a 6-ball 12. And we never saw him again. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, it's all about time in the middle.
Yeah. He does like to smack the ball, does Phil? In comes Atkins, over the wicket bowls, and Madsen just eases that back to the square on the offside, picks up a single. Ollie Carter runs round to field, 1 more to the total. Madsen to 107, 379 for 2. And the final game is at the Oval, where Hampshire, perhaps surprisingly, put Surrey in yesterday. And Surrey 345 for 4. Ollie Pope back in the runs after a disappointing winter with England. He's 126. Not out. I mean, this new ball, Dave, is 14 overs old, and Sussex have now got 4 men on the boundary, 3 of them on the leg side. A deep fine leg, deep backward square, deep mid wicket. As in comes Atkins around the wicket to bowl to Masood. That whistles past the end of his nose, and Masood wasn't to be tempted by that. End of another over, 379 for 4.
I'm going to do an update now, Adrian, so if you wouldn't mind carrying on, that'd be terrific, and I'll be back with you very shortly.
Julian's been in touch. Hello, Julian, down in Haywards Heath. Good to hear from you. He says, hello, Adrian. You have to feel sorry for Tom Haynes. He has arguably the best bowling attack in the division in the treatment room. The players are doing their best, get through this tough period, and I'm sure the rewards will come. Great Albion Unlimited, by the way. Loved hearing from Steve Gritt. Yeah, that's our weekly podcast that we do on the Albion. I didn't do it this week, actually, Julian, because I was off for a few days down in the West Country. But yeah, Steve Gritt, and it's 25 years since the Albion's game at Hereford when they managed to stay in the Football League. By getting a very famous goal. And when the Albion have come in 25 years, sometimes fans moan, you know, and say, oh, we want a strike, we want this, we want this. I don't think Albion fans could have dreamt that 25 years ago they'd be at the Amex and in the Premier League. In comes Tom Haynes, bowls to Wayne Madsen. That is a gorgeous shot. I would say that is the shot of the morning. Just beautifully played, slightly overpitched by Tom Haynes. And Wayne Madsen just leant on that. And the ball went through mid-on. It's a beautiful sight. It's a lovely on drive. And Madsen goes to 111, and the partnership between these two to 292. It seems an awful long time ago since Brooke Guest was out for 12. Lee Godleman, the other man, out for 12. Those two have rather missed out. As in comes Haynes, bowls and played by Madsen to square leg. There is no run. Yes, and I concur with you completely, Julian. I have a good deal of sympathy for Tom Haynes. When you've got bowlers of the quality of, you know, Robinson and Garton, Hudson Prentice, all unavailable, a young bowling attack, good wicket, couple of class batsmen, it's not easy. Haynes in and bowls, and Madsen is forward, playing centre to the offside, and there is no run. Phil's been in touch. Is it my kit or the live feed? Is everyone else buffering, blurring, and getting almost every minute? I don't know, Phil. We did have a message from Tim a little earlier on. Tim Warwick, who was saying that there were problems with the stream. I don't know whether there still are. As in comes Haynes and bowls to Madsen. Oh, that's kept a bit low outside the off stump. Madsen looking to cut the ball away. And that's not a great sight when you're the fielding side and the opposition are 383 for 2. and one keeps a little bit low. You think, oh, crumbs, here we go.
It was mentioned at the other end of the box as well. This partnership of 292 is now the highest partnership for any wicket for Derbyshire against Sussex.
Haynes in again, bowls, Madsen forward. He's done a good job, Tom Haynes, to be fair, with his bowling. He's in his 17th over, 3 maidens so far, 0 for 33. So he's only going at about 2 and over. And actually, although we said that Steve Finn looked the most dangerous bowler, there were times yesterday when Tom Haynes looked almost the most dangerous bowler, bowling a good line and length. I've just had a note. This is a good notice.
Excellent.
Haynes is in and bowls, and Madsen's bowled him, and he gets the breakthrough. Wayne Madsen has his middle stump removed. Tom Haynes has got his wicket. Madsen is on his way for 111. They say it's an unlucky number, as Shan Masood comes across and shakes hands with Wayne Madsen. It's been a wonderful knock and a wonderful partnership between these two of 292. The Sussex skipper has finally broken that partnership. I think we probably just ought to listen to the applause for Wayne Madsen as he makes his way off. Wonderful, wonderful innings.
Wayne Madsen, bowled by Tom Haynes, for 111.
Well, you're right. Tom Haynes has bowled nicely, and it sort of says a lot about the bowling attack available to Sussex that he has bowled and has been one of the better bowlers. But fair play to him. He's carried on. I think Cheteshwar Pujara is now going off with the physio. He's just leaving the field there with a member, certainly, of the backroom staff.
It is. That's John. That's the physio.
And he's holding something that potentially could be a bag of ice in his left hand. He's certainly holding something in his left hand, unless it's the vest that the 12th man came on with. I'd hate to speculate on what it might be. The partnership 292 record for any wicket for Derbyshire against Sussex. I'd forgotten what a wicket looked like.
So had I. I'd forgotten to see what I'd forgotten to see what it was for the middle stump to be uprooted.
Yes, that was remarkable, wasn't it?
was.
Really.
After all that. So well done, Tom Haynes. And we were just saying, in fact, I was just bored in. I'm very grateful to Graham Irwin, the very fine Sussex scorer, who says that the first boundary conceded by Tom Haynes was in his 17th over. So maybe picks, maybe that gives us an idea of just how well Tom Haynes has bowled. And we were just saying, weren't we, how we thought he'd troubled Rizwan perhaps more than anyone. And he goes and bowls Wayne Madsen. So 17 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 33 for Tom Haynes. A new man in is Lewis Deploy, and I just wonder, he's had the pads on for a fair old time, Fletch.
24 hours, I would around about that. I'm sure he took them off when he went to bed last night, but Atkins into Shan Masood, who pulls this one around the corner down to the fielder, deep backward square leg, who is Henry Crocombe, and they go through for a single. Masood moves on to 235, 384 for 3. The partnership's worth 1. We can stop looking at the partnership now for a good while, I fancy.
Yeah.
384 for 3 is decent. And Lewis Deploy is trying to get his feet moving. He does this. He juggles. Before it's brilliant. He actually juggles before he comes out to bat with 3 balls, just to get his eye in and that kind of thing. Have we had people mentioning the stream?
Yes.
Because I'm told by men in the stream room that any buffering is at the user end. User error. Dear, oh dear. There's a rebuttal. First ball 2. Lewis Deploy, and he's off the mark, and he might even get a boundary here. The ball is racing away to the mid-wicket rope, and it crosses the rope now, and Lewis Deploy is indeed off the mark with a boundary 4. It was a little over-pitched. He almost fell into the offside. Lewis Deploy, the left-hander. 2 left-handers again, of course, out there in the middle for Derbyshire. And they move to 388.
That was beautifully played. He's been sitting up there for a long time, and he gets a nice half volley round about middle of the leg and tucks the ball through mid-wicket for 4.
465 was the first innings score last season down at Hove, as this one is pushed into the offside by Deploy. That was Derbyshire's highest first innings score of the entire campaign. They've now gone past all but 2. The 390 against Leicestershire in game 2 is under major threat now. So
that 465, Fletch, and Louis Deploy batted number 3, and he got a duck.
Yes, well, he got 8 ducks last season.
Do you know? Okay, this is a question for you.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Atkins is in and balls to Deploy, who plays and misses at that one. He wasn't far away from edging it through to Mohammed Rizwan, who threw the ball in the air, and that perplexed Tom Alsop at slip a little bit because he wasn't watching.
And do you know how many Wayne Madsen made?
It's going to be 111, isn't it?
It is.
You wouldn't have asked the question otherwise, but now I didn't know. I didn't remember that at all.
Oh, it's only because I'm just looking back through the game. Yeah.
So successive 1-1-1s for Wayne Madsen. The only man out today, the only man out in the last 24 hours, is this one played off the back foot by Lewis Deploy out towards the cover region, and they go through for another single. Deploy moves on to 5, 389 for 3. We were discussing with James earlier what we thought Derbyshire might do as far as either declaring or whether it be a figure they've got in their heads or a time. Billy Godleman hasn't in the past been the most aggressive declarer. As this next delivery is down the leg side, Masood can't get anything on that. Rizwan takes it, moving away to his right hand side. End of the over. Atkins 16 overs, 1 for 70. 112 overs gone, 389 for 3. Masood 235. Deploy 5. But you'd have thought soon after tea, if not immediately after tea or slightly before tea, that Sussex will be batting.
Yeah, I'm just coming out to the stream. Sorry, Phil's been in touch. He said I can confirm that the problem was my TV. He says, Phil. He said I've swapped to my iPad and the stream is fine. So that's pretty honest of Phil.
No,
actually.
it is actually.
He's held his hand up.
Yeah, no, fair play to him. Fair play to him.
Neil Hartley's been in touch with an email. And I'll read that in a minute, Neil. That's an interesting point about captaincy and what the Derbyshire do here. I thought last week, it probably wouldn't like me saying this in these parts because of the rivalry between Derbyshire and Nottinghamshire, but I thought Stephen Mulaney captained excellently against Sussex last week. I mean, he made a big 100, which in the first place got knocked back in the game. But I thought his declaration was just the right time. He got Sussex in just before the close. They'd been in the field a long time. Tom Haynes was out. And then the next day on a wicket that wasn't giving a huge amount of encouragement to the bowlers, his field placings were really good as well. As in comes Haynes, around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Deploy, who plays to mid-off, and there is no run. If you've just joined us this morning, a very good afternoon, I should say. Myself, Adrian Harms, Dave Fletcher, live from beautifully sunny County Ground in Derby. Live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio Sussex.
Spectre's just walked in the back. I'll tell you who he is in a moment. You won't recognise him.
In comes Haynes, bowls, and that's a good delivery. Deploy playing forward. The ball taken by Rizwan, who's standing up to the stumps, and there is no run.
So our breakfast show host at Radio Derby, Andy Twigg. So at 1:30, when you nick, when you nick off, this is James. Shake James's hand. Come on, Andy. Show a bit of etiquette. This is cricket. You can't just wander in.
Yeah.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do the Jeff Boycott impersonation. Don't do it. No, don't you do it either.
In comes Haynes, bowls. Oh, and just a little bit of nibble there for Tom Haynes this morning. And Deploy was uncertainly forward. The ball was in the air for a while. You probably heard the cry of catch.
I don't think the Derbyshire bowlers will be too concerned. Even the Derbyshire batsmen at this stage, that the ball actually looks like it might be about to do a little bit of something.
Well, there's one that kept low in the previous over. And that one just caught. Just stuck in the pitch maybe a little bit. Haynes is on his way. He's got a slip in place. Mohammed Rizwan standing up to the stumps. He's in and bowls. And Deploy just eases that one to backward point and picks up a comfortable single to the right of James Coles at backward point. One more to the total. It goes to 390 for 3. Deploy to 6.
David Griffin's been rifling through his databases. You can imagine what he's been. It's been an absolute frenzy.
He said he wouldn't sleep last night.
I don't think he did. He was still tweeting at 9:30 about yesterday's play. Well, he's I'll tell you in a minute.
In comes Haynes, bowls, and Masood is forward into the offside, fielded by Clark. There is no run.
But it's the 21st instance of a Derbyshire innings consisting of a double hundred and at least one other 100, which is decent, considering they started back in 1870. It's the highest score on which Derbyshire's third wicket fell remains 459. He said that was going to be one of my big stats of the day, so he's used it anyway.
Haynes is in, bowls, forward comes to places the offside. There could be a chance for a run-up, but no, Clark is in, gets in the throw. And to be honest, it was a good call, and it's been very much a feature of this Derbyshire innings, the running between the wicket. Masood picks up another single. He goes to 236. He's going to pinch the strike, 391 for 3. We've had an email in, Dave, from southwest France this morning, from Neil Hartley. Good morning to you. Good afternoon, I should say, Neil.
People listening, Twiggy.
He says, hello, Adrian and team. Another tough match for Sussex, but let me start by wishing a happy birthday to one of the absentees, George Garton. Happy birthday, George, wherever you're watching from. As I say, he's not been too well with the after effects of COVID, so we wish him well. I was going to suggest that Derbyshire ought to be accelerating, whereas Masood's run rate seems to be slowing down in his impeccable innings, but Madsen is out as I type for 111 after 111 overs. That's a good spot as well. And he scored 111 against Sussex last year, so there's something about 111 for...
Well, there is, isn't there?
Yeah.
There is, no question. Shane Dolan's listening in, I think he's in Pittsburgh. He's actually WhatsApped me, but I think he's in Pittsburgh. This first delivery of a new over wraps the pads of Shah Masood. There's very much an afterthought of an appeal there from Atkins as the ball dribbles out down towards third man. They go through for a leg by.
They've got horrendous weather in the States. I see they've got heavy snow. I don't know if it's in Pittsburgh, but certainly right through the middle of America. Yeah, it's huge spring storm, and feet of snow in parts. I don't know if that's got as far as Pittsburgh. I think it's a bit chilly there in the winter, isn't it, Fletch?
I believe so. Yeah, and Shane is a Pittsburgher, Bergian, Pittsman. Whatever he is, that's where you're from, Shane. We know that. Yeah, he comes from Pittsburgh. I think it's Pittsburgh. I'm going to be. He'll message me in a minute, and it won't be Pittsburgh at all. Atkins bowls, and that squares up Leah's Deploy. Goes through to the wicketkeeper, Mohammed Rizwan. He's been up since 6:30 watching cricket. He actually sent me a message late last night after I'd gone to bed, saying what time does the cricket start. So I texted him what would have been ridiculously early in America to tell him what time it started. He's been watching since 6:30 this morning, and he's not really a cricket fan, but he's coming over soon. He's a big Derby County fan.
Right.
Here is Atkins again, bowls to Deploy, who tries to play that into the leg side, gets a leading edge, backward of square on the offside to Well, it's Pujara, of course it is, but now he's feeling a gully. And the good news is that he is on the pitch because it looked like he was going to leave. Hang on a minute.
Why are they all wearing the same colours?
We'll get Andy Twigg on. When you... No, I don't want to encourage him too much. You're not going anytime soon, are you? Not a busy... You're not... Well, it's at the far end. You're not a busy man. I'm working, Andy. I'm working. Stop it. Atkins in and bowls, and this one off the back foot, and he falls over Atkins as he delivers that ball off the back foot. It was played into the offside by Leas Deploy. What Twiggy's going to try and do is be amusing when he comes on. So, it's the first time for everything. It is Pittsburgh. I think that's what we said, wasn't it? And he says it's sunny and 70 degrees.
Oh, right. So
in old money.
So they haven't got the snow then.
Went for a cup of tea.
Excellent. No sugar in mind. Thank you very much, Twiggy. He'll be here. I'm afraid he is going to have to come on, if you don't mind. Atkins round the wicket balls to Deploy. I'll try and keep it as sensible as possible as well. It's going to be tricky. We set him up yesterday, myself and Jack Timon, who was at the cricket yesterday morning. I'm stopping at Twiggy's house. He's very kindly allowed me to sleep on the floor in the spare room. And he does this, who lives behind the keyhole, not through the keyhole for legal reasons, but Atkins is in around the wicket balls. That's left alone by Leas Deploy to go through to Mohammed Rizwan. End of the over, 392 for 3, 236 to Masood, 6 to Deploy. And yesterday, he had to guess his own place and got it, sadly. But it was a nice little stitch up. So we enjoyed that. They're going to have a drinks break now. It seems slightly bizarre at 17 minutes past 12. Leas Deploy is removing his sweater. And the first sight this season of the Leas Deploy bandana. Excellent. That's the first time we've seen it. It's Harry Kane who's coming on to remove the sweater. He's just thrown it at him. But he's got the Derbyshire pale blue bandana on as Leas Deploy. Spent the winter in South Africa, scored a good fair number of runs for Southwestern Province, one of those. And which is the second tier. No, I'm all right, thanks. Second tier of South African first-class cricket, but he got his high score down there as well in the winter. So he's come back to Derbyshire in pretty good nick, although he hasn't got, or didn't at Lord's score too many runs. Yet to get a first-class half-century this season.
We're going to get a bit of spin. Just going to say that was Jamie Atkins' first maiden that he's bowled.
Oh, was it?
So 17 overs, one maiden, one for 70. Sussex have picked up a wicket that the wicket they would desperately like is Shan Masood, who's on 236. Thanks for your emails, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport or at, is it Fletch?
At Fletch Sport.
Fletch Sport.
And fletchcricket@gmail.com.
Lovely. So lots of ways to get in touch. The sun has momentarily gone in. Talk about Derby County, I had a quick rattle through. I see they've still got tickets available for tonight's game against Fulham. I'd imagine there'll be a few coming up from London because Fulham can get promoted if they win that game.
Can they?
If Forest don't beat Luton, I think it is, today.
And we don't want Forest to beat Luton because we don't want Forest to beat anybody.
And Fulham beat Derby, I think Fulham are up. So I was quite surprised to see tickets available, actually. But there are, so.
It's a big ground.
Might have a little wander.
It is a big
It's
ground.
not that far from here, is it? What, a few minutes?
Straight across, really. Yeah.
How far to walk?
Mile. Less than a mile. Half a mile.
Right, okay.
That's local knowledge, you see.
Yeah. So that's an 8 o'clock kickoff tonight. But here we are talking cricket. The sun is back with us, and it's going to be the first spin of the day. James Coles, young 18-year-old, coming into the attack. 23 overs, no maidens, 0 for 83. He's bowling with a slip, a backward point, cover mid-off, sweeper on the cover boundary, a mid-on, a long on as well, deep backward square, and a short fine leg or backward square leg on the single. As in comes Coles, around the wickets bowls. He was looking to hammer that one away through the covers. The ball, that beat him. It looked like it sort of bounced off the thigh pad, and immediately...
It might have come off Rizwan's left glove as it turned, and that's good news as well.
Tom Haines has come out to long off down below us, the Sussex skipper. In comes Coles, in and bowls, who drives firmly exactly to where Tom Haines had gone. He needs to move smartly to his right to make sure there's no more than a single. And Masood to 237, the total 393 for 3. terms of batting bonus points, they've got 4 and. Sorry, how many overs do they get to
110.
Yeah, so they're up to,
it was 376 for 2 at 110 overs.
Shouldn't have missed that. In comes Coles, bowls. Down the wicket comes Deploy. High, wide and handsome. He's going to get caught at mid-off by Tom Haines. And another wicket goes down. So the introduction of James Coles immediately brings rewards for Sussex. Deploy down the wicket, driving, didn't time it at all. The ball spooned to Tom Haines, who'd fortunately moved himself out to a long-off position. Comfortable catch above his head for the skipper. And another wicket goes down for Derbyshire. 393 for 4. A new Deploy, who'd been sitting with his pads on for a long time, is out for just 6.
Collapses on. two wickets with just the addition of 10 runs have fallen so far, and that will cheer Sussex, no doubt. But Lewis Deploy, he's not. Yeah, he got 8 ducks last season. He very much. I was going to say he's a white ball player. He is a white ball player. He's a very good white ball player. Just needs to score some more runs with the red ball, though. I would suggest he's under pressure to a degree for his place in the side from Harry Kame. In the first innings at Lords, he made 28. And in the second innings down at Lords, he was unbeaten at the close, 23 not out, as Derbyshire saw out the game with 5 overs to spare when they shook hands. But not a good start to the campaign for Lewis Deploy when he's seen Billy Godleman score some runs when Madsen get a century, 2 half-centuries and a century for Shan Masood, a double century indeed, 235. And he's now been joined out in the middle by Lewis Rees, the batsman cross, but that doesn't matter anymore.
No.
It doesn't matter at all anymore. The new batsman is going to be facing, so which I think is a very good
Yes, no, I'd agree.
condition, or whatever it is. I think it's a condition at the moment because it's coming into the rules, the laws of the game from September, but the ECB have decided that it's so good. It's the one good law from the 100 that exists, and fortunately they're not picking up any others.
So, Sussex a little bit on the attack. They've got a short leg in place. We haven't seen one of those for a while, as in comes James Coles. Over the wicket bowls, and Lewis Rees punches that to mid-wicket. There is no run. So it remains 393 for 4. Masood's still there on 237. Coles in again. Over the wicket bowls, and played by Rees to backward point. There is none. There's a lot of left-handers in this Derbyshire side as well.
4 of the top 6
are
left-handed.
It's a bit like Sussex last week. I think something like 5 of the top 7 were left-handers. Comes Coles again, bowls, and Rees is forward and drives pleasantly to. That's a shocking bit of fielding by Tom Haines, the skipper. Well, they're going to come back for 3 when they probably shouldn't have even got 1. He'd be annoyed with himself, Tom. He's hurt his hand, you know, Tom Haines. There was a bit of talk yesterday about Tom having hurt his right hand, I think up here in practice, yeah, and he's immediately signalled to the dressing room.
Yeah,
I did hear that he'd hurt his hand during fielding practice, or certainly in practice here on Wednesday, and he went down a little tentatively then to field the ball, and the umpire has just said, yeah, that's all right, Tom, you go off. And that is not good news for your opening batsman and captain. Steve Finn is going to take over the captaincy duties, I'm sure. And Tom goes wandering off. It's his right hand, and immediately he looked down. I thought it was a rather tentative attempt to field the ball, and that's not good. And the 12th man is coming out, George Burrows. So Steve Finn is taking over captaining duties. I'll watch this over with you, Fletcher, then I'll make way for
You can do it if you want. You can do it if you want.
No, you do it.
I'm not.
We're not precious, are we?
Well, no, I'm not.
No, nor am I.
I'm not. No. It might get slightly more precious in about 5 minutes, the whole broadcast, but I'm not.
James Kirtley has just wandered around the outfield to have a natter to Henry Croker, who's fielding down here at fine leg, but here comes Jamie Atkins.
From the city end, bowling to Lewis Rees, who pushes this out into the offside, and of course Cheteshwar Pujara does the fielding, as he has done I reckon about 50% of the time. David McCardle says Derbyshire have got Leicestershire and Glamorgan before the month ends. If the weather and his fitness hold, I don't think there's any problem over his fitness, Masood could get 1,000 runs before the end of April, which will be something. Wow. It used to be before the end of May, didn't it? But now we start so early. It's ridiculous. As the next delivery from Atkins is left alone outside the off stump by Lewis Rees, and Alexander, who is clearly a Derbyshire supporter, I would guess, by the tweet that has been sent in. I'm just having a look to see. Of course, Alexander from the United States. Great match so far. Hope that Derbyshire has a successful match. Great job broadcasting well. It's very kind of you to say, but we don't read praise out because
we get embarrassed.
It's the ego thing, isn't it? Great interview on BBC Radio Derby the other day. Well, you're not wrong there either. Here's Atkins in and bowls to, I assume he's talking about one of mine, Lewis Rees, pushed out into the onside, and there's no runs. 396 for 4.
I think he's bowled better today, Jamie Atkins.
Yes.
I think there was a lot of loose stuff yesterday, but he's certainly tightened up his line and his length today. And maybe that's the effect a wicket had as well. When you're looking at the scoreboard and there's 2 down, but now he's looking up, there's 4 down, and he's thinking, well, I get a wicket here,
They're still clinging on by their fingertips here, Sussex, as that one's left alone outside the off stump by Lewis Rees to go through to Mohammed Rizwan.
I'm not suggesting for 1 minute that Sussex are back in the are right back in this game, but it's just a little bit more encouragement, and he's bowling as if he's got a bit more of a spring in his step. Is Jamie Atkins?
Here's one for you.
Go on.
Highest individual scores for Pakistani players in the county championship. You can imagine that Zahir Abbas appears any number of times because he got 3 doubles for Gloucestershire, but he's now been eclipsed as this one is turned into the leg side by Lewis Rees. We think the 234 from Shan Masood is higher than any other Pakistan player has managed in the county championship.
Higher than Javed Miandad?
And see, he doesn't appear on this list, which is a slight concern. 230 Zahir Abbas, Yunus Ahmed 221, Yunus Khan 217.
Yeah, he was a good player, wasn't
Salim Malik got a double as well, 215. Zahir Abbas actually got 4 doubles. As in comes Atkins and bowls to Rees, who tries to force it up to mid-on.
I'm going to leave you, Fletcher.
You know what that means?
I do. It's going to leave you with Andy. Oh, is James or Andy?
Well, where's Twiggy gone? Twiggy's gone. Well, I told him what time he was on.
Well, I'm going to go.
Okay. Yeah, no, absolutely. No, you have things to do, Adrian. Absolutely. Twiggy, who was desperate to get on air, as he always is, in all honesty. He just can't keep off. And I'm loath to deny him the opportunity on account of the fact that he might not let me stop at his house. Derbyshire 396 for 4, 237 to Shan Masood, 3 to Lewis Rees. And Andy Twiggers, you need me to operate the machinery because you normally work in a nice cosy studio, Twiggy, don't you? How are you?
Morning.
Long time since I've seen you.
Oh yeah, I've just been shopping for you. We're
Excellent.
having chicken tikka masala tonight with naan bread and poppadoms. You probably don't know what poppadoms are. They're big crisps. Just great big crisps.
Thank you. Coles begins a new over from the racecourse end, and there's a drive attempted by Shan Masood. Ball goes through to the keeper.
Why don't they wear different colours so you can recognise them?
Because
I don't get that.
I'll tell you.
Why don't one
Yes,
wear
no,
blue
no.
shirts and then the other ones wear white shirts, and then you'll know which side's which?
Well, we know which side's which. It's fairly straightforward. Coles around the wicket, left arm balls tucked into the leg side by Shan Masood, who moves on to 238 now. Derbyshire to 397 for
I
4.
hope he gets paid more than everybody else because he's doing most of the graft.
I imagine as the overseas, he probably does get paid more than everybody else. Twiggy. I imagine that he does.
It's a bit like me and you, isn't it?
You get the big bucks because you do the graft, and I just work 12-hour days.
Yeah,
for
but you love it.
For a pittance.
But you love it.
Of course, I love it.
I
Why
mean,
wouldn't I love it?
Yeah, why wouldn't you? So what's happening now then?
Well, the
This
batsman.
bloke's not having much of a run-up, is he?
It's just a spinner.
Is he what?
He's a spinner. Left arm spinner, bowls to Lewis Rees over the wicket, turned into the leg side.
Why did he smack that?
Because
He dollied it.
No, he didn't.
It was a dolly. I would have hammered that.
397 for 4.
I love this cricket. Go on.
Over the wicket comes Coles again. That one's driven this time, and that's driven down the ground for 4 runs by Lewis Rees. Glorious shot. Very, very straight drive, just to the onside of the wickets at the non-striker's end. He moves on to 7, and the 400 is up for Derbyshire. They're 401 for 4. 400 runs in one innings, Twiggy.
That is halfway to 800.
Indeed. Yeah. That's the kind of insight that we're going to be bringing you over the next 10 minutes or so until I can get rid of you.
What? Come on, commentate. He's going to bowl. He's bowling.
He's in now and bowls to Lewis Rees, who goes back and cuts it to the man at backward point.
They used to say when I played school for Heenagate and the district, I think you'll find, the district tee, they used to say I was the best silly point that anybody had ever seen.
I think that's what they were saying. I'll just ask you to be quiet for a moment because I'm about to do an update for Martin Williams. I'm not surprised. All right, yeah. Yes, the other day, that was Alexander, wasn't it? I've just read that out myself here at the cricket ground. No, I don't normally read praise out, I've got to say, because it's very unbecoming of a broadcaster, I always think. So it was not so good. Oh, okay, right. Well, I can tell you what's happening at the cricket. Shall I do that? Okay, then Derbyshire 401 for 4 now. They've lost 2 wickets in quick succession this morning. Wayne Madsen dismissed for 111 after going on to complete his 33rd career century. Added 292 with Shan Masood for the 3rd wicket, and then 10 runs later, Lear Deploy was caught by Tom Haines after bowling of James Coles for 6. He hasn't had the greatest of start to the season at the moment. The physio's out looking after Lewis Rees. He has had a knee operation and he's just flexing his knee out there. That's not great. He's on 7 not out, but Shan Masood just keeping on going. He's on 238. Derbyshire 401 for 4. And a treat for anybody who enjoys the breakfast show but doesn't like getting up early in the morning. Online now, you can hear Andy Twigg, who's sitting alongside. He can't. Oh, yes, that was you, wasn't it?
Yeah.
No, Martin, Andy can't hear you. He can't hear you. Mainly because of the wax build up in his ears, I think, over the years of neglect. So he says, what do you think of the spread at the cricket? You've been eating the biscuits, haven't you?
I've just had 2 shortbreads. Oh, what did you give me? A custard cream. Custard cream. I love this cricket. You just sit here and ram cake down your throat. It's brilliant.
Fortunately, I know the button that keeps him off air, so there won't be too much more of that nonsense in the coming minutes. It is lunch coming up soon, yeah, but he refused to fill in the form. He refused to fill in the form. So I didn't realise I was still on. Absolute chaos. I'll just turn Martin down as much as I love listening to him. I can't do it all day. 402 for 4, but that was a slight concern with Lewis Rees, just flexing his knee. He's had a knee and a shoulder operation in the summer, and I know they're still nursing him back, and he can't bowl at the moment.
I've had a knee. I've had a new knee.
I remember hearing something about that.
Yeah, anyway, hang on.
Atkins round the wicket in bowls to Rees, who tries to carve this one away, and he's been caught behind. He just got a thin feather through to Mohammed Rizwan, and Lewis Rees's very short stay out in the middle has come to an end. He's been dismissed for 7 of just 15 deliveries, and all of a sudden, Derbyshire are 402 for 5.
Oh dear, what was he doing? Is this technically known as a collapse?
It's starting to look a bit like a collapse, yes, which isn't great necessarily, but they've already got 402, so they're still very much in the box seat. There's Dahl, who got a half century at Lords in the first innings, walks down the steps. Good bats.
You're full of stats, aren't you?
Yeah. Well, it's all about.
I've always said you were full of it.
It's about the stats. Don't.
Where is third man then? Where does third man
I can
stand?
Third man would stand down below us to the right here. So he's like, where the slips stand?
Yeah.
On the rope in line with
in
them.
case somebody gets an edge and it goes down towards the boundary.
Yeah.
His job then is to get it, throw it back.
Exactly. And then on the other side is fine leg. So he's on the leg side, so in case they just sort of flick it round the corner. Yeah. Yeah. They have had a third man in it. In fact, it was Tom Haynes who went off a few minutes ago. He's the Sussex captain. He's clearly done something to his hand, as Adrian was telling us. So that's bad news for Sussex.
It's good news for Derbyshire, though. Looking at both sides.
Looking at both sides, but it's bad news for Sussex because we're broadcasting on Radio Derby and Radio Sussex.
Good morning. Good morning, Sussex. I spent a bit of time in Sussex. I quite like Sussex. Yeah, I did. Yeah, where I can't remember the
Hastings.
Haywards Heath. I think I worked for a while until they sacked me. It's a nice place, though, Sussex.
Yes, it is very nice.
Have you noticed how I'm now trying to befriend every Sussex listener? Good morning, Sussex. Beautiful county. Yeah. Nearly as good as ours.
But not quite. 402 for 5. Anuj Dahl's the new batsman. There is only one slip, and there is no third man, but there is a fine leg. As Atkins is in and bowls, and Dahl leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Kept a little bit low. Rizwan took it down by his ankles.
Why does the wicketkeeper have two helmets behind him? I mean, he's only got one head.
Right. Okay. So they have to put them somewhere. Now, in the big test grounds, they have little like holes in the ground that are covered up.
Oh,
and they pick them up. They put the helmets in there because if the ball hits the helmet, it's 5 runs automatically.
Well, just aim for the helmet.
It'd be a good shot if you could. So he has to wear a helmet when he's standing up. They're the regulations in this country. And if there's somebody in a short leg or even leg slip, they have to wear a helmet as well.
Right.
So for the spinner who's bowling at the racecourse,
he's coming into bowl. He's supposed to be commentating.
I am commentating. In next delivery is driven gloriously by Anuj Dahl for his first run. There's a boundary out to the backward point rope, and he's off the mark. And Derbyshire are 406 for 2. Is that all right?
I think we could form a great double act, and I should come and co-commentate the cricket with you because it's a bit funnier. You know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Because you can be a bit like, oh, there's a pigeon over there, and there is a bloke who's just having a sip of beer, and the hot dog man looks a bit fed up. You know what I mean? That's the kind of stuff you do. Whereas I'd be, a few gags.
Gags?
Yeah, a few gags.
I've seen you stand up. We'd get taken off the air.
Shut up, he's coming in.
Atkins bowls to Dahl, who turns this one down the leg side this time, and he gets 4 more. That was off the bat. Rizwan did dive away. We saw 2 players caught down the leg side yesterday morning, but Anuj Dahl managed to get enough on it to get it past Mohammed Rizwan. He's raced on to 8 from 3 deliveries, and Derbyshire 410 for 5 at the end of the over. And we have got 22 minutes until the lunch interval.
What are you having?
I don't know yet. I think it'll be the beef today.
Well, don't have too much because I've got you this. I am making you homemade. It's homemade. I've been to the shop on Burton Road, and I've got. We're having chicken tikka masala.
Isn't tikka masala a bit like, a bit for softies? Spice-wise.
What do you want? I've been and got it now.
Something a bit spicier.
We're having a domestic,
would have been
aren't
nice. Well, if you buy ingredients like that, it's not going to be spicy enough, is it?
I'll spice it up for you. I'll chuck a couple of
That's
chilies
very kind of you. That's very. You can't beat a spicy Friday night, can you? Absolutely.
Oh, by the way, am I getting paid for doing this?
No.
This is my day off.
No.
And it's Good Friday, double time. Anyway, he's coming into bowl. This is number 30.
Coles begins a new over from the racecourse and reverse sweep comes out. He's been caught. And Shan Masood's innings is over. He tried the reverse sweep and he's been caught by his international teammate Mohammed Rizwan. The Sussex players congratulate the Derbyshire opening batsman. It's been a terrific innings. 239 from 340 deliveries. He hit 24 fours. It's a new career high for Shan Masood. Let's hear the applause from the Derbyshire crowd. It's been a magnificent innings from Shan Masood. 410 for 6 though, Derbyshire. Now that elusive first triple century by a Derbyshire batsman. We'll have to wait for it even further. But Rizwan now has 4 catches behind the stumps. It's a second wicket for young Coles.
Is Masood a test player then?
Yes. Yeah.
Right, like top quality. Where does he bat in the test line?
He opens for Pakistan when he plays for them.
Does he?
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's a proper cricketer, is Shan Masood. Don't worry about that.
Thank you.
Yeah. He started the day on 201. walks off on 239. His previous high score, which he'd already beaten overnight, was 199 in first class cricket. It means that Alex Thompson, the tallest off spinner in the world, will come out to join Dahl. Thompson
Is he any good?
Yes, yeah, we can hit the ball. He can hit the ball. This is where the batting finishes, though, and with the greatest of respect to Sam Connor, Saranga Lackmell and Nick Potts, we do have 3 number 11s playing for Derbyshire.
Right.
They went from 304 for 6 to 304 all out at Lords, which tells you all you need to know really about the.
So if one of these goes, then that's done and dusted.
That could be it. Yeah, that could.
But haven't Derbyshire got a young fella, my lad, a fast bowler that's going to play today?
Yeah, young
He's going to bowl today.
Nick Potts. Yeah, born in Burton upon Trent.
Is he quick?
He's sharp. Yeah, he's sharp. Debut though, so that I don't want to wish him into nervousness, but there'll be some nerves, you would have thought, making his first class debut.
Yeah, of course he will. Of course he will. It's like when I did my first show.
Everybody was nervous, I think, then. Not just you.
Particularly management.
Coles is in and bowls too. Alex Thompson goes back into his crease, and that's always dangerous. Pushes it out to the offside.
You see, I was a left arm spinner. This lad's left arm, isn't he?
He is very much
yeah,
left arm.
I used to swing it, you know.
I was surprised.
I could swing it either way.
Could you?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, bless you.
I just thought you were a bit of a swinger.
No pampas grass. Go on.
Next delivery from Coles is punched into the onside this time. Pujara does the fielding. And there's no rump.
Do you know, it's beautiful here, isn't it?
Mm.
It really, really... Do you know what I like? I like Queen's Park at Chesterfield.
Yes.
That's
yes.
a lovely, lovely,
We've got
lovely
six days in Chesterfield this season.
That's a great cricket ground.
Thompson waits and Coles bowls. He drives it up towards mid-off, and there's a shy at the stumps from the mid-off that misses probably by about 1.5 foot as they get through for a single. So
they used to play at Buxton, you know, for a while. Derbyshire have played at Buxton,
they played
and
all
I think a game was called off due to snow
in June. In
June,
Lancashire. Yeah, the Saturday was called off, and then they played on the Sunday.
You see how I am, a mind of knowledge on this game.
Yeah.
I just don't, you know.
Show it. Very often. Well, they played at 3 different grounds in Burton. Played at Cheadle. Yeah, played at Repton. Next to Heener and Denby Dale. Clipped into the leg side by Dahl for a single.
I bet the Sussex listeners are sick of me. Best get off.
Well, I'm not. Well, no.
Your man wants to come back, doesn't he?
Who? Did Adrian?
Yeah.
He doesn't look like he wants to come back. What about his choice of sweater today?
Actually,
bold,
very
I thought.
Nice. Very Barney the dinosaur.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Very bold.
Hi, Barney.
His calls, and that was a full delivery that's kept out by Alex Thompson. End of the over, 412 for 6. I popped into the office today, and cricket is becoming quite popular amongst everybody at the radio station, which I think is terrific. It should be more popular anyway. I popped in to see Donna Alice, who by the way, is a very good breakfast show presenter. I don't know if you've ever heard her. No. She's already picked a couple of dates where she's bringing her lad down to watch some cricket and do a bit of commentary.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
Oh, she's coming to do proper commentary.
Yeah. Yeah, well, she's a really good broadcaster. I'm on the breakfast show tomorrow, Sunday and Monday, and then sadly she's not until the following weekend. I have no idea what's happening from Tuesday to Friday. Is anything happening?
She's just my warm-up, mate. She's just keeping the seat warm, that's all, you know, for that spontaneity, wit, charm, humour, done with a smile, you know what I mean?
I don't know how you do it.
Well, you just open the fader and talk.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Henry Crocombe's coming back.
By the way, it's 412 for 6. We've got Thompson on 1. We've got Dahl on 9. Partnership is 2.
Wow. Wow. Not bad. Not bad. Derbyshire have lost 4 wickets. 4, around about 30 runs here. As Dahl waits and Crocombe...
Oh, well done on the leg side.
Turns it into the leg side for a single. Do the next ball from Henry Crocombe. Henry Crocombe's the bowler, and Alex Thompson is the batsman.
Right, okay. No, I know who they are.
Do you?
I know who they are.
Well, the names are on that sheet in front of you as well, if you're struggling.
I've got my glasses.
All right.
So it's Crocombe then. It's got a fairly long run-up, and just pauses.
We haven't got the ball yet. It hasn't got the ball yet.
Hang on. Wipes a bit of sweat. which he rubs into the ball just to give it that extra little bit of grip as it zips.
What's happening here with the field, Twigs?
The field, well, what they're doing is on the leg side, they've brought another man in at slip. Crocombe comes in, bowls, and he plays that one on the offside. 1 run, fielded very steadily there, thrown into the keeper. Score 430, 14 for 6. That bloke in the scoreboard's a bit slow.
They can catch you out, can't they? They can catch you out.
That was definitely slow. If he's listening in the scoreboard, quicken up, sharpen your act.
Well, he's sitting to our right here.
Isn't he?
Yeah.
Hi. He didn't look impressed.
No. Next to
Crocombe,
sorry, you're doing another one.
Stonewalled him, plays it back. Bowler fields.
I'm just looking.
I think I've done my bit.
I think you've done more than enough. Absolutely. I think the listeners would probably agree as well. I'm waiting for them. Oh dear, I've had messages already.
Oh no.
Yeah, no, I've had messages. Where's Finn Hudson Prentice, says Ed Dawes. He's got a stress fracture of his back. Ed. Yeah.
Crocombe
Good to have you on board.
Here he comes. Bowls and plays straight back at the bowler. No run.
The message was from David Griffin saying, surely he's not going to run out of partners, and clearly that was sent before he was out. Shan Masood, because this elusive 100 Derbyshire, and I'm now told Durham are the only 2 county sides who haven't scored a county championship, or haven't had a player score a county championship 100.
Any messages about my commentary? Anyway, Crocombe's coming in.
I've got one here.
Oh, and he tried to pull it on the leg side, but just mistimes it, fielded there at mid-on.
Alexander has been in touch. Dave, are you sitting next to a legendary man? No, I'm sitting next to Andy Twigg. He says, Andy and I spoke during his programme several years ago when I lived in the New England region of the United States. I now live in the Mid-Atlantic region, he says. Same region as Pittsburgh, which is, of course, where Shane is from, who's been in touch with us this morning.
Crocombe comes in, bowls. Oh, and played out on the offside. Mid-off, takes it, throws it. Well, that's right, mid-off.
Yes, and Shane has tweeted now and saying, Dave Fletcher and Andy Twigg, commentary for Derbyshire is making my Friday.
There you go.
We'll make the most of it, because he's going soon.
I'm going in a couple of minutes, yeah. I'll just see one more
He's
over out,
got-
Fletch. I've got the bug now,
He's got
mate.
meat to marinate.
Can you get a beer here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a bar across to our left-hand side, and there's the big, the bar straight across.
I might go
the
and
ground.
greet all my fans over there. You know, just wander through nonchalantly so they recognise me. It's
I
just my
think
ego.
that big I'm Andy Twigg T-shirt that you're wearing might be the giveaway.
It's an old Frankie's relaxed T-shirt that I've had a permanent marker on, so I can't afford another. Do you know what? This is great. I love this. You've got the best job in the world.
Absolutely,
You have, haven't you?
Yeah, I've never denied it. I've never denied it.
So they keep him with spin then, this left armour.
2 for 94 his figures from 26 overs.
Here he comes.
Is it me? That one is played off the back foot, cut nicely out towards the backward point boundary. Look how quick Anus Dahl is running. He's going to come back for a third. No, he isn't. He was going to come back for a third, but then he realised it might have been slightly risky. So just 2 to Thompson. He moves on to 4. 416 for 6. The ball was fielded out in the very far distance in front of the players' pavilion. I mean, it's a huge playing area here at the county ground.
I think, you know, if Derbyshire continue to play like this, just hang on. Bowl plays it on his leg side, and the fielder's after it. I think they're going to get 2 easily here. Just checks. Surely not going back for 3. They are going back for 3. This could be close. Oh, and he just makes it.
Jitesh for Pujara with the fielding, obviously, because he's done most of the fielding, it would seem. Good 3 there as Thompson moves on.
No, I can see, you know, if Derbyshire continue like this, because you said there's a marked difference between last season and this season.
Absolutely, already.
Well, you know, with the players.
Yeah.
Just hang on. Here he comes.
Okay.
You.
Me. That one's cut by Anus Dahl out towards cover. He didn't really time it, but they managed to get through for another single. Dahl moves to 11-4, 20 for 6.
No, I was just saying, you know, if they keep playing like this, you know, win or lose, I see more people coming to this.
Yes.
It's a great day out.
And the crowd isn't bad. It's certainly up there with crowds of previous seasons. That one's played into the
It's more
ground.
than Notts County get on a home game.
You'd hope so. I don't think it is, actually. In all honesty, no, I don't think it is.
They are quite well
They are
supported,
very
to
well.
be fair.
Yeah, they've had some good crowds this season, Notts County. That one's turned into the leg side by Alex Thompson. Another chase for Pujara. He's going to get to the ball now, so they'll have to settle for a couple. Thompson moves to 9, 422 for 6. Thanks to Nick Hartshorn, who's been in touch this morning. Fletch, just finished my ironing and watching the last few minutes of the morning. Please tell Twiggy not to give up the day job.
How rude. I've come here on my day off, in my own time, not getting paid, and that's what you get. Bowls. Ooh, he was right into the crease, that one, Fletch. And he's hit it for 4.
Gone for 4.
But he did. It was like a Yorker type delivery, right into the crease. And he dug it out, because you have to dig those out, don't you?
You do, very much.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, very much. Dig it out.
Have you had enough now, then? Can I go?
Well, you can go anytime you want. If you go, just shout Adrian or James. You might have to shout them. Just pop your head in the door.
All right.
If you
Anyway, thank you very much, everybody. I am now off to prepare chicken tikka masala for Dave Fletcher, who thinks it's not spicy enough. So you wait till you get your portion later. I've had my bathroom fixed. Anyway, I shall love you and leave you. I'll see you on Tuesday. Do you know what? I really have enjoyed this. I might come back tomorrow,
Well, you'd be more than welcome, clearly.
but not for any commentary.
Well, just for a cup of tea. Just call in for a cup of tea
What time
and a
are you
biscuit.
What time are you at 9?
Home?
Yeah,
About 7:30, I thought.
7:30.
Yeah.
Your tea will be on.
Just in time for the Derby County
If
match.
you're late, it'll be in the dog.
Well, I'm still
Well,
waiting.
not chicken tikka masala, it won't.
No, that wouldn't be a good idea.
Thank you ever so much, Fletch.
Still waiting for those hash browns. Anyway, Anders Dahl's on strike. Oh, he's got an inside edge on that one. It's gone out into the leg side. It's a new over from Crocombe. And they pick up another single. Dahl moves on to 12, 427 for 6.
Thank you, Fletch. Been lovely, as always. See you later.
Good
Thank
to see you, mate. Yeah, I'll see you later on this evening. Cheers, Twigs. Twiggy, Andy Twig. He'll be back on the breakfast show on Tuesday morning because, well, they don't work bank holidays. The big stars don't work on the bank holiday. That's how it works in radio. Cheers, Twigs. Off he goes. It's never that spicy, is it? Chicken tikka masala. Anyway, enough of that. Crocombe is in, and this one is pushed out into the offside by Alex Thompson. And there's no run. I think James Carr is going to come in and just do the final 7 or 8 minutes alongside me. I haven't heard from James for a while. He rather got sidelined there by Andy Twig, who, well, he'll sideline anybody, Twiggy.
Well, he's brought a few wickets.
Hasn't he just? It's been disastrous while he's been here. Absolutely disastrous. He needs to go immediately. Crocombe from the City end bowls to Thompson, who defends it straight back to him. I've just been looking up. I'm fairly sure. I don't know what makes me think this though. That these two added plenty in the first innings at Middlesex. And of course, if I made any notes or anything like that, I'd know straight away. So Anders Dahl, yeah, they went from 218 for 6 to 304 for 7. Dahl and Thompson. Dahl making 52. Thompson 45. Thompson clips this into the leg side. They do like to get on with it, these two, though, which might work in Sussex's favour. 13 from 13, Thompson. 12 from 11, Dahl. 427 for 6, but that might not be a bad thing anyway, because the Derbyshire go up to 450 around then. They've probably got the amount of runs that they would have thinking was at the bottom end of the declaration target.
Yeah, I don't think it's disastrous what's happened. It's certainly moved the game on.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Thompson pulls this one. Now, that one's in the air, but it's going to land safely. And they will come back for a second. Yes, they will. Thompson might have to get his skates on, but the throw isn't great. In fact, the throw is nowhere near Mohammed Rizwan. And it's hit the wrist, the right wrist of Alex Thompson. And that's not great for an off-spinner, I would suggest. He's picking his bat back up again, having dropped it. And I think we might see another visit from the physio who came out to see Lewis Rees and his knee. Is he okay? Those balls are quite hard, aren't they, those cricket balls? That's the problem with them.
I'm wondering whether the ball's all right. Never mind the player. He's a big strapping lad, isn't he?
6'5". I actually look up to him. Anuj Dahl is just, as in physically, and metaphorically, of course. They don't need the physio, in fact, so that's good news. Alex Thompson's going to carry on, but the ball thrown in from the deep. He picked up 2 runs there, moves to 15, 4.29 for 6, and Crocombe is on his way. And again, it's his final ball of his 24th over, and that one is turned into the leg side as well. A long way in front of square, actually, and they're going to come back for 2 more. And Thompson, all of a sudden, has moved to 17 from 15 deliveries. Dahl's got 12 from 11, and Derbyshire 4.31 for 6, with around about 5 minutes or so until the lunch interval. So probably another couple of overs.
Thompson's not shy on taking on that short ball, is he? He's got long levers, and I'm sure he can clear these ropes if the opportunity presents itself. Just express that run rate up and get that total nearing 475, 500 maybe.
500 would be nice, wouldn't it? Be very nice.
The one thing I think Derbyshire have got plenty of runs. They shouldn't lose the game from here already.
Oh, that's 2 people who've said it now.
However, I just think that a more generous declaration, leaving a bit more time in the game for Sussex to bat, but equally a bit more time in the game to get Sussex out. It's kind of where I'm at. I think 4.75 and get off the pitch personally.
Yeah. Well, at the moment they'd have 8 sessions, so I think that's 7.5 sessions. A little bit less perhaps, but 3 tomorrow, 3 the day after, and the final one today. I think they'll only bat once. Derbyshire, all of that is gone out of fashion a bit.
Here comes Clark from the racecourse end, back of a length, and Dahl just dabs that just in front of point and takes a single. Quite like the setup of Dahl. He's looks organised. Is he a product of the Derbyshire system?
No. He's from Staffordshire, but he started at Notts.
Right.
Didn't really get an opportunity there. They used to take him, it's bizarre, but they used to take him around the country as 12th man when he wasn't getting picked for the first team, because he is the fastest thing I've ever seen on a cricket field.
Really? Here comes Clark once again. To the big man of Thompson this time, who whips that into the mid-wicket fielder for no run. Yeah, he looks rapid between the wickets. That first 4 he hit, he was down the other end before the ball made the ropes.
Yeah, I don't think I'd ever want to bat with him. Not because he would run you out, but because you'd run yourself out trying to keep up with him.
He's small in stature, isn't he? But he looks like a little whippet.
Yeah, proper all-rounder as well, bowls.
Here comes Clark once again to Thompson. Similar result. Thompson taking it from just outside the off stump onto the leg side, this time mid-on fields for no run.
Just the 1 century, scored it last season against Leicestershire when he shared a record-breaking, I think it was 7th wicket stand with Brooke Guest, who was batting lower down. But he was messed around a lot last season. He was a number 3 batsman at the start of last season for no apparent reason.
Here comes Clark once again to Thompson, who plays this one a bit more straighter and fielded by the bowler.
Then they moved him down to 7. Then they dropped him. Then Finn Hudson-Prentice left. And they thought, we've got a spot for an all-rounder here.
Right.
He found his mojo at Lords in a good knock of, I think it was 48 with the bat. Started to bowl, started to pick up wickets, and now he's an automatic choice.
Clark on his way once again. Bit shorter this time on the pads, and I don't think there's any bat on that one as the batter's taken another single to the leg side. Umpire signals leg by. Yeah, Adrian was explaining he got 49 not out against Sussex last season.
Dahl
did, yeah. Yeah, so he's got some previous against Sussex, which is always good going into the game.
Well, they've now overtaken, I'm fairly confident, the highest first innings score from last season, which was against Sussex in the last game of last season. No, they haven't. 465 is that particular target.
Clark past the umpire. Short and wide outside off stump, and this is guided beautifully by Dahl. A late cut, and that was really enjoyed in front of the members' pavilion. I'm talking about the crowd. Where do you think we are compared to yesterday?
I think we're more. I think we've got more in today than we had yesterday. The seats in front of the bar over on the far side have got more people in. Certainly, I think there are more people in front of the players' pavilion as well, away to the left-hand side.
It's louder, isn't it? It's not loud, of course it's not, but there's a bit more of a hum.
Yeah.
Yesterday it was great.
And that's lunch.
Oh, it is. Happy days.
So that's lunch. So what we'll do is, sorry, James, I cut you off in your prime there. We'll talk about the crowd this afternoon, shall we? Give us something to talk about while we wait for Derbyshire to declare. Lunch, Thompson has 17, Dahl has 17. They're 437 for 6 at lunch. The highlight, obviously, Sean Masood's 239. And we will return online and via the BBC Sport website and app and on the club stream in around about 40 minutes after we've fed our faces. by Alex Thompson out into the offside. There's no run. 4:37 for 6, as it was at lunch. Nice lunch. Did you enjoy that?
Beef.
Nice, wasn't it?
Very nice. Didn't need any condiments either.
We get royally looked after here.
Yeah, I must say the hospitality
Yeah,
at Derbyshire's been outstanding so far.
It's better than Lord's. Much better than Lord's. Crocombe bowls. It's driven straight back to him by Thompson. And again, there's no run. Men out this morning when Madsen first to go, 111. Leas Deploy never looked settled, 6 from 14. Lewis Rees, who had the physio out to him when he appeared to hurt a knee. I'm not entirely sure if it's the same knee that he had the operation on in the closed season. He also had an operation on his shoulder. He was out for 7, and Shan Masood for 239 as his next delivery is driven out into the offside. Alex Thompson plays it to Pujara, who has a shy at the stumps and misses. It's almost like Alex Thompson's being used as a moving coconut shy because they keep throwing the ball at him. That one missed him, fortunately. The one earlier on today hit his right wrist, which troubled me greatly.
It's understandable how he might get hit because he's such a big
He's
unit.
a big target, isn't he? Yeah, it's a big
unit.
target. Absolutely. Absolutely.
What should we expect from him with the ball? It's clear what he's going to. He's a ploy with the bat. What's he like as a bowler?
He's got wickets already this season. He's quite an attacking off spinner. And there's Dahl waiting now, and he drives this very pleasantly out into the offside. He's thinking about 2. He'd have probably made it, but I'm not sure whether Thompson would have done. So they settle for the single. Dahl pinches the strike. He moves on to 18. Thompson also has 18, and Derbyshire are now 4-3-9 for 6. So they'll open up, and I'm fascinated to see who wins the battle. They will open up with Saranga Lakmal and Sam Connors. And Saranga Lakmal has picked his end as the senior bowler. It's Sam Connors' end, which is our end. So it looks like Sam will have to bowl from the City end. And then we've got Nick Potts, obviously, as the first change, technically, then Anuj Dahl and Alex Thompson. So they're the 5 main bowlers. We did see Leas Deploy bowl for no apparent reason at Lord's, a couple of overs. And I think Wayne Madsen had an over or 2 as well. But Lewis Rees can't bowl at the moment due to those operations that he had in the close season, which takes a huge amount from his game because A, he's a very good bowler, and B, he's a left armour. And I do like to see a left armour in an attack. But at the moment, it's very much 4 right arm medium to quick bowlers and 1 orthodox off spinner.
We've seen that with Sussex, haven't we? It's been much of a muchness, kind of right arm in swing for the majority of the overs, with the exception of the overs of spin from Coles.
There'll be more pace in the Derbyshire attack, though, I reckon.
Well, still, Stephen Finn is back in the attack from the racecourse end. And he's offered a bit of width there for Dahl, who back cuts that down to 3rd man. Nearly takes out Stephen Finn whilst completing that single. I'm not sure Stephen Finn would come off very well from a collision at the moment.
No.
Did see him in the interval signing some autographs for some of the young children in front of the High Performance Centre, which was good to see.
It's brilliant, isn't it? Brilliant.
You just don't get that with other sports, do you?
No.
That intimacy and that sense of just connection with the community, it's really cool. Bit of a conflab here as Finn turns around and sets about entering the crease up past the umpire. Thompson plays across that one, hits him on the pad, but it looks like it's angling down the leg side. Yeah, we've certainly not seen Stephen Finn full fitness, or I don't know whether, certainly carrying some form of niggle. Finn's on his way again. Nice and full this time, and driven down the ground through the onside from Thompson. Slight whip of the wrists at the end of that shot, and it didn't take very long to hit the advertising hoardings, and Captain Haynes trots along to collect the ball. with a slight eye roll, and I think that's the epitome of this innings from a bowling point of view for Sussex.
What tickled me was that Stephen Finn stayed at the end of his follow-through for a long time, staring back down the track, and immediately said, come out of slip, Tom will come out of slip and go into a very straight, shortish mid-on. So this next one's going to be edged through where first slip would be for 4 runs, I fancy.
Well, let's see. Finn's on his way, up past the umpire, right arm over the wicket, and he does streakily edge it through third man, and it's 4 more.
Thank you very much. It's all about reading the game, James. It's all about reading the game. It wasn't quite the shot I was expecting necessarily, but there are, on a cricket pitch, there might be 2, but there's certainly 1 fielder less than you really need. There's always a gap somewhere, isn't there? There's always a gap somewhere, and it's a matter of the batsman finding that gap, and then the fielders making sure that they don't follow the ball as it finds the gaps, because you can go chasing it if you're not careful.
Well, that's exactly what Finn's done there, which goes against his experience, really. As he comes in again, right arm over the wicket. This time he pegs his length back a little bit, but he's square driven off the back foot through cover point, and Thompson will take 1. Yeah, that was a good ball that he's induced an edge to. He's bowling in the right areas, but he's set the field for that slightly bottom-handed drive that, control your controllables. I'm a bit surprised by Finn's kind of...
almost a lack of confidence in his own bowling, though, isn't it? Because he's not 100%, and he clearly isn't 100%, and it's a shame to see it, but your confidence just starts to dip.
It does indeed, as Finn comes in again. Back of a length again, cut away by Dahl, but he finds the backward point fielder this time. Dahl's a real punchy player, isn't he? He seems to have so much time to access that ball. He's played some lovely shots square of the wicket, those wristy shots that are synonymous with players of subcontinental descent, and then those lovely, quick on that square cut as well, isn't he?
I think he's a really good cricketer. He found his mojo at Lords, as I was saying earlier, when he got into the late 40s last season. He made the 49 as well. He got the big century, or the century, his first in the big partnership here with Brooke Guest, but he only came to the fore when Finn Hudson-Prentice left, and he was basically told, well, Finney's not here anymore, you're the all-rounder, and he said, I knew my role in the team. He didn't really have a role in the team prior to that. Now he's got one. He's been told by Mickey Arthur he's to lead the fielders, if you like. He's the one who they all follow because he's such a good fielder. But he's also third change, medium pace, a bit quicker than he looks, and can clearly hold a bat. As Henry Crocombe begins a new over, and that's pulled around the corner. Short delivery. There's not much merit in a short delivery. They've only got 1 though, because the ball is fielded down there away to our left-hand side by James Coles. And the 450 is up for Derbyshire. 450 for 6. With Dahl moving on to 19.
Yeah, that would be massive for Dahl, just to know that, have that clarity of his role in the team. We've experienced that through, the inauguration of professional women's cricket, having clarity of who's in the squad, what your role is.
Crocombe's next delivery is played off the back foot, a little bit edgishly down to a backward point. He thinks about coming back for the second as Dahl, but it's not there. And they settle for 1. Dahl moves on to 20. Thompson has 28. 451 for 6. I have no idea what I'm doing most of the time, though. So.
But, and we don't always get it right. You've got to manage 15 to 20, sometimes 25 players plus staff. Only 11 can play. Injuries happen, travel, hotel stays, rain.
Crocombe's next delivery is turned into the leg side by Alex Thompson. He picks up another single. Still going along at just shy, slightly less than a runner ball, Thompson. That's 29 from 30, I believe it is. And Dahl has 20 from 17. The partnership, 42 from 44, which is pretty much what you would hope for, I would suggest, from a 7th wicket stand between the 2 remaining players who can actually hold a bat. Crocombe is in again, and this one is pushed out into the offside. It's tip and run. Crocombe's absolutely infuriated. He throws his arms up in the air, and Dahl just gives his thumbs up to Thompson. Moves to 22, 454 for 6. It's a perfect... They already had a good partnership down at just shy of 100 down at Lords. And it sort of shows that they batted together, doesn't it? Because it's a bit of tip and run, and they know when to go and when not to go. It seems perfect to me. There's another short ball pulled into the leg side And the fielder down there once again is James Coles. It's another single. Thompson moves to 30 from 31, 454 for 6.
Yeah, well, as cricketing cliches go, partnerships are huge. And I think there's nothing worse than, getting half your wickets and then another partnership is formed. And I think back to the Adam Gilchrist and Damien Martin at 6 and 7 in that team,
Crocombe's next delivery is pushed into the offside. There is no run as it goes straight to the man at backward point, Tom Alsop.
On the odd chance that England got Australia 220 for 5 during my childhood, and then Gilchrist and Martin get a century apiece and they get 400, 500.
Gilchrist has ruined cricket for every other wicketkeeper who's ever picked up the gloves, though, hasn't he? Because everybody wants another Adam Gilchrist, and quite frankly, the chances of there being another anytime soon are fairly slim.
That is true, especially if you're an Australian wicketkeeper as well.
Yeah.
I think Quinton de Kock's probably the closest to a Gilchrist in some ways.
I would think so.
Although he's not playing Test cricket anymore.
No, he's retired from that. He opens the batting, I think, in the one-day stuff, doesn't he?
He does. It's a great loss to the red ball game. Stephen Finn's on his way, and he's on the money this time as Thompson plays a more conventional forward defensive to extra cover. No slip though. We've got a third man, a deep backward point. That catcher on the short drive on the leg side has now gone into a regulation backward point. So it looks like Finn's looking to just bowl one side of the wicket here on the offside. Well, he's got 2 catches on the deep on the leg side as he's past the umpire again. And that is an incredible shot on the up from Thompson. It was by no means short, and it was by no means full, and he's just kind of snapped his hands through that and mid-off escorts it to the boundary.
Beautiful. I mean, the boy's a player. I don't think there's any doubt. And this is a man who, he's only playing in his 20th first-class match. Interesting character, was at Warwickshire. Wasn't going to make it. He felt teacher training, has a degree for his PE teaching. Went to Durham, didn't play.
Finn's in again, and this time induces the edge from Thompson, but it's controlled and it goes down to third man for a single. The beauty of this partnership is you've got a short man who makes full balls look short, and you've got a big man who's made that good length ball look fuller than what it was, and could snap his hands through it and hit through and on top of the bounce. That was, in terms of cat and mouse, you'd say that Sussex won the session this morning, and now his partnership's kind of starting to kind of grate on them as Finn comes in again over the wicket past the umpire. Slight leading edge there from Dahl, but he steals another single. Lovely telepathy by these two,
Isn't there? Yeah.
You can tell I'm a batter, can't you?
Well, I'd want these two to be best mates as well. Look at them. Is that a 50 partnership? It is the 50 partnership already. 51 deliveries. Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
I've tried to be balanced, talked about the positives of a young Sussex bowling attack and take the positives out of a difficult couple of days, but it's hard to not wax lyrical about batting partnerships like this. As Finn's in over the wicket, and it's whipped off his hip this time, Thompson through mid-wicket. They're going to get back for 2. It's a good piece of fielding, to be fair, by the outfielder out there. Who's that? Ali Orr. But he can't cut off the 2. They're looking really dejected now, Sussex.
Yeah, they are. It's been a tough 4 and a bit sessions so far for these Sussex players.
In comes Finn to Thompson. Bit straighter this time. Thompson will be disappointed there. Just missed out as it hits him on the thigh pad. And that completes another over from Stephen Finn. 4-6-2 for 6.
You wonder what kind of figure, if indeed they do have a figure in mind, because once one of these two, or if one of these two goes, then it really does expose what is as long a tail as any county championship side. You would respectfully suggest Sam Connors can hang around. Sungar Lakmal didn't look like he'd ever held a bat. Clearly he has, but at Lords he looked all at sea, although he wasn't out. He was not out. And we haven't seen Nick Potts yet, but if he's coming in at 11 or down on the card, he may well yet come in at 9, who knows? Who knows? I doubt it, though. I doubt it.
I think there's a psychology piece now as well, isn't there, with this partnership? You know, some kind of foot on the throat, demoralising kind of situation at the moment.
Keep it going. There's a pulled shot from Dahl out towards the square leg boundary. There's only one, though, because, again, it's fielded out there by James Coles, the 18-year-old, with his sun hat.
Whereas if one departs, do you declare? And there's a bit of a psychology of we've declared on you, you know, and actually protect the 3 number 11s, as you put it. And
I am fairly certain, David Griffin told me this morning, it was not too many more than 100 times Derbyshire have declared their first innings in their history.
Wow.
Which I found staggering. The other staggering thing that he's told us at lunch, which I've just remembered, Thompson waits and Crocombe bowls. That one is mistimed into the onside by the Derbyshire off spinner. Is that century from Wayne Madsen today was his first in the championship here since September 2016, which is quite staggering. I will have seen that one. It was.
You know, for a top order batsman on a good batting surface, you'd think they'd score more hundreds.
Wouldn't he just? He got one last season. That was down at Hove. Crocombe bowls. That one is guided to the man at backward point who misfields. Tom Allsop, concrete hands there.
Nevertheless, it was a perfect foil, wasn't it, for Masood, the way that Madsen played his innings and how watchful he was. Not too many boundaries, but incredible running and manoeuvring the ball.
Just 32 from his 111 from boundaries. I didn't write down how many Sean Masood hit.
Lost count, maybe.
This next delivery is a short one, and it's played interestingly down into the ground by Alex Thompson. Once again, in from the boundary comes Coles to do the fielding.
Well, Thompson has to get his almost like an extender bat out then to play that one like a kaleidoscope. It was that high above him, and he's a tall man to begin with,
isn't he? Yeah, no, he's, I say, 6'5" at least. I think he might be 6'6". Keen angler, likes his fishing. I think he owns dash hounds, if that's how you say it, sausage dogs. Dahl pulls this one into the leg side. Now that's in front of square. There's a chase on there for the fielder who does well out there in the deep coals, but they're going to come back for a second. That's good run. Now then, that's interesting. The throw actually hit the stumps. Dahl was in. He's moved on to 27. Derbyshire 468 for 6.
And this is my point around that length piece. That didn't look too short from Crocombe. He's had a tendency to bang the odd one in, but against the shorter man in Dahl, he's played that with ease.
It's Crocombe again. City end bowls to Dahl, who drives for 4 runs. That is glorious from Dahl up towards sort of wide, long on. That is beautiful as it goes over the rope in front of the members' pavilion. He moves on to 29 and Derbyshire to 470 for 6.
That just encapsulates the Sussex bowling innings, really. Impatient, getting too straight. And the class of Dahl shines through there. Lovely balance as he works that through the onside. I don't think there's a more rewarding shot to play than when you can actually time one on the up through the leg side.
That was beautiful. Beautiful from Dahl. He's my favourite cricketer, I think. I mean, Sean Masood is... Dahl, the way psychologically he must be so strong, because he was messed about horribly last season, and he's still come back and proved to those people who thought he could play, and including himself, you would imagine, that he can play. And I'm just so pleased for him that he really does look like a proper first-class cricketer now.
Is he a 7 though? Is he a 6 or a 5 maybe?
Well, potentially. He will bowl. He will get through his share of the bowling as well. No, medium pace. Yeah, a bit of medium pace. Quicker than he looks.
Yeah.
And because he's only short, he's quite skiddy.
Interesting. We've got a bowling change.
Coles
is back on.
Young Coles. That means you might rattle through this over, but you'll have to carry on because I'm going to do an update in a moment.
No problem. I'm pleased Coles has got a couple of wickets while I was off air as well. I think he's toiled away, considering. He's come left arm over the wicket to the right-hander. Reverse sweep from Thompson. He gets a good contact on this, and this should run away for 4 in front of the members' pavilion. It does. Well, I've just cursed poor Coles there. But great bit of creativity there from Thompson on the reverse sweep.
I still think he's been unfortunate, Coles. I think he's bowled better than 2 for 110. But what do I know?
Well, I think the encouraging thing is we're not going to produce spinners in England if spinners don't bowl. And on day 1 and 2, you have to be a defensive spinner. And he's done that. He's done his job, to be fair.
Thompson will do that really well.
In comes Coles again. Thompson this time down the track, trying to work onto the leg side this time. Doesn't make contact. The pad gets in the way and there's no run. I think this is going to be a bit of a battle of the 2 spinners, this contest. Coles in, over the wicket. Bit of flight this time. Bit of a slap across the line. Down on one knee is Thompson. Gets a single. No change to the field as it stands. Dahl is on strike. Same ploy, over the wicket. Deep in his crease, hits it square, straight to the man, no run. Where are the boundary riders now? Then we've got a long on and a long off. As Coles is in, over the wicket, down the track, dipped into the mid-wicket area, and it's another single. He's very deft, is Dahl. Good player. Both sides of the wicket, deep in the crease, down the track. In comes Coles, over the wicket to Thompson, down the track again. And he's jammed this one, and it's bounced over the bowler. And long on will field, and could have them coming back for 2. That's the over bowled for Coles. So Derbyshire are 4-7-6, my apologies, for 6 wickets. And we've had 130 overs. So 62 remain today. How many overs are Sussex going to have to bat today?
Well, it's whether they declare before tea or a couple of overs after tea, I reckon. I think that'll be the... by the time they get there, there'll be 5:30, 5:40. More, probably. They've got lots of time. Under 192 overs plus these 62. There's lots of overs.
While these 2 have got this momentum, I think you've got to maximise that opportunity for more players to get runs and build these partnerships.
Crocombe is in, and that one's pushed out into the offside by Thompson, and there's no run out. There's a little flashback there, because in my ears I could hear the Sports Scene theme, which is a programme that I would ordinarily be on at this time on a Good Friday, because Burton are playing up at Accrington. Look to Noah, the rest of the team. Noah doing a sterling job in my place. Good kid, really good kid. Here is Crocombe again, in and bowls. That one is, wow, just swiped up towards the members' pavilion for 4 runs. It wasn't really a drive, and it wasn't square enough to be a pull. It was a swipe out to cow corner, and Thompson moves on to 48, which I believe equals his high score in first-class cricket. He's yet to get a half-century, which I find remarkable, but then again, he's only played 20 matches so far, including this one. So he now has beaten his previous high score, which was 46.
I think that was a back-of-the-hand slower ball, just looking at the replay from Crocombe, which is all well and good. You've got to set the field accordingly, really, if you're going to do that in red ball cricket.
There is Crocombe then bowling to Alex Thompson on 48. And he has a swipe at that one outside the off stump as well. And the ball goes through to the keeper. I'll just let everybody know that I don't have cue anymore, which is a concern if they come and throw to me, because I won't be able to hear them. I believe I've got an update to 2:10, but that would be a very movable feast in a sports programme. Well, there we go. Got it back. 481 for 6. Next delivery is down the leg side, not too far away from leg stump. They think about going through for a bye. They decline that opportunity as Rizwan removes his right glove, fetches the ball and hurls it back.
3 balls left in this over. 2 balls left in this over for Thompson to try and bring up this maiden 50.
I hope he gets there. I think there's no reason why he shouldn't now.
Well, there's runs everywhere, isn't there? The field is spread.
Yeah.
As Crocombe aborts his run up on that one.
He's worried he didn't know where to put it. That last one scooted along the floor, but it was very full, probably in the foot marks. He bowls, and that one is pulled into the leg side. And there it is, half century for Alex Thompson. He's first in first-class cricket. The ball races away to the boundary. Things just go from better to even better for Derbyshire. We've seen a double century from Shan Masood. We've seen a century from Wayne Madsen. Now a half century, the first of his career from Alex Thompson. 48 deliveries. And that was his 7th for Derbyshire. Move on to 485 for 6.
That wasn't a maiden 50. You know, on the eye, it was so dismissive. That wasn't the character of a player who's not scored a first-class 50 before.
Next delivery is way wider than but will be signalled wide. That's the second one we've seen. I'm not sure if Crocombe bowled the first or not, but it was certainly from that far end, which is very disappointing. Very disappointing. Only one change for Burton. That's interesting. And Umar Nias plays the £15 million man who was signed by Everton from Lokomotiv Moscow all those years ago, signed by Burton. Just after the end of the January transfer window, he was training with the North West Counties League side. He is brilliant. Brilliant.
And once received a £15 million.
Everton paid him. He's bowled him. Went for the big heave into the leg side. Leg stump's gone cartwheeling out. And that is the end of Alex Thompson. A real shame that he couldn't go on and make more, but he's got his first half century in first-class cricket. And he has been dismissed. Bowled by Crocombe for 52. Derbyshire 486 for 8 now.
He's done his job there, though, Thompson, and he's been really selfless there, continuing to press on with the tempo. He's unfortunately lost his leg stump in the process, but trying to move the game on forward for Derbyshire in the right vein.
49 deliveries by the look of it in total. Belated details of his half century from John Brown next door. And
who's number 9?
I think it might be Nick Potts, you know. It looks too tall to be Sam Connors. That'd be quite a boost for the young man, wouldn't it? Right, we've got the 3 of you here. Well, we Potsy, we think you. Caractacus, off you go. He's not called Caractacus. There's only 2 people in the entire world call him Caractacus. That's me and David Griffin. He has no idea who Caractacus Potts is. Do you?
No.
Oh, no.
You're going to have to indulge me.
He was the inventor in Chitty Bang Bang. Ian Fleming's magnificent book that was turned into an equally magnificent musical.
I'll take your word for it.
Thank you very much. If I'd known you hadn't seen it, I'd have brought the DVD in. I wouldn't, because I didn't go home. But next time we're working together, I'll make sure.
There's one built into this monitor that doesn't work.
So. Oh, well, we could use that. At least we could use it for something. It is indeed.
It's always an education here on the BBC.
Educate, inform and entertain. It is Nick Potts, who's coming at number 9.
Anyway, Coles is going to continue left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Dahl, who back cuts again for another 2. And there's going to be an overthrow here, so they're going to come back for 3. And there's a few vacant looks at one another there.
It's not a good look all round, is it, from Sussex at the moment? They look fairly ragged now, and that can seep into your batting, can't it? Opening batsmen go out, and if you're not quite right,
that's my concern for the batters union for sure. Coles has opted to come round the wicket now after just 1 ball of this over, which I think is a much more positive move, especially against the new batter. And a couple of the straight boundary riders in mid-on and mid-off are in on the 1 now. I say in on the 1, they've fumbled a few this morning, but there's quite a lot of movement now.
Slip.
got a slip. Is Potts good enough to nick it? That's the question.
I've never seen him bat.
Here he comes, round the wicket, down the track, first ball.
I tell you what. What's he doing? Have a look, Nick, have a look.
Well, that was a good bit of foot movement,
Yeah.
and he's driven it to mid-off. Unfortunately, no run. I don't think he's going to die wondering. As Coles is around the wicket again, and that is a very, very wide ball, and the umpire will inform the scorers as well. Ball back in hand for
3
Coles.
wides, I mean, in first-class cricket.
Coles in again, bit straighter this time, and worked round the corner by Potts. So that'll be his first 2 runs in first-class cricket.
Nicely done. Poor ball, really. Bit of a half-tracker down the...
He's tried to bowl a bit quicker there, hasn't he? And
I think Derbyshire are going to declare it when this wicket falls. Because at the moment...
Coles is in, and a bit of a slap again across the line from this time Potts, mid-wicket fields.
Saranga Lakmal and Sam Connors are currently going through their bowling warm-ups on the edge of the field. Does that not suggest that they're going to declare fairly soon?
I'm sure it does. Could you talk us through some of these exercises that they're doing over there?
It's just lots of rubber band work.
Down the track this time, Potts to Coles, and they steal a single. I think it'll be a leg by. Yep, the umpire signals leg by.
Saranga Lakmal looks like one of those 1970s birds that used to bow and peck at water. And I've no idea what Sam Connors is doing. He's got the elastic band round his legs and doing something.
Coles over the wicket again. And driven straight down the ground. And it'll hit the side screen. That was a beautiful shot from Dahl. Negative lines from Coles coming over the wicket, but Dahl's managed to make that a half volley and straight past the bowler. There's nothing more satisfying than the ball hitting the side screen, is there?
Beautiful. Beautiful. So 3 away from the 500. Wouldn't it be nice if they came to me now? Go on. Go on. Excellent. I'm ready when you are, Colin. Sis mentioned going for a check at the cricket. Derbyshire could get to 500 while Colin's with us, which would be sensational. Nick Potts, 2 from 4. Anuj Dahl, 37 from 27. So he's starting to get a bit of a mood on, but it'll be Potts on strike, and I think they're going to declare the moment the next wicket falls. No need to send Sam Connors or Saranga Lakmal. I did Potts a disservice. They're down to 2 number 11s for me now. I think Potts has looked okay. It looks like he can handle himself out there in the middle.
Yeah, he's a number 8, based on what we've seen so far. 2 off 4 balls.
Crow comes in and bowls 2, and he defends this one very competently out into the offside.
He's solid, isn't he?
Yeah.
I think it's fair that he's come in at 9.
Oh, I do. Yes. No. Well, based on what I've seen of the other time, I've seen quite a bit of Sam Connors who can hang around, but I don't think he's got many shots.
And to be fair, it's clear what the agenda is as well. Even if he was an 11, those 2 are going to open
open the bowling.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Next delivery is pulled around the corner by Potts. He didn't really time it. That might help him. How quick is he? Not quick enough to get back for a second. So he moves on to 3. 498 for 7. Poor old Anuj Dahl. I don't think there's enough time for him to get to a half century here, but he knows what he's doing as far as the team is concerned. That's what I was trying to get out there.
So Fletcher telling me you're not using these stretchy bands and medicine balls before you warm up?
Never used a stretchy band in my life. You may be surprised to know. Dahl waits, Crocombe bowls, and he's just slapped this down towards third man. They don't get back for the second, so they're on 499 for 7 now.
You just use bands to keep you together, maybe.
Yeah, sellotape and anything really.
Well, he's only 3 hits or 2 maximums from reaching a 50, so it's not completely out the equation just yet.
Doesn't want Potts to get out here, though, does he? Potts is, wow, there's a big shot. It's out towards the members' pavilion. It's the first 6 of the match. Terrific blow by Nick Potts. And he brings up the 500 for Derbyshire with a magnificent blow. Oh no, I thought we were going to do the update. I'm sorry, I hate doing hand signals because it seems very rude. But it is. No, can I just switch you off a moment? We're just going to do an update for listeners over on FM and AM. Crocom's in again, bowls, and that one is pulled. Misses it. Yes, Colin, they've just passed 500. 505 for 7, and they passed it with a magnificent 6 from Nick Potts on his Derbyshire debut. He's come in at number 9, and he's made 9 runs from 8 balls, including that superb 6 out towards Cow Corner, in fairness, but he hit it pretty well. Anish Dahl's on 38 from 28, the only man out this afternoon. Alex Thompson, maiden first-class half-century for him. He was bowled by Henry Crocombe for 52. This morning, a century from Wayne Madsen. He's 33rd in first-class cricket. A 6 from Lewis Deploy and 7 from Lewis Rees. Shan Masood made 239. The innings may well be over now, though, as the ball is hit out into the leg side by Potts. He's caught, and Derbyshire have declared their first innings on 505 for 8. And in 10 minutes' time, Sussex will start their first innings. And what we're going to do, we're going to take, that was a catch out in the deep. Nick Potts unable to get proper connection on that one, really. We'll take a short break now, and we'll be back for the start of the Sussex innings with Derbyshire having declared on 505 for 8. Oh, I know what's happening. There's a glare off the. You see the sheet at the far end, it's glaring, and I don't think the batsman like that. The umpire saying, just get on with it. Nobody else has complained.
Yeah.
Here comes Adrian.
It's hard to tell how tall that is from this vantage point.
Yeah. Oh, just get on with it. They're so precious, aren't they? So precious. There we go.
They are indeed. Well, Connors is on his way, nevertheless. Bit of a skip in his run up over the wicket to left-handed Haynes and down the ground. Beautifully timed shot from the skipper Tom Haynes. Just goes inside the left hand of mid-off, and he's not stopping that.
Bombarded by Derbyshire people in there now, eh? Unbelievable.
Oh, sorry, it's nearly choked on my water before I had to mute myself. But Connors is on his way again to the skipper Haynes. Slightly shorter this time, and Haynes has a slash at that.
Poor shot.
He doesn't get anywhere near it, fortunately for him, but he needs to probably be a bit more watchful with those deliveries.
He's going to come to us in a moment. Sorry, yeah, I'm standing by, but he's going to ask another question. I'm sorry, it's carnage. Do you want to swap with Adrian now?
Yep.
Is that all right? You swap with Adrian, and then we can. Somebody's coughing. This one is down the leg side and missed by Haynes. It's 14 without loss in reply to 505 for 8 declared. Adrian is coming in alongside me. And Adrian, in a moment, they're going to pass to us. We're going to do a couple of overs live on the radio, proper radio.
Are we?
How exciting is that? He's not that excited. Obviously, Sam Connors bowls all over the slip fielders. A jump there from Lewis Rees, didn't get there. Haynes gets away with one. The ball does race down to the boundary. It's now 18 without loss, and Haynes is on 8. But that's a let off for Haynes.
Well, he played a beautiful shot through mid-off, didn't he, Tom Haynes? And he played a sort of a wafty, airy shot outside of his off stump, and he's got away with one there.
He's not normally a slip fielder, Lewis Rees. I don't think he could have got there anyway. Did leap up, but normally Lewis Deploy would be in the slips. He's at short leg under the helmet. Whether or not that makes a difference, I'm not sure. As Sam Connors is in, and that's off an edge and dropped by Wayne Madsen. Haynes does get a life. Madsen drops him at second slip. We're going to be joined now by listeners to FM as well. Colin Gibson just setting things up. Sussex 18 without loss after just a couple of overs of their reply to that 505 for 8 declared scored by Derbyshire, but they've just had a let off. We've just seen their skipper Tom Haynes edge a ball to second slip. Wayne Madsen usually so safe with those big hands of his, but he couldn't cling on, put the ball down, which is why Sussex are yet to lose a wicket. Saranga Lakmal's going to bowl from the racecourse end. The Sri Lankan test player recently retired. He bowls, and that's off a leading edge out into the offside off the bat of Ali Orr. And there is no run. But, Adrian Harms from BBC Sussex alongside me on commentary. That's a big let-off, isn't it? You don't want to be dropping Haynes too many times.
No, huge let-off. Leading run scorer anywhere in the county championship last season, Dave. He started off this season with a half-century as well last week against Nottinghamshire. But I mean, he's been out in the field a long time, Tom, hasn't he? 23, he's trying to marshal the troops, so he'd be pleased to get a let-off.
Or waits, and Lakmal bowls down the leg side. Poor delivery, moving across to his right goes but Guest, the Derbyshire wicketkeeper. Story of the day, well, if you haven't already heard, a double 100 overnight from Shan Masood. 201 he began on, he went on to make 239. But he was the 4th wicket to fall this morning when Madsen out for 111, his 33rd century of his career. Lewis Rees making 7, Lewis Deploy making 6. And then after lunch, Alex Thompson very, very bright and breezy 52. His first-class half-century, just 49 deliveries. And Nick Potts hit the only 6 that we've seen so far up into the members' pavilion. He made 9 from 9 balls. Here goes Lackmal again, around the wicket, balls to order, leaves alone, and it goes through to the wicket-keeper. There's no run. Madsen Dahl was the not-out batsman, 38. 505 for 8 declared, as Colin said. It's a mammoth task for Sussex to keep themselves in this game. They scored an awful lot of runs, Derbyshire, between lunch and the declaration, didn't they?
Well, they did. And, I mean, those 500 runs, coming, 133 overs, Fletch. So they were rattling on at the best part of 4 and over for pretty much the whole innings.
Yes, those of us who watch Derbyshire on a regular basis can barely believe what we're watching at the moment. 3 slips in place. Lackmal goes in, and that one is turned into the leg side by Orr. He picks up a single as the wicketkeeper Brooke Guest retrieves the ball. He moves on to 5. Haynes has 8, 19 without loss. You listen to BBC Radio Derby sports scene. Colin Gibson live at the Wham Stadium, which is absolute nonsense. It's the Crown Ground up in Accrington for Accrington Stanley against Burton Albion. Later on today, of course, Derby County taking on Fulham at Pride Park in a big game. And I know somebody who's going.
Shh. I'm a neutral.
He's going to sneak in under the cover of a large coat. Haynes waits as Lackmal around the wicket bowls. 2 minutes, a good leave, possibly. He was certainly trying to give the impression that he left it because he pulled his bat inside the line, potentially after the ball had gone through to the wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. The 3 slips are Alex Thompson at first, Wayne Madsen at second, and Lewis Rees at third, which is a bit of a departure. Ordinarily, that would be Lewis Deploy, but he's at short leg. Nick Potts is in the covers because Madsen Dahl is where he always is at point. Such a good field. And Billy Godleman at mid-off, Shan Massoud at mid-on, and Sam Connors down at long leg as Lackmal around the wicket bowls, and that one is turned into the leg side. Lewis Deploy has to duck there for fear of getting hit by the ball. And the batsmen come back for 2 runs, and Haynes moves into double figures. He's on 10, Orr has 4, and after 3 overs of the Sussex first innings, they are 21 without loss, which means they still trail by 484.
The Crown Ground, actually, from memory, Dave, it's got quite a low commentary position, has it? In the first couple of rows of seats. I've commentated on a couple of games up there down the years.
You're about a yard and a half from the touchline.
You are, absolutely, yeah.
A yard and a half. I think we've left proper radio now. They didn't trust us.
We can relax then.
Yes, that's all right. We can relax to the degree where I'm going to get off and bring James back in, if that's all right with you.
Absolutely. Well, it's going to be Sam Connors. So Sussex have very quickly moved on to 21 without loss, but not without alarm. Tom Haynes put down when he was on just 8 by Wayne Madsen in the slips. And Sam Connors is waiting at the city end of ground. There are 3 slips, a backward point, a mid-off on the offside as in comes Connors over the wicket, bowls, and all. It's that one pass by outside of the off stump, taken by behind the stumps by Brooke Guest. And there is no run. So yeah, 3 slips, point mid-off. There's a mid-on, a short leg, a mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Sussex, in reply to this mammoth Derbyshire total of 505 for 8 declared. We were saying they were rattling along at pretty much 4 and over all the way through the innings. As in comes Connors and bowls and or play. Well, if that came off the thigh pad, we'll have to wait and see for the umpire's signal. Indeed, it was a leg by. The Sussex score advances by 1, 22 without loss. James back with me, and you know we were discussing a bit earlier on, you know, what Derbyshire might do in this game, and they were very aggressive after lunch, weren't they?
They were indeed. I think they've set this up quite nicely now. You know, 1.5 sessions to, you know, try and make some inroads. You know, from a Derbyshire point of view on the Sussex batting lineup.
Connors in, bowls wide of the off stump. He's got a yard of pace, hasn't he, Sam Connors? The ball thumps into the gloves of Brooke Guest, and there is no run.
Yeah, very assertive, and a bit of shape from both of these bowlers so far, but with the exception of that nick and the chance going down, Orr and Haynes have been rather watchful.
Yep. Well, it's a good track, isn't it? You don't make 239 on a poor pitch, and it's a good batting pitch. So no reason at all why Sussex can't bat long, which they're going to need to do. Connors in again, bowls wide of the off stump. Tom Haynes watchful, and it's the ball sail past outside the off stump, taken by Guest. Again, there is no run.
I guess the one thing that Derbyshire can do is, with the runs on the board, is they can afford to be a little bit more aggressive, keep the stumps in play for longer. They've got a short leg in place at the moment, 3 slips, lots of runs to play with. So they can dangle a few carrots at Sussex here, and they might leak a few runs, but that's okay.
Yeah. Connors again, bright sunshine here in Derby, over the wicket bowls. Haynes again lets that one go outside of the stump. He's just probing outside of that off stump is Sam Connors. Tom Haynes not to be tempted in this over. He was in the previous over when he was put down by the normally very reliable Madsen at second slip. I think he'd be disappointed to have put that down. It went quickly, but I think at this level, it was a nice height.
Well, absolutely. You've got to take your chances, and when they present themselves, there's not been many chances in the whole game. As you say, the batting conditions have been very, very friendly, so when the chances present themselves, you've got to take them.
Connors again, bowls again, just outside of the off stump. Again, Haynes doesn't have to play. Perhaps that's the only criticism of Sam Connors in that over, that with the new ball, you're expecting the batsman to have to play, and he didn't play pretty much every delivery in that over. 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 8.
Yeah, it looks like Connors can shape the ball across the left-handers. The first over, he looked like it went out the hand and was coming into the left-handers, but it looks like he's got the ability to do both ways, which is good. Keeps the batters guessing. So you might just use that ploy of going across now, and then maybe bring one back in and bring the stumps and LBW into play. Whereas Lackmal seems to be very much out the hand, traditional away swing, in swing to the left-handers, of course. And he's opted to come round the wicket, which I find interesting, because with the angle, it's probably difficult to get an LBW decision. But he's on his way now, the Sri Lankan international. And down the leg side, that swing I talk about has just taken place. He's swung right out the hand, down the leg side, and the keeper has to go down and retrieve that. But no run.
We'll bring you up to date with other scores around the country in a moment's time. That's in between balls. Glamorgan 163 for 3 at Trent Bridge after Knots wide out for 302. That's Sam North East. I think that could be a decent signing, for Glamorgan. He's 58 not out.
It's paying off so far. Lackmal's on his way from the racecourse end, round the wicket. Or just stands tall in his crease and pats that one back.
Leicestershire was 31 without loss in reply to Durham's 428, in which David Beddingham made 191, Sean Dixon 120 for Durham. So between the others, they didn't make too many, but those two certainly have. So Leicester 31 without loss in reply. They're the only just 3 games in the second division in this round of matches. Middlesex not playing, and someone else isn't playing as well. Middlesex and just trying to think who else isn't playing in this round.
Well, Lackmal has changed tact. He's come back over the wicket, which I think is encouraging. Past the umpire now, with shape into left-hander, and Orr is equal in defence as mid-wicket fields that one.
In the first division at Canterbury, Kent just starting their innings after Lancashire made 506 all out. Phil Salt falling just 3 runs short of a century on his debut for Lancashire. He made 97. Did Phil Salt. Lots of wickets down at Taunton. Somerset 12 for 2 in their second innings. Essex bowled out for 180, but Somerset still trailing by 59. So you can't see that game going too much longer. What's happening with the wicket down at Taunton? But 22 wickets already in the match.
Very bowler friendly as Lackmal's on his way past the umpire. Angles this one across the left-hander, and Orr's very watchful and lets that one go.
At Bristol, Yorkshire 166 for 4 in reply to Gloucestershire's 227. Who's in the runs there? Adam Lyth made 52. Harry Brook on 30. David Milan out for 39. And just one other game at the Oval where Surrey are 449 for 9 against Hampshire. Oddie Pope made 127.
That's encouraging from an England point of view.
For sure.
Lackmel approaches the crease. And he squares up or here, but he plays it late enough that it goes to ground, but it goes between gully and backward point. They'll scurry back for 2.
Good bit of fielding, actually.
It was indeed. Asking questions, much more questions of the batters from coming over the wicket is Saranga Lackmel.
And these two Derbyshire opening bowls are certainly bending their backs, no question about that.
You know, it's evident, isn't there? There's a bit more pace in this Derbyshire attack with the new ball. They might just extract that little bit more bounce out of the surface before the ball goes soft. As Lackmel's on his way once again over the wicket, squares or up again this time. Ball's a little bit more leg side and it strikes him on the thigh pad. There's some oohs and ahs from the Derbyshire fielders. They've certainly got the wind in their sails, haven't they, Adrian?
Well, they have, and you know, I think they were buoyed. I mean, they're already in a strong position, but those few overs between lunch and the declaration. I mean, Alex Thompson 52 in 49 balls, and Nick Potts with a huge 6 that went right over the. I don't know if that's the old pavilion over there with the members all sitting out on the balcony, just rubbing salt in the wounds.
Well, he had sore necks watching that one go over the roof. Lackmel on his way to complete his over the wicket, and Orr is watchful again as Brooke Guest takes that in the symbols. And that's 5 overs gone, 26 for no loss at Sussex. Decent start.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think Sussex will just be relieved. They've been out in the field for an awful long time, and the fact that that is the case, particularly Tom Haynes, the skipper, who's been trying to juggle the bowlers around and just trying to keep a lid on things. Then you've got to go and put the pads on 10 minutes and you're coming out to bat again. Alistair Orr's going wandering off. I think he's just getting rid of his jumper as the 12th man, George Burrows, comes running on. So we've got a bit of a break in play.
Which isn't a particularly good time, because I'm going to leave you all by yourself now as I update listeners over on just before kick-off in the game between Burn and Accrington. It's slightly chaotic here, and James will be back very shortly.
That's quite all right. Do I keep commentating, Fledge?
Absolutely do.
Okay. So Sam Connors is going to carry on from the city. A bit more cloud around Derby this afternoon, but still a very pleasant afternoon. Those watching, it's sort of T-shirts and maybe light jumper weather. Those sitting in the far end of the ground in the city end, as in comes Connors, running towards us. He's in on bowls, and Haynes drives nicely down the ground, 4 runs. Lovely shot by Tom Haynes. He's played 2 very good straight drives, an off drive and now an on drive. He goes to 14 and Sussex to 30 without loss. Nicely played by the Sussex skipper, who seemed to hurt his hand earlier on today, fielding just down below us at mid-on, and he immediately went off for some treatment, but no sign so far that he's batting in any particular discomfort. Left-handed Haynes waits. There's 3 slips and a short leg, and Connors is in. Bowls and Haynes, that's going to be 4 more as well. Lovely played, over-pitched again from Sam Connors on the off stump. And Tom Haynes just drilled that ball away through the covers for 4 more. He goes to 18 and Sussex to 34 without loss. So Sussex with taking advantage of the fact that they're attacking fields here for Derbyshire, which you would expect, having racked up 505 for 8. Sean Masu with that wonderful innings of 239. Wayne Madsen 111, although Madsen has slightly blotted his copybook, dropping a catch at second slip when Tom Haynes was on, just 8, and Sussex were 18 without loss. Off the bowling of Sam Connors, who's standing at the far end with his hands on his hips. Billy Godman has just retrieved the ball, although it's taking a while to get the ball back to Sam Connors. In fact, Godman is walking all the way across the outfield to sort of give the ball to him in person. I'm not sure if he's questioning whether the ball's out of shape or not. No, he's just having a chat to his opening bowler. Field remains the same. 3 slips, 3 on the offside, saving 1. A mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. Connors on his way. Bowls down the leg side, taken by Brooke Guest, low down. And there is no run now. There is going to be, I thought they was going to bring in another slip for a moment. But the field stays as was. contingent of Sussex backroom staff are walking around the outfield at the minute. Michael Yardy, James Kirtley, Grant Flower, the newly installed Sussex batting coach, and Sarah Taylor, all just down below us watching on as Connors comes around the wicket to the left-handed Tom Haynes. He's in and bowls, and Haynes is forward. It's a ball of good length and punches that to mid-off, fielded by Godalman. And there is no run. There's a bit of experience down there. Michael Yardy and James Kirtley. James with his hands in his pockets, watching on. All of them wearing shorts, which will give you an idea of it's certainly not the height of summer, but it's very pleasant in the sunshine. Connors is on his way again, around the wicket bowls, and Haynes clips this one down to fine leg and picks up a single, fielded right down in front of us by Sarunga Lakmal. Gets in the throw, but not before Haynes has gone through for his 19th run. Sussex to 35 without loss. Plenty of chatter out in the field from the Derbyshire players looking to encourage Sam Connors. The two batsmen having a bit of a natter. Alior, the other opener, is on strike. Tom Haynes is 19, have come off 17 balls, which gives you an idea that the Sussex are scoring fairly freely at the moment. But in comes Connors around the wicket bowls, and Orr is forward and plays to mid-on, fielded at mid-on by... Who's fielded that? I'll tell you in a moment's time. End of the over. 35 without loss are Sussex. Tom Haynes on 19, Alior is on 6. In fact, that was fielded by Shan Masood.
Sorry for leaving you for so long there.
Quite all right.
No, that's appalling of me.
Mike Yardy and Grant Flower are now split up from James Kirtley and Sarah Taylor, and they're walking in separate directions. There's a bit of disagreement. I don't think so. Mike Yardy's smiling away. Big West Ham fan is Mike Yardy.
Oh, he'd be pleased.
So he'll be very pleased. Yeah, he'll be looking at flights to Seville if. I don't know if he's that keen, but he's a West Ham fan.
You'd go, wouldn't you?
I do know that. Well, yeah, absolutely. They've been in a European final for donkey's years at West Ham.
65, 66. Sarunga Lakmal in and bowling to Haynes outside the off stump, left alone. Goes through to the keeper.
In fact, I've got a programme for the game, because I know my father went to the game when they won, I think, the Cup Winners' Cup at Wembley in '65, and didn't they beat Munich 1860?
Yes, they did. Yeah.
Are they still called Munich 1860?
They are. They play in the 3rd division now of German football. The Munich's other side.
Yeah, but
slightly less successful younger brother, I think, or older brother, whichever one it is. Lakmal over the wicket, bowls. That was turned into the leg side by Haynes. He'll pick up a single. They move on to 20 from 19 deliveries. They're going along at a fair old click at the moment. These Sussex openers, 6 from 20 to slightly more circumspect, but 36 the partnership off just 39 balls, 36 without loss. Potts standing at, Nick Potts that is, standing at cover, will be getting ready to warm up, no doubt, on the nod from his skipper, Billy Godalman, who's standing at mid-off. Second change bowler will be Anuj Dahl. As Sarunga Lakmal, the Sri Lankan bowls again, good lead from Orr, allows it to go through to Brooke Guest. And there's no run.
I like Alistair Orr. He came into the side last year as an opening batsman. He was only 21 last week. He made his first-class 100 down at Canterbury, and he shows great patience. He's not too bothered if he's doesn't score runs for a while. He made runs last week, second top scorer, 68 he made in the first innings, and then top scored in the second innings against Nottinghamshire last week, when he made 45, I think, in the second innings.
Or defends this one up to Shan Masood, who's filling at mid-on. No, look at you with your notes.
Yeah, 45 he made. I couldn't find it on the page, Fletch.
I set off every season with the intention of writing everything down. Before the end of the first game, I've given up.
Yeah, well, do you know what? Last season was the first season, and only because I managed to find in the stationery cupboard at the studio a decent book to write it all down in. And
Yeah, I really ought to do it because sometimes you say, "What happened last week?" And I go, "I think," and it was only last week. It's Regan Blackwell. A couple of balls left of this over, and it's one that's just tucking Orr up a little bit as he tries to defend it. Still plenty of excitement and chat out there. One more ball left in the over.
I don't know if Alistair's parents are listening. Often his dad does listen to the commentary, so if you are listening, drop us an email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Indeed, so can anybody.
Oh dear, I'm trying to find, there it is. It's on there somewhere. Sorry, here is Blackfowl in from the racecourse end and bowls. Oh, that's an even better leave than the previous good leaves, because that didn't miss the off stump by much. Well batted by Ali Orr. The ball goes through to the keeper, and it's the end of the over. 36 without loss after 7. I'm not sure we'll get too many more overs from the opening batsman. Last week, Lackman bowled a few, then he swapped ends. Well, we know he wanted a bowl at this end. My Madsen's just giving him a little bit of advice. In what language, I have no idea. He understands cricket, I'm told. He understands cricket, which I think most cricketers do, don't they?
He looks a really athletic build, doesn't he?
Strong.
Right, he does,
yeah,
absolutely.
Really strong.
Really strong, big man.
Always smiling as well. Always smiling.
Well, Sam Connors is coming in from the city end of the ground. The sun has momentarily disappeared as Connors comes in around the wicket, bowls to Haynes, who drives beautifully through the offside. I don't think this will go for 4 because Billy Godleman is in hot pursuit, but not before Haynes comes back for a comfortable second run. Tom Haynes goes to 21 and Sussex to 38 without loss. Haynes going along with a run a ball at the moment. Although he did give a chance, as we keep on saying, put down when he had 8 by Wayne Madsen at second slipper. The ball went very quickly to him, but I think at this level you'd expect those to be snaffled, and Madsen will be disappointed. Connors in bowls, and Haynes drives to mid-off. Godleman fields, and again there is no run. 38 for no wicket. 3 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fine leg as Connors wheels around at the city end. He's on his way. He bowls to Tom Haynes, and Haynes looking to cut that one away through backward point, but didn't really get in the right position to play the shot, and in the end the ball bounced into the slip cordon, and there is no run.
Hello again, Adrian.
Hi, James.
What's been happening?
Well, I think Sussex well, certainly Tom Haynes has played some very nice shots. A lovely off drive, a lovely on drive. Ali Orr is playing with his normal resilience. Very good lever of the ball is Ali Orr. Good to hear from Steve McGoffin, former Sussex bowler. And good to hear from you, Steve, as in comes Connors and bowls. Let go outside the off stump, taken by Brooke Guest, and there is no run. And yeah, it'd be great to Sussex at Worcester next week. Good to catch up with Steve. I was thinking actually about a game here several years ago that Fletch would remember. I'm not sure whether Steve played in that game or not. It was a game where Ed Joyce made 250 here. He went to his 200 with a 6 over third man.
Wow. Uppercut?
Yeah, big uppercut from Ed Joyce, who was just the most wonderful batsman to watch. I'll look up the stats of that game in a minute. As in comes Connors, bowls to Haynes, who drills this one. There's a misfield at mid-on, and it's going to be 4 runs. Well, I think he could afford to misfield. That's Shan Masood, but he'll be disappointed about that. Driven by Tom Haynes. Masood just didn't get down to his left quickly enough, and Haynes picks up another boundary. And he's racing along here, the Sussex skipper. He's on to 25 of 24 deliveries. And Sussex already on to 42 without loss. Connors has gone for 23 in his 3 overs and 5 balls.
Yeah, Connors has been quite attacking it with his lines, but that's the balance of getting a little bit on the full side.
He's in again around the wicket, bowls to Haynes, who stands up and just punches that to mid off, fielded by Billy Godleman. It is the end of the over, and Sussex are 42 without loss here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham, myself and James Carr, Dave Fletcher, the other member of our commentary team today. And Sussex, apart from the drop, which could prove to be a very costly drop, James, I think I'd be delighted, because having been out in the field and really toiling in the field for the last 10 overs or so, they'll be delighted to have not lost a wicket in these opening. What have we had? We've only had 8 overs.
8 overs, yeah. Well, they'll definitely be delighted, and if they can, I think, get that 15 over mark and see off, the first 15 overs of that new ball, they'll be really, really happy. And in terms of run rate, not that you really look at it at this stage of the game, the run rate's really healthy as well. So, Lackmale to continue from the racecourse end. He's on his way up past the umpire, right arm over the wicket. Another watchful leave from Alistair Orr. Quite like his tempo, Alistair Orr. He's very watchful. Knows where his off stump is.
Oh, absolutely, and I would say he'll probably leave one and get bowled now, but he does know where his off stump is. And he's got terrific temperament. That's what I like about him. He seems to be completely unfazed by the fact that he's made 6 out of 42. I don't think that's going to bother him one iota.
No, that's really important that it doesn't. Lackmale is on his way again, over the wicket, and almost a carbon copy of the ball before, or lets it go, hands risen, and then just steps away. Yeah, but Ed Joyce, he's returned home now to Ireland. He's working as a performance coach in the Cricket Ireland setup. I think he's the head coach of the women's national side as well.
What a wonderful player he is, or was, I should say. Steve did play in that game, actually. I'm looking at this game. It was back in the 8th to the 11th of May 2016. Game badly affected by the weather.
Lackmale once again over the wicket, and that one seems to jag across Orr, watchful again, and lets it go by. Wicketkeeper takes it low to his left. Looks like there's just a little bit of sideways movement across the left-hander from Lackmale.
So in that game, Derbyshire were bowled out in their first innings for 191. Steve McGoffin did indeed play open the bowling. 19 overs, 6 maidens. He took 2 for 35. The wickets of Tom Poynton and Billy Godleman, who he bowled for 28.
Lackmale once again. Oh, a bit more of a circumspect leave from Orr.
Just nodded, didn't he? Who else bowled in that game? Ollie Robinson, 1 for 41. And then in Sussex's first innings, 468 for 5. Ed Joyce made 250 of 327 balls with 34 fours and 2 sixes, opening the batting with Chris Nash.
A decent lick as well. He's not.
Yeah.
He's made light work of 250 there, hasn't he? Just look at the replay from that Lackmale last live. It did straighten a little bit as he comes in again to. Oh, and that one straightens even more. That looks like it's gone over the top of off stump or just outside off stump. There's oohs and ahs from the Derbyshire fielders. But in Orr's defence, he's been pretty staunch on knowing where his off stump is and making real good judgments outside that off stump.
He has. So interesting that Billy Godleman was skipper way back in 2016.
Lackmale to continue over the wicket, bit fuller this time, pushed across the left-hander, and goes without any concern to Alistair Orr, and that completes the 9th over. 5 from Lackmale now, 2 maidens, none for 10. Connors, will he continue? 4 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 23.
I think he's coming out of the attack, actually. I think we're going to see a change in bowling, I think. I don't think that is Connors at the far end. I'm presuming this is Nick Potts. Although
at the city end, Nick Potts.
He's got number 26 on the back of his shirt, which is what threw me for a moment. We've got him down as number 29. So Nick Potts on debut.
On debut, and they've put the 9 the wrong way around, or the 6 the wrong way around.
Yeah, they have. So just that game we were talking about. Interesting enough, Luke Fletcher opened the bowling for Derbyshire in that match. I think he was on loan from Notts at the time. Anyway, Sussex made 468 for 5, and then Derbyshire, their set innings, 92 for 2 before the rain came. Did Steve bowl in the second innings? Yes, he did. 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 12. In comes Nick Potts running in from the City end. Comes in and bowls wide, driven away. All very nearly a chance. It was just short of Lewis Rees in the covers. It was a bit of a loosener from Nick Potts. It was outside of Tom Haines off stump, half volley. His eyes lit up, but he hit the ball in the air and it bounced probably just a foot or so in front of Rees in the covers. What a dream start that would have been for the young man.
It would have been a dream start, wouldn't it?
First ball in Championship cricket.
He looks a strong boy, good robust action.
So we've got the 3 slips in place as in comes Potts and bowls. And Haines drives. That's a beautiful shot by Tom Haines. It's going to run away for 4 runs. It's a shot that Tom Haines plays with a huge amount of confidence. Just an off drive, over pitched. He doesn't belt the cover off the ball, a little bit like Shan Masood, actually, who played that shot so beautifully in his innings. It's just a lovely flow of the bat, and there's something about a left-hander when they play that shot, James. It just looks perfect.
It does. He just leaned on that, didn't he? Difficult to see any shape out the hand or off the pitch from Potts thus far, but he's only bowled 2 balls. But he shouldn't be discouraged from getting the ball up there. He's got 3 slips. He's got 3 fielders on the 1 on the offside too.
Potts in again, bowls, and this time driven. Not quite sure Tom Haines intended that to go there. I think he was looking to play it a little straighter than he did, but in the end he played it to mid-wicket, fielded by Masood, and there is no run. Haines on 29, or on 6. Tom Haines is 29 so far. He's placed 28 balls. Alistair Orr has faced 30 balls for his 6, but that's, pretty irrelevant really in terms of the match.
Yin and yang as the partnership goes.
Yeah. Haines waits, the sun again disappears, but lots of high cotton wool cloud around the county ground. As in comes Potts, bowls, and Haines is driving. He's absolutely hammered that, thumped it through extra cover for 4. That was totally dismissive of Tom Haines. He's got that right out the middle of the bat, and the ball has gone through the little gate over on the far side. I think it's probably gone into the car park as well. That was absolutely hammered away by Haines. He goes to 33. And Sussex, half century is up, 50 without loss, and that century has come inside 10 overs.
Well, that was dismissive from Haines. I mean, it was a half volley. It should have been put away. But Potts is just struggling to kind of settle in on a length there. He's just offering a little bit too much in terms of that full length, and it's very easy to get away on a very batter-friendly surface. He just needs to kind of find that natural length where he can get some carry through to the keeper, making it more difficult for players to play on the front foot.
Ben Wood has been in touch from San Francisco, the beautiful city of San Francisco. How lovely to think we've got a listener who's tuning in all the way from the west coast of the States.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, the wonders of the internet. Now, there's a change in the field. One of the slips has gone out to extra cover. As in comes Potts, running in, bowls wide outside the off stump, and that's a poor shot by Tom Haines. You won't mind me saying it either. It was wide outside the off stump, and he was looking to slash that one away, perhaps losing his concentration slightly.
And that'll be the difference between, building an innings and going on and creating a large score. Is can you cut those balls out? Can you let them balls go? Just play each ball on its merit, and ball by ball, each ball's a mini battle.
Potts in again, bowls, and Haines is at it again. That's going to be 4 more, thumped away through point this time by Tom Haines. 3 boundaries in the over, so welcome to first-class cricket for Nick Potts with his first ball. He almost had Tom Haines caught, and then Tom Haines hits him for 3 fours in the over, 54 without loss. So it's Ben Wood who's over in San Francisco. He says, I was delighted to watch the first 2 friendlies live and in person at the county ground to see some of the promising young talent of Sussex. Everyone was so welcome, and it was so lovely to be back watching cricket in person. I got to show my dad Robin the live stream via his nursing home in Hove. He was delighted to watch Sussex one more time. Whilst visiting my dear dad, lifelong Sussex fan who sadly passed away. Now I'm back home in San Francisco. I'm so grateful to keep watching good old Sussex by the sea. Best wishes for the season and many thanks. Ben, that's a really nice email. And I'm very sorry to hear about your father passing away. But thank you for the email, and thank you for tuning in to watch. And as a lifelong Sussex fan, I'm sure he'd be delighted to watch Tom Haynes move on to 37.
Indeed. Best wishes, Ben. Lackmile on the way. And another watchful leave from Orr. Bit of shape across the left-hander again there. A bit fuller. I don't know if it's something out the footmarks maybe. But just going back to Potts' first over in first-class cricket, he just struggled to find the length there, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And actually, you know, when you've gone for a couple of fours, he's a young man. He's bound to be really nervous. It's his first game, and you've got a batsman in Tom Haynes, who was the leading run scorer in the Championship, who's in the groove already this season. He's made a half-century this season already. Tom, who's making the most of being dropped as well.
So another change attack from Lackmile's going to come back round the wicket to Orr. Here he comes now, and Orr stays deep in his crease and is watchful outside the off stump.
Actually, Ben, if you're still listening over in San Francisco, it'd be rather nice to forward your email onto the club, because I'm sure John Philby, the new chairman, would love to know some of these lovely emails that we get. So with your permission, and only with your permission, I'll forward it on to John, but I'll wait to hear from you, Ben.
Lackmile on his way once again up past the umpire, right arm round the wicket. Nice bit of carry again, but Alistair Orr's able to just be watchful once again outside that off stump. This is quite an attritional battle, this one, I think, between Lackmile and Orr.
Lara Brown has been in touch. Hello, Lara. He says, good afternoon, Adrian. I was just wondering what's the current situation is with Ollie Robinson. I thought he was available this week, and I'm hoping he hasn't picked up an injury. Loving the return of county cricket as always. Thanks for the commentary. I understand that Ollie isn't playing in this game. I think there's a personal reason behind that, Lara, but I think Sussex are hoping, with England's permission, that he'll play next week at Worcester with England's permission.
Well, that'll be encouraging, won't it? As Lackmile comes again at Orr, and Orr lets the ball go back through to the keeper.
I'm not sure who is making the decisions about when. I mean, I noticed that neither Stuart Broad or Jimmy Anderson are playing in this round of county championship matches, which you would assume is an England decision, but who's making the decision about who can play and when? I've absolutely no idea. You'd have thought those two, having not been in the Caribbean, would be desperate to play some championship cricket.
Yeah, well, there's always time for rest, but there's also times, keep miles on the clock and keep the joints well oiled. As Lackmile comes round the wicket again to Alistair Orr. This time he's induced into playing a shot, but it's nice and solid on the front foot, and there's no run.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, you would know this as a coach, James. You'd have thought, it's not as if it's bitterly cold anywhere. I mean, I could understand if the weather was awful, where they were running in cold, damp conditions. But you'd have thought England will want to get some miles and leg, particularly for those two who didn't go out to the Caribbean. I mean, I think everybody pretty much agrees that was a mistake.
Well, I personally do think it was a mistake, But I'm surprised they're not playing cricket right now. There will have been a management decision around the science and medicine side of things as Lackmile comes in over the wicket and it's clipped off the heels of Orr, and that's going to be a boundary. So that takes all to 10. So we've got double figures from both batters now. Yeah, I can only imagine that between Andrew Strauss, some of the medics, the acting head coach in Paul Collingwood, that they've decided that they don't want them to play. Yeah, it's kind of a bit of a cop-out answer, but there must be a reason why they're not playing. And a lot of the time when it comes to fast bowlers, it's not just a coaching decision; it's the more medical and scientific side of things. But
yeah, I don't think that Mahmood is playing either for Lancashire.
No.
So yeah, and actually, I think for the county championship, I think, personal opinion, I think people like to see the best players. If you're going to see Knox, you want to see Stuart Broad. You're going to see Lancashire, you want to see Jimmy Anderson. If there was a test match next week, I would kind of get that, but I really don't quite understand why those three bowlers would not be bowling in this round of matches. But there you go. Nick Potts, second over in Championship cricket, comes in and bowls to Tom Haynes, and Haynes glides this one beautifully past backward point. It's running away towards the boundary, and it goes over the rope now. So Tom Haynes is taking rather a liking here to Nick Potts. That's 4 boundaries he's gone for in his first 7 deliveries. And Haynes is motoring along. He goes to 41 and Sussex 62 without loss. Lovely shot, actually. Lovely sort of late cut, wasn't it? Through backward point for 4.
Yeah, well, Potts has tried to bowl a heavier, slightly shorter length, but he's offered the width, and Haynes has been able to hit on the top of the bounce and just guide it between that gap between backward point and that second slip.
So just the 2 slips in place. 4 men saving well on the offside. Potts in again, bowls, and that's a much better delivery by Nick Potts, and Tom Haynes comes forward, and good to see his teammates all encouraging him. Well bowled.
That's exactly
Nick,
where he wants to be.
Yeah, is the cry. Played to mid-on, fielded there by Sam Connors. And there is no run. You're listening to live cricket here on the BBC. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Myself, Adrian Arms, alongside James Carr. Great to meet James this week. We've had a good couple of days. As in comes Potts again, bowls, and Haynes is struck. There's a low. Oh, he's given out! Tom Haynes is on his way. He can't believe it. He gives the umpire a long, hard stare, but go he must. And a first wicket in first-class cricket for Nick Potts. His 9th delivery in those 9 balls. He's been hit for 4 fours, but he's picked up a wicket, and he'll remember that for a long, long time. Tom Haynes on his way for 41, Sussex 62 for 1, and the skipper on his way for 41.
Well, there was a look from the skipper there of disdain to the umpire, and I've just watched the replay, and I mean, it's a one-time replay. I would suggest that the ball pitched outside leg stump there, which is disappointing when Haynes has got off to a flyer. But it's a Potts' delight. He's struggled with his lengths in his first 9 balls, but lengthwise he was good there. He's hit the batter on the knee roll, and well, he's asked the question of the umpire, and he's got the answer gone his way this time.
I was a little surprised, I have to see the umpires figure. I'm not sure which umpire is which. We've got Paul Morgan and Peter Hartley. I think, is that Peter Hartley at the far end? But I was a little surprised to see his finger go up to it. It wasn't an appeal that had a huge amount of conviction for me.
No, and I've just watched the replay again. I'm not, in terms of height, I'm not convinced. It might have hit the back leg. And
Well, certainly my initial thought, and we get one chance real time to look at it, my first thought was it was too high anyway. But Tom Haynes really gave Peter Hartley the glare.
it is a real sickener, isn't it? When you fielded for 1.5 days and toiled in the field, and then you get a bad decision as an opening batter and as the skipper. But he's certainly seen the shine off the new ball.
Well, he has, but I think Tom will have had his eyes on a few more than 41. Now, this brings in Tom Alsop, on loan from Hampshire for the season. He'll be disappointed last week. He made 1 and 6 in the game at Hove, so he'll be looking to post a score here today. As in comes Potts running in. 2 slips go down. There's a short leg as well. Potts is in, bowls outside the off stump, and Alsop lets that one go through, taken by keeper Guest, and there is no run.
Had a message from Thomas Kelly, who's from Manchester, working in an accountancy office, but distracted by the cricket at the moment. So good afternoon to Thomas. It's great that you can stick the radio on and listen to some cricket.
Wonderful.
Do a bit of work, get lost in the cricket, the pictures of cricket in your mind, listening to our voices.
In comes bowls again, does Nick Potts, played to bit off. 1 more ball to go in there. We've had another, Ben has actually been back in touch, further to his email, and he says, thank you for mentioning my dad. My mum will be thrilled. He says, while I was visiting, I got to meet the famous Brenda, your wonderful ball lady, while sitting in the members' stand. What a treasure. He goes on to say, there's lots of cricket fans here in the Bay Area in San Francisco. There is a thriving cricket scene. I play for Social Cricket Martin Cricket Club. How wonderful. In comes Potts and bowls, and also drives, runs here. Oh, but a very fine stop at mid-on. That was an excellent piece of fielding. Tom Alsop probably thought he was going to get a boundary then, but it was drilled away, well fielded by Connors, low to his left-hand side. Alsop gets a single. He's on his way. Sussex 63 for 1. We've had the most beautiful ground in Northern California, just across the bridge in Marin County. We play at Piper Park under the beautiful Mount. Now, I'm going to struggle to pronounce this, Ben. Tamalpais, Tamalpais, Mount Tamalpais. Our season of social cricket has just begun. Isn't that amazing to think there's cricket over in San Francisco? Especially you get a job over there. You've been in New Zealand with your cricket career and...
Well, yeah, I don't think my wife would let me now, and it'd be too far away from family having a little one. But I do know a little bit about US cricket. It is a growth area recreationally. There's a big South Asian community across the states, so there's a big engagement with those, and it's becoming more popular with Americans as well. But before that, Lackmal's starting another over the wicket. And the watchful left-handed Allsop lets that one go. That is Allsop on strike, isn't it? He's still got.
Yes, it is. Yeah, Tom Allsop on strike.
Another left-hander.
Yeah. So top three all left-handers. We've also got who else have we got as a left-hander? Tom Clark, who made a very good 100 last week.
Yeah, but back to California and cricket. I'll explain after this ball from Saranga Lackmal from the racecourse and over the wicket. Nice and full angled across the left-handed Allsop, who's watchful as Alistair Orr at the other end. There was a Kiwi player called Marty Kane who played for, I think it was the Central Districts, first-class cricket, left-arm spinner, left-hand bat. And I think he moved to the US, to California, because of a relationship, a love interest, and I believe he got married and moved over there. And he's then set up a coaching business, and now I think he's been called up into the USA squad. And I think, state cricket is starting to become quite big over there. As Lackmal, once again, over the wicket, and Allsop shoulders arms as it nips across the left-hander. So I think it's gathering some traction through some expats from various parts of the world, almost a state structure. And kind of intra and interstate leagues beyond that, and there's definitely a strong aspiration, I think, to qualify for World Cups, and if it gets into the Olympics, maybe even that. But very, very interesting time for global cricket in terms of globalising the game. As Lackmal bowls once again over the wicket. Oh, he's cut Allsop in half there. He got caught on the crease and had to kind of jam his bat into his midriff, and the ball seemed to go between the two.
Well, that was a terrific delivery, wasn't it? As you say, almost cut Tom Allsop in half.
Well, he did well to not get a glove on that. Well, that's come back a long way. Looking at the replay there, that was destined to go across the left-hander, and then it's come back a long way over the top of middle and leg almost. Lackmal's on his way once again. This time it goes across him, and it's well left. That's going to be his tactic, isn't it? Go across, go across, go across. Hope for that nick to those three slips, and then that surprise ball that comes back and brings the stumps and the pads into play. Not forgetting there's a short leg there, potential inside edge onto the pad and into the hands of the man under the lid. Saranga Lackmal from the racecourse end, Sri Lankan international, over the wicket. Bit fuller this time, and a forward press which has been misfielded by cover point, and they're going to get 2 runs here. Lackmal will be a bit disappointed with that, but figures are still very tidy. That completes a Lackmal over. 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 16. And Sussex are 65 for 1.
Nice message in from Ali Orr's dad, Duncan. Hello, Duncan. Good to hear from you. He said we were listening to you last week whilst in Abu Dhabi. I'd imagine that was rather nice, enjoying some sunshine over there.
Sounds awful.
And thanks for getting in touch. Good to hear from Alistair's dad, and he's batting nicely. 10 not out in 36 balls, and we were saying how well he's left the ball, particularly from Lackmal. So I'd probably just get this over, and then I better nip next door and do my update to the listeners on BBC Radio. So it is going to be Ali Orr who's going to take strike. Nick Potts, 2 overs, 1 for 17. So he's been expensive, but he's picked up the wicket of Tom Haines, his first wicket in first-class cricket. We thought from here it looked what's the word I'm looking for?
Dubious.
Thank you. Potts in bowls or lets that go. But Ali Orr lets the ball go. He often, if you watch, he just lifts up his back leg into the air. It's obviously something that he probably doesn't even do consciously. But it's a good leave, and the ball thumps into the gloves of Brooke Guest, and there is no run.
Well, we've seen batters become very animated in their leaves, haven't we? With social media TikToks and Stephen Smith and Marnus Labuschagne, you know, the battles they've had with some of the bowlers and the way they leave the ball. But everyone has their own ticks, I guess.
Pops in again, bowls again wide of the off stump, and or just lets that one go through outside of the off stump, taken again by Guest, and there is no run. There are 3 slips waiting. Should Ali or get a nick, there's a backward point, a cover, a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. The sun again disappears behind one of these cotton wool clouds, but lots of blue sky above Derby, as indeed I think there is across the country for most of the weekend. I think the forecast is really good. I mean, you're playing cricket, I think you said tomorrow, so...
yeah, fingers crossed that it
fingers
stays
crossed.
this way.
Yeah, I think it's going to be okay. As Potts runs in from the city end, he's in and bowls, and again, Orr lets that one go, taken by keeper Guest, and there is no run.
Yeah, looking forward to it. We've got a friendly tomorrow, and then competitive cricket starts the week after. But I was chatting to Fletch earlier about it. Some leagues have already started competitively. Some Yorkshire leagues have already started.
It's quite early, isn't it? I mean, you know, to be honest, 2 or 3 weeks ago we had that beautiful week in March when you could have played cricket. Then the next week it's, you know, there was snow, so you know, there's no telling, is there, what the weather's going to be like. But in comes Potts and bowls, and Laura's right in behind this, plays it into the covers, fielded by Dahl. And there is no run. One thing I would say, and I don't know in your particular neck of the woods, but it's certainly since Christmas it hasn't been that wet. So I think a lot of club out. That's often the problem, is it, with club cricket, that, you know, outfields are, you know, are wet, and you know, wickets are really green. But certainly it's been a relatively dry spring in a lots of parts of the UK. Certainly down on the south coast. I'm going to have to go in a minute actually, but I'll wait for this delivery from Nick Potts. The imposing figure of Fletch have arrived at the back of the box. As in comes Potts running in and bowls. Or lets that one go again. I'm going to have to go and do my update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. So I'm going to leave you with Dave and with James.
Smooth. I think we've got away with that. I hope that wasn't caught on camera, because we almost tied ourselves in a knot in here. Thank you, Adrian. James is going to stay with me. I'm going to listen to a bit of FM output.
I'm sure someone will tell us. Someone was telling me how great I was on the feed yesterday, so that was
Nobody's
great.
ever told me that I was great. It's off an edge, sliced down to third man by Orr. He gets a boundary. Potts a little unfortunate there. He's been quite expensive. 3 overs for 21, but he has got the wicket, got the breakthrough. Outside leg stump, you think?
Yeah, I thought it pitched outside leg. I thought it was a little bit high. The quality of the stream is great for viewers for what it is, but it's clearly not HD on whatever channel you choose to subscribe to. But I couldn't tell if it was kind of high on the front or the back leg, to be honest. But yeah, I think initial thoughts.
Grant Flower is in the press box at the moment. I've no idea why, but
well, a good view, isn't it? Because the square.
Well, it is a good view, and he asked if it was outside leg, and I said I thought it might have been, but I couldn't be 100% sure. He said, well, it was definitely going to hit the stumps from his view.
Yeah, I'm not convinced by that, but I'm not going to go and tell him that. It didn't look like it came back to me. It looked like it might have hit off stump, but it didn't. It wasn't. The umpire wasn't kind of confused by it coming back, if that makes sense. It was going across, but it might have been adjacent on impact. Lackmal to continue over the wicket, driven firmly by Allsop. He'll get a single. Well fielded by Billy Godliman at mid-off.
Billy Godliman does everything extravagantly, doesn't he? It's brilliant. I'm going to put my cap on, actually. The sun's coming round.
The Black Rod faithful's coming out. Get that on camera.
There we go. Now I can see again. Perfect. It'll appear on camera at some point. I'm proud to wear it.
Why not?
I didn't buy it.
Blackmel to continue around the wicket. Just pulls his legs back a little bit and all stays deep in the crease, but he negotiates that one very comfortably.
Nor did I steal it. I want to point out it's my son's But he's got the old baggy blue now because he got his maiden five for last season, so he's got the baggy.
Oh, very nice.
Doesn't need to wear his baseball style cap. Doesn't like wearing caps anyway, but.
Yeah, I don't like wearing the baggy to play in. It's a bit hot and a bit, bit heavy. I prefer a cap or even a wide brim, to be honest. As Lackmell continues over the wicket and a carbon copy of the ball before, or stays deep in the crease and negotiates that rather confidently and comfortably. The thing I'm really into, and I've noticed that the 12th or 13th player, when he jogs on, he's got the training gilet over his whites, which looks village in one respect, because he should have a bib on, but I do like a training gilet at the same time.
Yeah. I'm not sure I'm a body shape for a gilet, really. I think it just accentuates bits of my body that I'm not necessarily keen on accentuating.
Lackmell over the wicket, and once again, gets in behind that, and this time pushes it to Shan Masood at mid-on even. Whereas my mother calls it a gillet.
A gillet, I think that's perfectly acceptable. I've got to say that's acceptable.
Hi, Mum.
The good thing is you're bringing listeners along with you, see? You're adding value to the whole experience by bringing along listeners.
I hope so. Listeners and viewers, it's great that I think COVID, good thing, not many good things came out of COVID, but, more streams and more viewers and creating accessibility to the domestic game. It's been really, really good, hasn't it?
Got to work out how to monetise it, though, in the clubs, otherwise they're just giving the product away, which is always a concern.
Maybe. It's another debate, isn't it? As Lackmell comes round the wicket, this time lets that one go. Looks like it just slightly straightened away from the left-hander. Yeah, I think there's an opportunity maybe around. I don't think you want to put it right behind a paywall, personally. I think we've got to create accessibility first. And then obviously the BBC commentary's overlaid that, so I don't know where that leaves us without us getting in hot water on air.
I can tell you exactly where it leaves is that the BBC commentary cannot be used over anything that is being sponsored.
Right.
Which is why at Lords there was a separate commentary team for the stream to the BBC commentary. Yeah, I think the same is happening at Somerset, Warwickshire.
Lackmell to continue around the wicket, and is solid in defence. Looked really, really compact, hasn't he, Alistair?
Yeah.
Well, that's a big, noisy bike, isn't it?
Going off to Matlock Bath. Favoured destination of the men with the big bikes and the women, but it seems to be mainly men. The large beards and the long hair.
I'm not a two-wheel fan, to be
No,
honest.
I'm not either, but I wouldn't mind long hair. I wouldn't mind hair, really, but I don't mind the long beard and the long hair. I'm all over that.
Lackmell's on his way as the two-wheeled friends make their noise, and that was a bit fuller from Lackmell, but Orr's equal to it once again, and that completes his 8th over and Derbyshire's 15th over. Sussex is 72 for 1.
Straight away, Ray Madsen, again, he's done it 3 or 4 times. He jogs from his position at slip at the far end and comes in and gives Saranga Lackmell a pat and keep going, son, it'll come.
Well, he's bowled well, as it's very batter friendly, but he's got control of the situation. We've not had as much control from the other end. I'm calling us we now.
Yeah, there you go. Absolutely. This is what it's all about.
There hasn't been as much control from the other
You're
end.
just jumping on the bandwagon, really. Just because it started to go well this year doesn't mean you can start calling us we.
Well, I'm only here today, so I want to see Rizwan get 200 now and Pujara get 300.
That would be decent, wouldn't it? We've got 10 overs until tea. So we're way behind as Nick Potts in from the city end bowls, and that one is defended by Allsop up towards mid-off, where it's fielded by Billy Godwin, who always fields at mid-off, of course.
Regardless of the dismissal, whether it's out, whether it's not out, Potts has certainly settled into his spell a little bit more, just relaxed him a bit, that wicket. He looked like he was struggling to find his length.
His first over was very expensive, wasn't he? He was getting panned to all parts. It seemed to me, just watching. I wasn't watching intently, but I was watching.
Well, it was almost like throwdowns. He was just throwing. He was just providing half volleys to be put away, really.
He's in again, and this one is off a leading edge out into the offside. Nice tumbling stop by Lewis Rees in the covers.
What I like about him is his energy.
Yeah.
He's got decent, strong, tall action.
He is quite a big lad, isn't he? I know he's 19 and he's not a lad, but he'll grow more. I think he's a better. Oh dear, I'm going to get into trouble now. Apologies to Sam Connors and his family, but I think he's a better physical specimen than Sam Connors at his age. I'll caveat it with that. 72 for 1. Shut up, Fletcher. Allsop drives. There's 4 runs. I think it's going to be chased by Billy Godleman. It's not going to be 4 runs because Godleman's going to catch it. It'll probably just be the 2. Godleman, one of those strange characters who bats left-handed and throws right-handed. They pick up 2. 74 for 1, sorry.
It was there to be driven though, wasn't
Yeah.
it? It was more of a check drive than the expansive drives earlier from Haynes, but it was there to be driven, and that's that length that he goes searching for Potts at times, which does create a shot that the batters can almost climb into. But on body types, we're all different shapes and sizes, aren't we?
Oh, no, I'm not suggesting that Sam's body shape is a bad one.
Yeah.
Just that I'm not going to carry on that conversation because I'm going to dig a bigger and bigger, deeper hole as this next delivery is driven. That'll be fielded by Godleman at mid-off.
It is an interesting subject though, and it's something that's covered in a lot of coaching courses now. It's around maturation. You know, people mature at different ages. Boys mature later than girls. Girls can be 8'7", can't they? And they're just starting high school. And lads, you know, I'm not the tallest lad, but most of my growing was when I was about 16, and you know,
a bit more growing would have been nice.
Ideally, yeah. Some of the lads I've coached are, you know, decent height at 17, 18. They keep growing, and you know, we don't take that into account sometimes when we're coaching cricket.
Also back into his crease and pushes this out into the outside. Liz deploy picks up.
And I think the debate that I really enjoy talking about, and as science and medicine gets more and more into our game, there'll be more data to kind of churn and understand, but making decisions on players, both from a cricket and a physical and a mental point of view, you know, do we allow enough time to make a decision on these players? So they might be scrawny at 18, but at 25 they might be a robust athlete, and we don't necessarily allow for that time. And imagine if football had made a decision on a Messi or a Paul Scholes at 14 or 15, they would
Probably said no, wouldn't they? Yeah. Potts bowls, and that one is turned into the leg side by Allsop. He thinks about a single, but it's not there. Sam Connors does the field. End of the over, 74 for 1. 16 overs gone. We've got 9 until the tea interval. Connors 0 for 23 off 4 overs, so a little expensive for Sam. Lackmal 0 for 19 off 8. Potts has 1 for 23, and we're going to see Sam Connors come on from his favourite end now, and I don't know if that's made a difference, because this is the end from which Sam Connors generally has bowled since he arrived in the side. Suranga Lackmal wanted this end, and he's the international bowler, so you go, yep, hands up, it's all yours, Suranga. Well, Lackmal's bowled 8 overs from this end for 19, and it's up to Sam Connors now to say, well, this is why I bowl at this end. And the good thing is that Suranga Lackmal is having a chat with Sam Connors about what he should do. Billy Godleman in there as well.
Lackmal's got a long sleeve sweater on after bowling.
It'd be chilly, wouldn't it? It'd be chilly. It was to Colombo. Goodness knows what he. I mean, he obviously took his sweater. He took his sweater off down at Lord's. It was about 3 degrees. It was ridiculous.
He was asking to put sweaters on to bowl,
yeah,
not take them off.
I'm not moving anywhere. Whew.
So Connors to start a second spell round the wicket, down the leg side. That's a stifled appeal, almost Stuart Broad-like, just running straight through.
There was no conviction in it, though, was there, from Sam Connors? I mean, that was disappointing.
It took me back to when Glenn McGrath used to do that. You'd go back to my childhood and the nightmares, and he'd hit someone on the pads and he'd just run through, and then Buckner would put his hands up and he'd not even look back at him, but it was absolutely stone dead. And
they don't like it umpires nowadays, do they? They don't like the celeb appeal.
I wouldn't give it out till they turn round and ask me politely.
I wouldn't.
Connors on his way around the wicket. He's leg side again, bat on it this time for more. But there's a fine leg in place. He's pretty sharp there. Single to all, takes him to 15. 50 balls up now. Good occupation of the crease. Did you know Kevin De Bruyne played down an age grade, if not 2, during his junior years
to do with maturation?
But
right.
his skills were good.
Yeah.
So they kept him in because his skills were good, and they allowed for his maturity. He's pretty good now, isn't he?
He's all right. Yeah, I've seen him a couple of times. He seems like he might have a future.
Connors round the wicket, bit straighter this time. Or keeps that out. I think I keep getting confused, these two left-handers. The scoreboard was a bit slow then. To be clear, Allsop is now on strike. He's 6 from 17. I was correct the first time round. All's 15 from 50.
Always go with your gut instinct. Always go with your gut instinct. Well, most of the time anyway.
Connors from the racecourse then, round the wicket. Also has to dig that one out.
Sam Collins keeps telling us that he's got a little hop early in his run-up, and he says it's always been there, but those of us who watched him come into the first team and then go on to start this career of his have never seen it before, but he says it's always been there. I'm not so sure.
It's like what a triple jumper or a long jumper does, isn't it, before they kind of get into their full flight.
There he goes, on his mark.
Yeah.
Whoop.
Round the wicket. As you can hear, a bit more enthusiasm at that appeal, but it was very leg side, maybe a little bit of bat.
Better if he'd joined in from the start there, Connors. It might have been more convincing to the umpire, Paul Baldwin, but Peter Hartley took a long time to raise the finger to dismiss Haynes.
He did.
A long time.
I was surprised, to be honest. I was surprised by that decision.
I could hear the surprise in Adrian's voice.
So a hop, a skip and a jump, and Connors is on his way to complete this over. Round the wicket. Or stays deep in the crease and with a straight bat keeps that one out with confidence. So that completes Connors' first over his second spell. He's now 5 overs for 25. No wickets at this stage. But he looks happier from this end. So 76 for 1. 17 overs gone. The rate's pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they're going at 4.5, aren't they?
Coming on to ball at the
We're going to see Anish Dahl for the first time, which is a good time to read this this tweet from Adam New. What a great story Anish Dahl is. Copped a lot of stick on the social media sites, which he did largely because he didn't seem to have a clear role in the team. Once he got his role, he's gone from strength to strength and is hugely popular amongst fans now. And just before that, David McCullough said he'd enjoyed watching Dahl and Thompson bat. It is no less pleasing than Masood and Madsen in its own way, which is absolutely right. Couldn't agree more.
Well, you know what the big problem there is, isn't it? Social media.
Oh, absolutely. No, he was getting panned, and it was wrong.
A powerful tool used in the right way, but
Yeah.
you've got to. It's easy said than done, but you've got to get yourself off there when it comes to the.
So.
the
There are
nonsense.
a number of the Derbyshire cricketers who aren't. And Billy Godleman's not on Twitter. Alex Thompson's definitely not on Twitter. I'm not sure whether Lewis Rees uses it much. All he has to ploy.
I have an account. I don't think I've hardly ever used it.
Here comes Dahl then around the wicket, bowls, and that one is defended by Allsop up towards Shan Masood at mid-on, and there's no run. Indication from Orr at the non-striker's end is that one came in to the left, and we'll see some Alex Thompson soon by the look of him wheeling his arms around at first slip. I wouldn't be surprised. They're not desperate for wickets at this stage. There's still 429 in front, but they could do with another couple as that one's turned into the leg side by Allsop, fielded by Shan Masood, and there's no run.
Ajmal Shazad was up here before, and I didn't get a chance to ask him because I was just surprised that if the natural shape is into the lefties, why they're coming round the wicket. But unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to ask him. But if I do, I will see him again. I'll ask him because I just think it's more chance of bringing all 3 dismissals into play from over the wicket if you've got that skill to bring it into the left-handers.
Dahl's next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Allsop, fielded by Lewis Rees. I'm not sure if it was him or Leas Deploy. Deploy's got the fielding pads on, so that's the big giveaway there. Both left-handed throwers. In fact, the 3 of the left-handed batsmen are all in the offside at the moment. Only one of them throws right-handed, that's Godleman. He's at mid-off. Rees in the covers. And because Anish Dahl is bowling, Leas Deploy is at point, which is where Dahl would ordinarily be. Allsop waits. He's on 7 from 21. Dahl bowls to him. It's on leg stump, but it's turned into the leg side to Masood. There's no run. We've got Sam Connors down at long leg. So where is... oh, there he is, away to our left. Nick Potts at third man.
Potty.
Right out to our left-hand side, all correct, because still nobody's nibbling.
Not me, anyway.
No. 0-0 Burton at half-time at Accrington, so I'm standing by as this next delivery is driven, but not particularly well timed by Allsop. Up towards mid-off.
He's a very uncomplicated cricketer, isn't he, Dahl?
Yes, comes in, bowls, puts it on the spot, tries to nibble it around if he possibly can.
His bowling reminds me a little bit of a Ravinder Bapar, a Stephen Mullaney, just that niggly kind of Mark Elam, even.
Slightly quicker than Mullaney, who barely gets down the other end. This one is defended out into the offside. They need some control here, Derbyshire, and Dahl has managed to give them that with a maiden first up. First over, one maiden.
Or Mullaney, if you're from Lee.
Yeah, so he's a big Lee Rugby League fan, isn't he, Stephen?
Yeah, his dad played at my club, Goulburn, many years ago. He didn't really get his chance at Lancashire, so he went to Notts, and he's carved a really good first-class career for himself. So
there's a few players there's several players out here who didn't get the chance to carve a career at Notts. Lewis Rees, Brooke Guest. There must be others who are playing in this match. I would suggest, perhaps not.
Here we go. Connors once again round the wicket. A bit shorter this time, and Orr stands tall in his crease and pats that back to mid-on. Yeah, but I think that's healthy, you know. Sometimes players don't make it in one environment, they go to another. Almost the system's working together organically, maybe not knowingly, but you know, there's lots of players that have come through Yorkshire and Lancashire system that are elsewhere around the counties and vice versa. Worcester lads that have gone to Warwickshire. And
yeah.
I'm sure the same kind of rotation happens in the East Midlands, I'm guessing, in the home counties. And
some in the East Midlands.
Connors on his way around the wicket from the racecourse end, bit straighter and fuller. There's some oohs and ahs as Orr pats that one back to mid-on once again. They're not shy of getting the ball into the keeper, this Derbyshire side. Maintaining some real intensity. But you can do that when you're 429 ahead and you've had your feet up for 2 days.
It does help, doesn't it? Two of the bowlers who haven't even batted, they've had nothing to do with the game until they came out to bowl, Connors and...
Connors on his way around the wicket, digs this one in, and a good back foot drive. It goes to the left-hand side of extra cover for a single.
No ball, was it?
I think we've seen the first no ball of the game.
No, Lackmell bowled one, I think.
Oh, did he?
I think so.
Yeah, it's funny cricket, isn't it? When you explain it to non-cricket people, I didn't do anything for the first day and a half. Just that.
I'm going to do an update, so I'm going to do it on here. To heck with it. Here we go. Oh, in a few minutes. He's caught down the leg side. He is. Connors has got a wicket. Caught down the leg side. And also passed to go. That's the third wicket that we've seen done like that. And that is good news.
And is that the bounce?
You join us as Tom Allsop is dismissed by Sam Connors. They're 2 down now, Sussex 79 for 2, strangled down the leg side in exactly the same way that Billy Godleman and Brooke Guest went yesterday. Guest taking the catch. The other wicket to fall so far, Tom Haynes, leg before wicket to Nick Potts. Good story this. First class wicket for the 19-year-old, born in Burton-on-Trent. And he has got figures of 1 for 23 from his 4 overs. Saranga Lackmell's bowled nicely, 8 overs for 19. Anuj Dahl has bowled just the 1 over, and it was a maiden. But that's the first wicket of the match for Sam Connors. Allsop goes for 7. The man who's not out at the moment is the other opener, Ali Orr. He's on 60. And earlier on today, a double century for Shan Masood, a century for Wayne Mountain, and a maiden first-class half-century for Alex Thompson. Derbyshire with 7 overs to go until the tea interval. I've got Sussex at 79 for 2. They trail by 426. Perfectly fine. Sorry, I'm talking about somebody back in the studio again. Yeah, no, we're okay. We're okay.
Cool.
You might just have sneaked on at the beginning of that, but that wasn't your fault because
Well,
we didn't know there was
the question I was asking was, is it this just little bit of extra bounce in this surface that's creating that little strangle down the leg side? Could have seen that 3 times
We
now.
have now, haven't we? It's weird.
I had a problem with that when I was younger myself, actually, and not to make it about me, but someone actually said to me, David Gower had a problem with that.
Well,
And
if
he
you've got the
played-
same problem as David Gower, you're all right.
Did he
aren't
play
you?
here or at Leicestershire?
Leicestershire, yeah.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
there's no actual link there, so we'll move on from
Well,
David
no,
Gower.
it's England captain. There's a link with what's happened today and the fact that we don't have an England captain anymore. For whatever reason.
To go with the other vacancies.
Well, there's nobody in charge. There's no. I'd imagine if they've got offices, and I assume that the ECB have offices, they'll be rattling around in there because there's nobody working there.
Well, that's not. I don't think that's strictly true. I think Alistair Cook he leads that professional game group, doesn't he? And he's been seconded into this director of cricket role to kind of fill those vacancies.
Strauss, not Cook.
What did I say?
Oh, Alistair Cook.
No, I said Andrew Strauss, didn't I? Well, he's playing for Essex. Well,
It doesn't matter what he said. It doesn't matter what he said.
so
But
yeah.
yeah. Well, he's there.
So
but he's been there.
Andrew Cook and Alistair Strauss, anyway.
He's been there before, of course. He's the one who, when the 100 was launched, said it was a great game for the people who don't understand it, like women and children, and will never be forgotten as far as I'm concerned for that. I don't care whether he misspoke or what, but that was in his head, and that's why the 100 is despicable. Carry on.
I will carry on. Connors comes over the wicket now to the new batter, Cheteshwar Pujara.
Oh dear. This could be bad for Derbyshire, couldn't it, really? Because he is some batsman. I know he's not been in the greatest of form for the last 18 months or so, but he's not called the wall for nothing.
Now that rearguard action in the Aussie series was quite incredible, wasn't it?
I think he's very much at home when his back's to the wall, isn't he? He seems like that kind of batsman. He's not free-flowing and all the shots, but my word, he's limpet-like.
Connors on his way into Pujara, nice and full, and what can only be described as the wall in terms of that defensive shot, which is not really his nickname, is it? Because that was Rahul Dravid.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
And then when Rahul passed the baton on, Pujara came straight into that number 3 slot for the Indian team, didn't he? And just carried on where Dravid had left off.
If he's
Really.
got a nickname, let's see if we can find if he's got a nickname.
It's got to be Pudgy, hasn't it?
I know that's what he was called when he was here, Pudgy. Yeah.
Connors on his way to Pujara, this time a bit more carry and bounce, and he lets that one go. Shoulders, arms, and that completes Connors' 6 over. He's on the board now. 1 for 28 out of a Sussex 79 for 2. Yeah, you raise a point about the 100, and I agree it's a bit of a postcode lottery. You can't follow the Northern Superchargers as easily from Berwick-upon-Tweed or Edinburgh, or, Carlisle can't follow the Manchester Originals, but it has engaged a new audience. And has it demythed some of cricket's idiosyncrasies and quirkiness?
No, I think it's increased it.
Why is that?
Well, because we've got a game, and now all of a sudden we've got a game with completely different rules. 5 ball. Are they overs? Well, they're not overs, are they? Because they're only 5 balls. They're sets. Nonsense. Here's around the wicket. Anna Dahl strikes the pad. Big appeal. Not out, says umpire Hartley. Probably too high.
Yeah, I'm not convinced this angle's going to get an LBW decision either.
No, I think you're right. I think you're right.
Yeah, it's a great argument, and I'm not trying to win it with you. I think it's a good debate to have.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, we can chat about it, and then we can all, as Brian Clough once said, we can have a discussion about it, then we can all agree that I'm right. We can get on with the rest of our lives. In the city of Brian Clough, I think that's the perfect way to end any kind of discussion, by agreeing that I'm clearly right. Here is Anna Dahl. Bowls. Now, just squares him up a little bit, or pushed out into the offside, fielded by Glaze to Ploy.
Yeah, or doesn't look as comfortable, does he, from the bowling of Dahl?
Well, Haynes went at the bowlers from the start, didn't he? 41 from 33, 9 fours, and he played some beautiful shots. And yes, may have been a little unfortunate to have been dismissed, but since he's gone, it's slowed down a bit, as you might expect. it's still going on at 4-0, but this next delivery from Dahl is left to go through to Brooke Guest by Orr.
It looks like Dahl has got that one to leave the batter, which is encouraging. He's got a bit of variation of movement laterally, which was the downfall, I thought, of the Sussex bowling attack. It was very predictable, the shape of the bowlers, not much spin from the spinner.
I'm fascinated to see how much spin Alex Thompson can get when he's coming down from 6'5", 6'6", and plus his arm. That one's fiddled into the offside by Orr, and there's no run.
And there is a bit of bounce in the surface to begin with.
Yeah, he could. The newer the ball, he might. I mean, a lot of spinners don't like bowling with new balls, do they? But he didn't seem to mind too much in the pre-season friendlies because they were just one-day games effectively, but with a red ball. So you basically get your bowler on quickly. He picked up 4 wickets in one of the games. So in what is effectively single wicket matches, this one's turned into the leg side by, or when I say single, there were single innings matches. That's what they were. Single wicket. That's a completely different kind of cricket.
You're confusing more 100 followers now.
I know. Well, they're not really cricket fans, are they? They're just people who got free tickets. 79 for 2. I know. I'm sorry. I can't help myself. Here's Dahl around the wicket, bowls, and all leaves alone outside the off stump. He goes through to Brooke Guest. Guest turns around and says to Alex Thompson, "Go and pick that helmet up, will he?" Which he does. Now he's going to go across and collect the cap for Sam Connors, and he's going to take the cap to the umpire and take the helmet to the other end of the field. It's good to see the umpires handling cricketers' clothing again. That's one of the great sights of cricket, when you see an umpire covered in sweaters. Umpire Baldwin isn't covered in sweaters, he's just holding a cap, but I do like to see that. It's good to see.
Well, it beats the entourage of people running on and running off and taking everything on and off. It's tough, but we had to do it. As Connor starts a 7th over from the racecourse end, nice and full and punched by Pujara through extra cover effortlessly, and he'll get 2. He turns for a 3rd, but he's a bit disappointed with himself, Connors, there, in terms of his length, and threw the ball away to get it worked on.
You do this over and then bring Adrian back in, is that all right?
Absolutely, yeah.
I feel like a big TV director who's in control of everybody. You just go and stand there. We can talk about it if you want, Adrian. We can talk about it. He's just looking at my cap.
Connors on his way over the wicket to Cheswa Pujara, back of a length, and Pujara stands tall in his crease and just pats it down at his feet.
Since I put the cap on, the sun's gone. Now I feel like an idiot because I'm wearing a cap inside, but...
You don't need to wear a cap in Black Rod anyway. It's always wet there, isn't it?
No, don't. I suppose that, yeah, what I've been saying about the 100, I'm a fair game, really. Beautiful up in the north. You know it's beautiful up there.
I like Black Rod, but it's damp at the best of times. Connors on his way over the wicket to Chiteswa Pujara, nice and full and solid in defence as always. The iconic forward defensive of Pujara. I'm just so excited, all these international cricketers on show.
Oh, no, it's brilliant, isn't it? Division 2, the wilderness of Division 2, but these international cricketers are all coming and improving the standard, no question.
100 aside, and the future of cricket, we've got teenagers, young captains, international cricketers, all in Derby. It's actually quite cool.
Yeah, I'll say.
Connors is on his way, and Pujara with another leave this time. That kept a little bit low.
Certainly did. If only people realised it was here. No, they do. That was good. There have been more people in today than there were yesterday, which is a plus, clearly.
I went up to the members' pavilion in the interval for a little nose. It's quite a nice little facility.
Nice in there, isn't it? There's an awful lot of rooms downstairs that aren't really used for very much, it seems to me. They wanted to put a museum in there and that kind of thing, which I think would be a good idea. David Griffin in charge of that kind of thing.
Kind of skipping in. Oh, a little edge there from Pujara. It looks like it's died on the way towards the cordon, played relatively softly by Pujara. But that's what Connors needs to do there. He needs to chisel away on and around off stump and bring that cordon into play. Yeah, probably not the viewing vantage point underneath, is there? It'd be nice to have a bit of a decking area there, but you'd almost need it to be a raised decking area, and it probably won't work with that balcony now. Screeching in the background there as Connors comes in to complete this over. We won't be completing the over because that, well, it was a wide, but the umpire doesn't fancy it. So I'll hand you over to Dave Fletcher and bring
That's me.
Adrian back in after
Excellent. Thank you, James. Adrian can come in and he'll get a couple of overs in before tea, which is good. The over rate -2. The least surprising thing that I've ever seen is Derbyshire and -2 in the over rate on the board, which is slightly disappointing.
The sun's come out, Fletch.
Good. Well, my cap comes into its own then, you see.
It does.
I do feel slightly silly wearing a cap indoors, though, I have to say. It's not really something a 50-odd-year-old bloke should be doing.
You probably discussed the cap, but I didn't hear the conversation. Here comes Dahl running in from the city end in bright sunshine. Bowls to Alior, who flicks this nicely off the hip down to deep backward square. They've taken one. He wants to come back for the second. I think Alior would have made it, actually, because he's very, very quick between the wickets. Pujara wasn't quite so keen. And I was just thinking what a wonderful experience this is for Alistair Orr. He's only just 21. He's in his second season. And, you're batting with someone like Pujara.
Yeah.
What a learning curve that is.
Absolutely.
Just to bat with someone who's 18 test hundreds to his name, 95 test matches for India. I was checking out his Twitter feed, 2.7 million followers on Twitter. I mean, it's
just behind you then.
It's just extraordinary, really. There'll be plenty of people on the subcontinent who'll be watching, I'm sure, as in comes Dahl and bowls, and Pujara eases this between backward point and second slip and picks up his third run. Sussex to 83 for 2 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Dave Fletcher. I think Derby should be very pleased with the way the session's gone, to be honest. I mean, picked up a couple of wickets and...
Little fortunate with the first one. I heard the surprise in your voice on the... I was in the TV on the stream room, and I would think you were absolutely right. It took a long time for Peter Hartley to raise his finger.
Darling bowls, or lets that one go outside the off stump, no run. And I don't know if you've seen it again. I mean, I got a message from someone saying it pitched outside the leg stump.
That was my impression. Grant Flower was sitting right behind the bowler's arm in the media room at the far end, and he said to me, "Did you think it was out?" I said, "Well, I thought it might have pitched outside leg." And he said, "Well, that's what we were thinking, but it was definitely going to hit the stumps."
Right, okay.
And if there had been reviews, it may well have been umpire's call. I think that's the thing, isn't it?
Dahl again, round the wicket bowls, and Orr slightly trapped on the crease. He plays it late to mid-wicket, fielded by Masood, and there is no run. So height wasn't an issue, Fletcher. I thought it may have been slightly high.
No, he said it was going to crash into the stumps. That was his first impression.
Yeah.
So if he's got that impression, that's the sort of picture the umpire would be seeing, you would imagine.
Yeah.
And then a third strangle down the leg side of the match.
Yeah.
Remarkable.
On a pitch like this as well. There was that Godalman, Brooke Guest
himself,
Tom Alsop, who's...
Yeah.
Waiting to make a score for Sussex. In comes Dahl and bowls, and Orr solidly forward. Plays out to the offside, no run. He's made 17 in 64 balls as Alistair Orr. I mean, it really just doesn't matter. Sussex needs someone who's going to stay there.
Yeah, but you can't just stay there. And of course, you can just stay there if you want, but you have to score. And what Anuj Dahl has done, certainly from the city, and this is his third over, he's conceded 2 runs. His first 2 overs were made, and Sam Connors looks more comfortable at this end.
Dahl again bowls, and Orr plays firmly to mid-wicket, fielded by Masood. There is no run. End of the over. 83 for 2, or 17. Pujara is on 3. We've got another 36 overs to be bowled tonight. So crumbs, it's already coming up to 10 past 4. I mean, I'm thinking of nipping across to the football, but I need to get back to the hotel and get a coat, I think, Fletch, because it's going to be a bit chilly.
Welcome to Derbyshire in the field.
Yes, I could be cutting it a bit fine, so we'll have to see how that one pans out. So I'll support the local team and pop along. But for the minute, it's all about the cricket and Sussex.
I've got a chicken tikka masala to eat.
Have you?
Apparently.
Oh, someone taking you out, or are you?
Twiggy's cooking it for me,
Is he?
which is a slight concern.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
See you Sunday then.
Possibly
That's probably
not.
very
Tomorrow.
unkind.
83 for 2. Here's Sam Connors from the racecourse end, balls to Pujara, who pushes it out off the back foot into the offside, where it's fielded by Nick Potts. Wicketkeeper Brooke Guest has seen something, so he's come running forward to Billy Godleman, the skipper. I wonder what he's seen. That's going to be passed on to Sam Connors, I fancy.
There are a couple of messages I had earlier on today which I hadn't read on Twitter, so I will get round to reading those, and apologies for not doing it earlier. Are Derbyshire renowned for a slow over, or have they been?
Yes.
Fletch?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're quite often the last game to finish when Derbyshire are in the field. Now Pujara stepped away. He wants somebody to sit down. Now that is in the media centre.
It is. Yeah, we're standing up. It's not me. I'm glad about that.
Well, the entrance to the media centre is right behind. Who is it? We need to find out. I'm going to send a message and we're going to find out.
Okay. You're going to shame him, are you?
I am. Here comes Sam Connors in balls to Pujara, wide of the off stump, left alone, and the ball goes through to the wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. Let's see if we can discover who was causing Cheteshwar Pujara to just step away for a moment. Speaking of Wayne Madsen, as things stand at the end of the day's play, after his 33rd first-class century, his 32nd for Derbyshire. I can't read out the reply. In comes Sam Connors and bowls, and that one is driven very nicely, square on the offside. That might run away all the way for 4. It won't, because Nick Potts will actually catch it. I don't think the ball would have gone all the way to the boundary anyway, and Pujara has 3. The throw wasn't bad at all from Potts. That's a long, long way away.
It is a long way.
And it was very accurate, but Allsop just about got home in time. Pujara moves on to 6, and Sussex on to 86 for 2 now.
Chris Skinner isn't very happy. He said it's the 5th consecutive first-class game where Sussex have conceded more than 450 in the first innings, so more the norm than an exception. Excuses just don't cut it anymore. Serious changes needed, says Chris. I mean, what you say is factually correct. I would just point, Chris, and I'm not defending that, that's not what I'm here to do. I would just say that a mitigating factor would be good wicket, wonderful batting from Shan Masood, and a Sussex attack that is, let's be honest, it is short of 2 or 3 players who would have played in this game were they fit.
Or leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Yeah, no, I mean everybody has injuries, clearly, because that's just the nature of professional sport. But Sussex missing several players, and I think it's fair to say Ben Aitchison would clearly be in this side had he not suffered the back injury in the Derbyshire side, that is, had he not suffered the injury in pre-season. He's about the only one who's missing, I think. The other thing that they have got going against them, as Connors is in again, left alone by or outside the off stump, is that Lewis Rees is out there, but of course can't bowl because he's coming back from double operation in the winter on shoulder and knee.
Right.
So he can't bowl yet.
That sounds like a long winter. I mean, a couple of ops.
Yeah.
Is that right? Straight away.
As soon as the season had finished, he had the operations, and he's slowly been making his way back. I think he's actually in the side slightly ahead of schedule, just as a batsman, but do miss his left arm option with the ball. So this next one, keeps low, and he's gone. That one did keep a little bit low, and Ali Orr stood absolutely no chance. The ball thudded into his pads, round about shin high. He did go back into his stumps, and after he'd done that and the ball had hit him, it was a fairly straightforward decision for Paul Baldwin. It's 3 down now, Sussex. 86 for 3. They still trail by 419.
Yeah, he was trapped on the crease, wasn't he, Ali Orr? He's battled away. Making 17 in 68 balls, but I think even from our position here, which is looking over mid-off to the left-hander, it did look very out. And whereas Tom Haynes looked aggrieved to have been given out LBW, I think in fairness to the umpire, Peter Hartley, that did look, in fact it wasn't, it was Paul Baldwin who gave the LBW. That did look very hairy. That's a big blow for Sussex.
When he went back into his stumps, Mohammed Rizwan. Is it Mohammed Rizwan?
Well, it might be. I'm not sure.
No,
It's going to be
Tom Clark.
Tom Clark.
It's Tom Clark. I beg his pardon.
Yeah,
I've seen a 7 on his back.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know whether Rizwan may bat up at 6, but it's going to be Tom Clark, who made a maiden first-class century last week.
Tom Clark.
Coming in on the stroke of tea, and what was a good session already for Derbyshire has become a very good session.
Yeah, 2 overs left until tea. They could pinch another one out here, Derbyshire. It really will be in the box seat if they aren't already, but Bolton are winning now as well. I've just heard in my ears that's no good.
Who are winning?
Bolton. That's my lad's team.
Why is that no good?
Well, just because he gloats a lot. Tranmere are losing at Bradford. Bolton are winning at home. I mean, it's just turning it. I'm glad I'm not going home tonight, in all honesty. Dear, oh dear. Burton heading for a 3rd successive goalless draw, which after the dreadful 2 months they'd had prior to these goalless draws is an upturn in form. But
So 2 overs to go till tea, Fletch, and it's going to be Dahl. Running in over the wicket bowls to Pujara. Let's that go outside the off stump. Is it you or me?
I think it's you, but beautifully done.
Elsewhere around the championship, Notts made 302, Glamorgan 226 for 6 in reply, so pretty even Stevens at Trent Bridge. Leicestershire 2 down for 64 at Durham, who made 428. In the first division, Surrey making 467, Hampshire in all sorts of bother and reply at 70 for 4. Ben Brown currently batting for Hampshire. In comes Dahl over the wicket bowls, and Pujara is caught behind, and another wicket does go down. And I have to say, that was a poor shot from Pujara. It was wide outside the off stump, really didn't seem to move his feet. Got a little tickle through to the keeper, and Derbyshire cannot believe their luck. 86 for 4, and Sussex in a real mess.
Well, that's a bonus wicket, isn't it? An absolute bonus wicket. You have to say that Anuj Dahl has bowled beautifully. He'd only conceded 2 runs in his first 3 overs. In fact, he bowled successive maidens before conceding 2 runs off his last over. But what a bonus that is to get rid of Chicheshwar Pujara so close to tea. It was decent to get rid of Ali Orr so close to tea, but this is a real fillet for Derbyshire. And
Thought it was a poor. I mean, I totally agree with you. I think Dahl has bowled well. I thought it was a poor shot from Pujara.
No, you're right. You're right.
He was just feeling for it outside of the off stump. It's a ball he could have let go, so close to tea. I mean, he'll be desperately disappointed. Let's face it, this is a good track. We've been saying it. You know, you don't score 239 on here if it's not a poor. I think Derbyshire bowled really well.
They talk about scoreboard pressure, though, and it is a thing, clearly, isn't it? Because no matter how much you say, well, we'll bat till tea, then we'll bat till the close, you still look at the scoreboard and we're going well here. We've got 80 odd runs in quick time, and you're still more than 400 behind. And that has to have an effect on the batsman, and it clearly seems to be having an effect on the batsman here as Derbyshire strengthen their grip on this match.
Well, actually, I mean, because the opening partnership was 62 between Haynes and Orr. So actually, Sussex have lost 4 for 24 here.
Very similar to the Derbyshire collapse, which was 27 for 4
yes,
before
it was.
lunch, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. And then some hitting. I mean, Derbyshire have been very positive in this match because Thompson and Anuj Dahl really got on with things after lunch.
Yeah.
So we are going to see Mohammed Rizwan, the right-handed Pakistan wicket-keeper batsman, coming in with Sussex in need of a big score from him. We've seen one Pakistan batsman make a big score, and Sussex could do with something similar. He might have had his feet up, 10 minutes or so ago.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, it's a mad scramble to get the pads on.
3:15, it was 62 without loss, and at 4:15, it's 86 for 4.
In comes Dahl over the wicket bowls, and Rizwan lets that one go outside of the off stump. Taken by keeper guest, and there is no run.
I'd be there suggesting that Shan Masood goes into the slip cordon or goes somewhere else where he can actually speak to Mohammed Rizwan without anybody else knowing what he's saying. But I genuinely don't think that Shan Masood is that kind of person. I think he's such a gentleman.
Yeah. Rizwan waits. 86 for 4. Darling again bowls, and Rizwan is forward, and he's on his way in Sussex colours, punching that through the offside. They've taken one, and that's all they'll take. And Tom Clark, the young 21-year-old, plays his cricket at Horsham Cricket Club. One of 4 brothers is Tom. He was telling me last week. He's the youngest, and so when he used to play in the back garden, I think he'd get a ball flying around his ears a bit. But he's the one who's come through, and he was absolutely delighted to make his 100 last week. His mum and dad were in the ground when he did it, so it was a really lovely moment for Tom Clark. But this is all about pressure now, because Derbyshire are all over Sussex at the minute. 87 for 4. As Andrews Dahl is on his way around the wicket from the City End bowls to Clark, who plays confidently enough to mid-on. Fielded up in the distance there by Luckmal.
He bowled pretty well, I thought. 8 overs, 2 makers, 0 for 19. He was economical, and there were a few testing deliveries. One in particular that cut back. I'm not sure whether it was Haynes or Allsop. I think it might have been Haynes.
Yes, yeah. I thought he did, but I thought he was a little unfortunate actually. But it was a pacey spell as well. Yeah. Dave, in comes Dahl again, bowls, and Clark more runs here. Clicks us nicely through mid wicket. It may run all the way for 4. Masood is in hot pursuit and does well and pulls the ball back just inside the ropes. But Tom Clark comes back for 3 runs. So the young Sussex batsman is on his way. He's pinched the strike as well, which I'm sure Mohammed Rizwan won't be too worried about with 1 over to go until tea. Sussex are 90 for 4. Clark on 3, Rizwan on 1. And, well, Derbyshire have pretty much had the perfect day so far, Fletch.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's been the perfect season so far. I know we're only 2 games in, but blimey, after some of the nonsense we've been watching, this really is a treat.
Very quickly, just the other games in the First Division. Somerset 75 for 5 at tea, leading Essex by just 4. So it looks like unlikely that's going to go the distance. Kent 51 without loss after Lancashire made 506. Phil Salt made 97 on his Lancashire debut. And Yorkshire 239 for 5 at Bristol against Gloucester, leading by 12.
The ridiculous situation, you're right. Mohammed Rizwan will be delighted to be at the non-strikers end, because if Connors can pick up a wicket here, they'll go off for tea. He's bowling to Clark, and Clark defends it back to the Derbyshire youngster. He fields it with both hands at the end of his follow-through. He's just looked happier from this end, Sam Connors, to me, and this is the end that he bowls from normally, but he had to give that up because the overseas signing, Suranga Lakmal, decided that this was the end for him. So we might see Dahl and Thompson and Nick Potts, who picked up his first wicket from the City End bowling from that end. As Connors is in, ball short, no ball. Overstepped. And umpire Baldwin turns around so the scorers can see him properly. 92 for 4. Trying by 413, I beg your pardon.
I think that's about probably the shortest ball we've seen all match.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much shorts. They tried to bounce Alex Thompson in Sussex, but bizarre. He's 7 foot tall. This next one is a full delivery that's well defended by Clark out into the offside. I've just had a message from home.
Oh.
Love that Pujara has been done by part-timer Dahl. I'm not sure Anuj Dahl would necessarily thank you for calling him a part-timer. I think he's a pretty decent bowler. It's just that he's never really been used as such in all his time here until the end of last season, and he's very much the second change bowler. Derbyshire fans will be delighted that he managed to get rid of Pujara as Connors bowls. That one is defended towards Suranga Lakmal, fielding at mid-on, and there's no run.
So I need to get my timings right here, Fletch. So I'm going to need to go back to the hotel after the close of play and get a coat, because it's going to be chilly tonight. So how long?
I think you'll probably be all right.
Oh, I don't know. There's not much of me, you know. There really isn't, Fletch.
What I'm going to do here is I'm going to put the words Pride and Park into my search machine thing here, as that one is pushed out into the offside by Clark.
Well, it's probably. I walked to the ground this morning. It was such a beautiful morning. It's probably about 15 minutes back. nip up and get a coat and.
It reckons it's around about a 40-minute walk.
Really? From the hotel, is it?
Well, from here, so.
Oh, from here?
Yeah.
Oh, blimey.
Oh, because you're at the jury zone. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, that's even further then.
Might be.
Oh, so perhaps that's not quite such a good idea. I should have bought a coat.
Slightly less. As in comes Connors down the leg side. He tried to flick it away there, Clark. This time it's well taken by Brooke Guest down the leg side. I'll drive. Drive. Go, turn left as soon as you see the ground at the roundabout, and then turn right. And when you get to the car park at the end, you know your BBC pass.
Yes.
Show them that. Seriously.
Yeah, it works, does it?
That'll work. Just doing a bit of scouting on behalf of BBC Sussex. They won't look closely, but I've never had a car park place booked in that car park.
And you've always got in it?
Always got it. Always got it. That loophole might be being closed as we speak. Next delivery is down the leg side again, and Clark has a little flick at that. He doesn't make contact, and that is T. Good session. Sussex, or good session for Derbyshire. Sussex at T, a 92 for 4 with Clark on 3 and Mohammed Rizwan on 1. The men out in the afternoon session after Derbyshire declared for 505 for 8 with Alex Thompson making his maiden first class 50 and 38 from Alex Dahl. And a big 6 from Nick Potts as well. Potts picked up the first wicket. Tom Haynes leg before wicket for 41. Tom Alsop was out for 7. Ali Orr made 17, and then the real bonus, Teshwa Pujara caught by Brooke Guest after bowling of Dahl for 6. So at T, Sussex are 92 for 4 and trailing by 413 still. We'll be back on the stream and on the BBC Sport website and app in around about 15 minutes or so. Fletch.
Here are the scores from around the country, all in the LB County Championship. At Canterbury, Lancashire made 506 all out, Kent 57 for no wicket. So Kent trailed by 448 runs. At Taunton, Somerset in their second innings, after Essex were all out for 180, a lead of 71, Somerset up 75 for 5. So Somerset lead by 4 runs. At Bristol, Yorkshire, following Gloucestershire's 227, are 240 for 5. so Yorkshire lead by 13 runs. At the Oval, where Surrey made 467 all out, Hampshire have replied so far with 71 for 4, and they are taking the team there. Hampshire trail by 396 runs. At Trent Bridge, the Morgan have reached 233 for 6 in reply to Knott's 302 all out. They're taking team, and the Morgan trail by 69 runs. At Chester District, where Durham were dismissed for 428, Leicestershire are batting and have 70 for 2. They trail by 358 runs.
Haynes batted nicely, but he became the first-class victim of Nick Potts, making 41 9-4s in that innings, just 34 deliveries. Allsop 7 from 26, caught by Brooke Guest after bowling of Sam Connors, a strangle down the leg side. Ali Orr leg before wicket to Sam Connors for 17. He'd been out there a long time. 68 deliveries he faced. And then without a run being added, and just 3 minutes later, Cheteshwar Pujara was caught by Brooke Guest. Poor shot from the Indian test man. Off the bowling of Anuj Dal, who's going to start the evening session from the city end with 2 slips in place. And it's not massively attacking, but it's attacking enough, I would suggest, at this stage. The question is if Sussex didn't manage to avoid the follow-on as Dahl bowls, and leaning forward rather, Mohammed Rizwan picks up his second and third runs. Couple there for him. He moves on to 394 for 4. The question is, would they enforce the follow-on? Because it's gone out of fashion.
Well, I mean, there is a very good weather forecast right through until Sunday, so would if it were to happen, would Derbyshire think we'll make a very rapid couple of hundred and give ourselves stacks of time? But that means they've got to bat last. Sorry, and let Sussex bat last.
We'll find out the mindset of the team and of Mickey Arthur, I think, if that happens. Dahl is in, and Mohamed Rizwan is squared up by that one. It was a leading edge up towards Billy Goldman at mid-off.
He's bowled really well, hasn't he?
Dahl,
yeah.
What a cricketer. My favourite cricketer, always has been. Even when he was getting all sorts of stick, even from people inside the ground. And he was at a very low ebb, I fancy, but he never showed it. He is a terrific cricketer. Terrific cricketer. Of course, Derbyshire are going to lose all their points because they're over 8 -4. Here's Dahl. In again, bowls to Rizwan, who drives straight, glorious. That's going to go for 4. Race away to the boundary in front of the permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground, which has a name, but I've no idea what it is.
The game last year, at the end of last season, when Derbyshire won, they did enforce the follow-on, didn't they?
Oh, did they?
Derbyshire made 465, Sussex made 300 and followed on.
All right.
And then bowled Sussex out for 187, and Derbyshire won by 9 wickets.
They just had enough runs for Matt Critchley to get to 1,000, didn't they?
That's
they got
right.
to exactly 1,000.
That's right. Didn't he open? Or
Yes.
Yes.
I think so.
Yes.
Yeah, they got exactly 1,000. The only man in the Derbyshire ranks to do so in the Championship is Dahl in again from the city, and that's driven very nicely. And there's an attempt at a diving stop from Jean Massoud that was, well, it wasn't great. And the ball goes past him, fielded by Goldman. They go through for a single. Rizwan moves to 697 for 4.
Nice message from Zach Tomazi, former chief exec at Sussex. Always good to hear from Zach. I hope you're keeping well. He says, thanks for the commentary. Can't deny that Derbyshire have the upper hand, and their fans deserve the enjoyment of a good performance. He says, I hope you get to the football in time. He says, me, pizza, beer, whilst listening to the last session.
Hello, pizza and beer. Excellent.
All the best, says
that
Zach.
sounds good to me.
Yeah, good to hear from you, Zach. Thanks very much for your message.
Dahl around the wicket, bowls, and that's driven into the ground and out to Lewis Rees, who's filling in the colours by Clark.
I could just imagine Zach sitting there. He's probably sitting in his garden, the sun is out. He's probably got a beer that's probably 3/4 drunk with a nice sort of froth on the top. A nice, what pizza would you have, Fletch, if you had the choice?
Oh, 12-inch hot and spicy.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd quite like that, I think.
Plenty of chilies on top.
Right.
Yeah. I do miss them when I'm at home. At home games, that is. This one is pushed up towards Billy Goldman at mid-off by Clark. It's the end of the first over after tea. So we've had 26 overs, so the run rate is pretty impressive from Sussex. It's 3 3/4. Unfortunately, the 4 wickets lost for 97 is a bit of a concern. Derbyshire didn't lose their 4th wicket until they were 393.
Yeah.
And therein lies the difference between the two sides. We're going to see Saranga Lakmal bowl his 2nd spell from the race course end, which is good to see.
Yes, 62 without loss, Sussex were initially. So then lost, the 4th wicket went down. Where's my notes gone? 85 for 4. So they lost 4 for
24.
Yeah. It's quite interesting. Just looking down below us, James Coles. I don't think will be the next man in, or he could be. It's a bit like a club game. He's sort of waiting on the boundary edge.
I think. He's just been for a net.
Yeah.
The net's out to the back, away to our right-hand side. I saw him going away. I didn't realise who he was at the time.
Come for a net with Grant Flower, who's standing down below us with James Kirtley. I mean, he's in to come in at number 8. Is James Coles. And here comes Lakmal racing in, bowls wide of the off stump, taken by Guest on the bounce. Bit of a loosener there from.
That was a proper
Saranga
lift.
Lakmal.
It bounced twice before it reached Brooke Guest.
It
And
did.
we've seen the ball fly through from Lakmal.
Yeah.
He wasn't 100% happy with that by the look of his
No.
walk back.
No, he's sort of shaking his head slightly, as if to say, come on, I can do better than that. 2 slips and a 3rd man for the right-handed Mohamed Rizwan, who's on 8. Backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fine leg. Rizwan waits. His first match for Sussex, in comes Ranga bowls and plays it into the offside as Rizwan picks up a single fielded by Nick Potts, who's down as number 26. 29 on the card, but he's actually wearing number 26.
Good spot. That is a good spot. You're right.
But a single to Rizwan. I mean, you get in these overseas players, Mohammed Rizwan, Cheteshwar Pujara, and you expect them to make runs. And this is a bit of a crisis for Sussex here, and that's why you've got your overseas players in. Can he dig Sussex out of a pretty big hole in almost crater size? 100 up for Sussex, I should have noticed that. 100 for 4, almost went unnoticed, but barely any applause at all. Yes, in comes Luckmal and bowls wide of the stump. Clark lets that go through to Guest, and there is no run. Sun out brightly. It's not a big crowd by any manner of means, but I think there's a few more in than yesterday.
Yes, I think so.
Would there be a few who would having a sporting Good Friday, so down here for the cricket, and then maybe wandering up the road to see a bit of football a little later, maybe?
Well, I think it's only a tenner in today here.
Right, so
which isn't bad for a day's cricket, is it?
No.
Really?
Then you can get a ticket for £20 for the football, so for £30 you get a day's sport. Clark faces Luckmal, plays straight down the ground, fielded at mid-on, and there is no run, fielded by Sam Connors. In terms of the rest of the Sussex batting, Ollie Carter, wicket-keeper batsman coming in at 7, who is a more than capable bat, as is James Coles. Then it's down amongst the lower order, Steve Finn coming in at 9. I know he often talks about, we were talking last week about the half century made over in New Zealand, but the last recognised batsman would be Coles at 8. As in comes Luckmal, bowls to Clark, who's solidly forward onto the onside, and there is no run.
I should have spotted that Potts couldn't be number 29 because Brooke Guest is number 29. The wicket keeper.
Aha, good spot. Yeah,
229.
Yeah. Tom Clark was 21 in February. So he made his maiden 100 last week, and how Sussex could do with more of the same today. 2 slips in place. The sun has momentarily disappeared. And Luckmal is running in number 82 on his back, comes in and bowls, and Clark very solidly for bat and pad close together. Grant Flower, the Sussex batting coach, is watching on closely just down below us, so he daren't play a full shot, does Tom Clark. Over safely negotiated, 100 for 4. Clark on 3, Rizwan on 9. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. A very good afternoon, wherever you're listening. We had lots of messages from around the world, from San Francisco to Australia to France. I'm sure there could well be a few listeners over in the subcontinent as well, with Mohammed Rizwan batting as well. So if you are, why not drop us an email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you could tweet at Fletch Sport or at BBC Sussex Sport. It'd be great to hear from you.
Certainly would. It's always nice to know that somebody's listening.
More than we think, I expect.
Yes, no, I think you're right. And on the stream as well, with the commentary that is on the stream. Here's Anish Dalby getting a new over from the City end and balls to Rizwan, who defends.
I have to say, Fletch, I realised when I was sitting next door and James had the live stream on his laptop, and I saw you two on there, and I thought, oh crumbs, now and again the live stream does come in. I'm aware I'm sort of standing up half the time.
Camera, there it is in the corner.
Yeah, oh dear.
Yeah.
well, I'll see the lucky jumper that's been very unlucky.
It's not worked, has it?
No, not at all.
Not worked.
Rubbish.
Dahl bowls. Mohammed Rizwan gets one that bounces down into the crease and out square on the offside, fielded on the bounce by Brooke Guest.
I like Anish Dahl. I was looking at his the game at Hove last year. In that 465, he made 49 in the Derbyshire first innings. Not sure he took too many wickets, but he just looks a very fine cricketer.
He is. He bowls now, and that's defended by Rizwan out into the offside.
In fact, he did take a wicket. He took the wicket of Jack Carson and Sean Hunt in the second innings.
No, he was my favourite cricketer a long time ago, and he's lightning in the field, brilliant in the field, and he was getting picked in the T20s specifically for his fielding, really, because he neither batted nor bowled on occasion. Seems almost unthinkable now, because he's in and bowls. Oh, and that's so close. Was there an edge? I'm not sure, but there doesn't look to be too much disappointment there.
No.
But it beat Rizwan with a bit of extra bounce. I fancy it was taken just above his, or wasn't taken, but hit the gloves of Brooke Guest just above his right shoulder. 0-0. It's finished at Accrington, so that is 3 successive goalless draws. I think it's the only game in League One that is finished goalless. So plenty of entertainment. Dahl bowls, and this one's defended by Rizwan.
Just to rub it in,
Oh, really?
Zach Tomazzi, I was saying, the former chief exec of Sussex, lovely
Oh, yeah.
man, who clearly enjoys a pizza, because look, he looks like he's got a little
Oh, he's got
pizza
pizza
oven.
oven.
He's got a pizza oven in the garden,
Nice.
which really does look,
Doesn't it?
it looks the business, doesn't it? Now, whether Zach's pizza, now I wonder if Zach makes them, whether he's gonna, he's
Just
gonna
warms
go,
them up in there. He buys them in a box and warms them up. This one is defended by Rizwan.
That does look terrific, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I might have to get invited round for a pizza, I think.
Well, you know, when we're down.
Yeah, we'll provide the beer, Zach. You provide the pizzas.
I'm going to disappear and do an update on the WhatsApp.
End of the over. 100 for 4. Clark 3, Rizwan 9. Sussex. You've just got to bat and bat here. Derbyshire making 505 for 8. If you're just joining us, 239 from Shan Masood. Just an innings of wonderful shots all around the wicket. Didn't break the 276, which is the Derbyshire record for an individual innings. I wasn't aware of that before came up here this week. As in comes Luckmore, bowls to Clark, who defends into the offside. There is no run. And that Derbyshire are the only county not to have had a player score 300 in their history. And there was not much excitement around the ground as to whether today might be the day. Well, it wasn't for Shan Masood, but he's more than played his part. A wonderful partnership of 292 with Wayne Madsen, who made 111. They batted so long it denied Sussex even a bowling point. So the points on the scoreboard away to my right say Derbyshire 5, Sussex 0. In comes Luckmore, bowls, Clark lets that go outside the off stump. Taken by keeper Guest, there is no run. 2 slips, a third man, backward point, cover mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. We're looking directly down the ground to the city end, where outside of the ground you can see the busy roundabout. The A52 just goes across here. Lots of cars whizzing across the roundabout, people going about their business on this Good Friday. Blackmile is going around the wicket now to the left-handed Tom Clark. The sun has momentarily disappeared behind some cotton wool clouds above the ground as in comes Luckmile and bowls, and Clark shoulders arms. Let that one pass through to keeper Guest, and there is no run. Plenty of chatter, as you would expect from the Derbyshire players. Who that 505 for 8 came in 133 overs. So they were scoring at the best part of 4 and over right through the innings, and indeed for the last few overs after lunch, Alec Thompson, 52, his maiden first-class half-century off 49 balls, and Andrew Dahl really got on with things as the declaration came. Luckmile in again, bowls, Clark forward, a ball of good length, bat and pad close together. Tom Clark just leans into the shot, plays it into the offside. There is no run and just wanders away towards square leg, rehearses the shot. Still another 28 overs to be bowled after this tonight. The time already 5 o'clock, so we're certainly going to be doing some overtime, and certainly with the light good, the sun's back out with us now. Well, the sun does come out actually, shining right into our commentary box here. Comes Luckmile again, right arm round the wicket, bowls to Clark, and Clark to a ball pitching around middle stump, plays it to square leg. The throw comes in and eludes Brooke Guest. It was high to his right. It was a pretty awful throw, to be honest. But fortunately, Wayne Madsen was backing up, and there is no run. 100 for 4, Sussex. Clark 3, Rizwan 9. Tom Haynes made 41. Looked a bit unlucky to get an LBW, giving the first-class wicket to Nick Potts. Tom Alsop following, strangled down the leg side for 7. Alior LBW to Connors for 17. Then just in comes straight off as he comes Luckmile bowls. Lovely looking shot by Tom Clark, but Luckmile fields of his own bowling, and there is no run. So maiden over, I think that was for. Well, was there one off
No,
it?
I think you might be right.
Yeah, 10 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket, 420. Then Pujara. I think, it was a poor shot for a test batsman, a ball he could have left outside the off stump. A little edge through, and keeper Guest couldn't believe his luck. Pujara on his way for 6. So Sussex going from 62 without loss to 85 for 4. Now these two looking to repair the damage.
Yeah, Derbyshire well on top in this game and looking to press home their current advantage, which is 405 at the moment. As Dahl begins a new over from the city end with Guest standing up. That one's left alone by Mohammed Rizwan.
Back to Zach's rather nice looking pizza oven. And he says 100% made from scratch. I'm not sure. He's a very believable man, Zach, but I'm not entirely sure about that. He says you're very welcome as long as the beer is cold. Well, that can be for Fletch to sort.
Yeah, no problem there. Dahl is in, and that's no, it missed the outside edge of the bat by a fraction.
And not far away from the off stump as well.
And well taken behind the stump, standing up by Brooke Guest. That was terrific cricket from a Derbyshire perspective.
It really was.
Rizwan standing there as though he can't quite believe what's just happened. What have we got left here? 27 and a half. No, there can't be. Yeah, I suppose there can be 27 and a half hours left. This one is edged and just wide of Wayne Madsen at second slip.
Well fielded.
Races away down. Sam Connors put in the slide, but he couldn't quite prevent himself from getting over the boundary rope. And it's a rather streaky 4 for Rizwan, who moves into double figures. He's on to 13, 104 for 4.
I do sometimes wonder, he made up good ground there, Sam Connors, and he dived and, so 10 out of 10 for effort. But I sometimes wonder with quick bowlers, it's so easy to injure yourself. And
do you really want him sliding around?
Just saving a run. I know it's terrific to see, but just for a minute he was sort of fletching his left knee. He's okay, thankfully.
I think it's what's demanded from them these days, isn't it, really? As Dahl is in again, that's driven out into the offside. Nicely played, but comfortably fielded by Shan Masood. Cover. It's Lewis. No, it isn't. It's Lewis Rees at point. Lewis deploy. Where is Lewis deploy? He's there at mid wicket.
This really would be the prize wicket if Derbyshire get Rizwan.
Absolutely. Dahl's in, balls to Rizwan, who defends this one. And there is Lewis deploy doing the fielding, coming around in front of Saranga Lakmal to do the fielding.
Played a big innings in the series between Pakistan and Australia, Mohammed Rizwan, in a game that petered out into a draw, but Pakistan needed to bat a long time to save that game, so he's well used to batting for long periods of time.
He might have to bat for 2 days.
Yeah.
Dahl balls outside the off stump, not taken cleanly by Brooke Guest. Difficult for him there. Standing up to Dahl, who, as I've said all along, is a little bit quicker than he looks. So it is very tricky. We're going to get some commentary on the radio at some point in the next hour. They're going to tell us when it will be, of course, which will help. Be exciting.
We look forward to that, Fletch.
We don't get much cricket on the actual radio these days.
Well, it's going to be Lakmal who's going to carry on from the racecourse end of the ground here at Derby. I.e. from our end of the ground, the media centre, terrific media centre here, great window, what a wonderful view. Right across the ground towards the members' pavilion. I seem to remember the first time I came here, Fletch, we went over to the members' pavilion for lunch.
Yes, we've done that. Members' pavilion, or the bar that used to be a cafe. That was always good for the chips and the burger.
In comes Lakmal over the wicket, bowls to Tom Clark, who's solidly forward, plays that straight back down the track, fielded at mid-off, and there is no run. Yeah, that would have been the game I was talking about. We heard from Steve McGoffin a little earlier, the former Sussex Australian fast bowler, and Steve got in touch, and I was mentioning the game here in 2016 when Ed Joyce made 250.
Yeah, wasn't it his last game? It was certainly his last season.
Yes, it was, and a 6 over third man, I think, to bring up his 200 from memory. And Steve McGoffin did play in that game. Billy Godleman played in the game as well.
It was
skippered.
Yeah,
and Luke Fletcher played.
Did he really?
Yeah. In comes Lackmore bowls. Clark forward, facing to the offside down run. He was on loan, I think, from Notts for a
Yes, it
month.
was quite early season, though, wasn't it? We had Andy Clark bowling as well. Andy Carter.
I think he might have been
bowling in that one as well.
It was a game that was ruined by the weather.
Seemed very unlikely in Derby that the weather would ruin a game of cricket.
And actually, when I looked through these, I think 2016 from 6 years ago.
That was my first season.
Was it?
Yeah, that's the first season I did it. Yeah, that might even have been the first time we worked together on the cricket.
Yeah. Runs away from us, comes in and bowls. Clark drives nicely. Doesn't quite go where he intended, but I think it's not going to quite reach the boundary. Overhauled, chased back by Dahl, but Tom Clark gets a couple of runs through the covers. He goes to 5 and Sussex to 106 for 4. Yeah, we'd seen each other on the non-league circuit a little bit.
Oh yeah, met for many years.
Before I remember.
Many years. Aldershot.
Yeah, I remember coming up to Halifax.
Yeah. Yeah. Happy days.
Yeah, were happy days. And you were always very good, Fletch. You know, you need someone to show you where's the point, where's the radio point, where do you plug into, and you were there.
What am I doing? That's what I used to say at the away games.
Comes like Marlon Bowles. Oh, there's a poor delivery down the leg side, and Guest does well to get across, gets a glove to it, doesn't take the ball cleanly. He's a bit irritated with himself. I think, like what you can see, he's just wandering back. He just flicked away at the turf, and he's just shaking his head. It's applause. You can hear the Derbyshire fielders are right on their toes at the moment.
We would have done that Ed Joyce innings from, as it is now, from probably mid-wicket above the gents over on the far side of the old scoreboard.
Yeah, Luckmore to his mark on his way around the wicket bowls, and Clark, nice shot off the hip, clips that away through square leg. That's going to run away, I suspect, for 4 runs. He got a hand on it, did Nick Potts, but he couldn't stop it in. It's a nicely timed shot by Tom Clark, who's picking up where he left off last week with that very fine 100.
I think he'd be slightly disappointed that Nick Potts not to have got more of a hand on that, really, but the young man's probably already thinking about his potential next spell. 4 overs, 1 for 23 in his first.
Strange, wasn't it? Because his first 8 balls.
Well, he looked like he was nervous, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. And then he got hit, I think, for 4 boundaries by Tom Haynes.
Yeah, he looked really nervous. Couldn't land the ball in the same place in successive deliveries.
Here comes Blackwell around the wicket bowls and slightly in the air from Tom Haynes. Plays to mid-on, fielded by Sam Connors. It is the end of Lackmore's over. He has bowled 11 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 26. Sussex 110 for 4. Tom Clark is on 19. Mohammed Rizwan is on 13. This partnership now with 24. Sussex look to rebuild, and a considerable rebuilding job is required. They're 110 for 4 after Derbyshire made 505.
Glamorgan battling hard just down the road. 262 for 8, still trailing Notts by 40 runs. Leicestershire 100 for 2 against Durham, 428 they made. And for no apparent reason, there are only 3 games in the second division this week. You'll have a week off in this block of matches, I imagine, Adrian. We've got one.
No, we haven't. I'll tell you for why.
New over from Dahl, ball turned into the leg side by Rizwan. Around comes Sam Connors to do the field. It picks up and throws. How good's the throw? Not quite good enough. And Rizwan has to get the dive out to get back. He has to rearrange things because he dragged himself across the floor to get in for the second. He moves to 15, 112 for 4.
Yeah, Sussex don't let it break at all because they're playing New Zealand in a tour match, a 4-day tour match. Yeah, so Sussex go. So it's Notts last week, Derbyshire this week, Worcester the week after, Durham the week after that, Leicester the week after that, and then into a 4-day game against the New Zealand tourists.
That'd be quite nice. Then.
Well, it will be nice, except for the fact they need some of these injured players back, and I suspect
second 11 plays New Zealand.
Well, whilst Sussex, it's great to host New Zealand. Yeah. I think Sussex will quite fancy a break that week, but they're not going to get it.
Dahl is in and bowls. That's played away from his body by Mohammed Rizwan. But safe enough in the end as the ball is pushed out into the offside and there is no run. But Derbyshire have got a really good tour match. Really good tour match. I'm trying to find out where it is. Is it there? There it is. The 1st of July. they were slated to play a 50-over game against India. That's now been converted into a T20 with a 7 o'clock start. That would be fantastic. Get your tickets if you can. I would urge. It is included in the price of that ball was played out to the offside, incidentally, from Rizwan. No run. The India game is included in the old T20 season ticket as well, which is terrific value. I mean, it was good value before, but it's even better value now.
That'd be terrific. It'd be great to have New Zealand at home.
Yeah, absolutely. Dahl, edged and dropped at first slip by Alex Thompson. It was a really tricky one because it went through Brooke Guest, and Thompson saw it late, dived to his left, couldn't cling on, and Rizwan has a life on 15. It is a drop from Alex Thompson, but it would have been some catch had he taken it. With the wicketkeeper standing up, he wouldn't have seen it, would he? He just wouldn't have seen it, but he'll have expected himself to have clung on as this next one is clipped into the leg side by Rizwan. Sam Connors picks up and throws in, and they get through for a single. Rizwan moves to 16 now, 113 for 4.
Yeah, that Derbyshire game, what we were talking about, back in 2016. The Derbyshire batting lineup: Chesney Hughes, Billy Godleman, Hamish Rutherford, Wayne Madsen, Neil Broome, Wes Durston, Shiv Thacker, Tom Poynton, Tony Palladino, Luke Fletcher, and Andy Carter. So Madsen and Godleman, the only survivors of that side.
Yeah.
In terms of Sussex, I don't think there's any survivors from that side. No, there aren't, because Sussex were Nash, Joyce, Wells, Taylor, Machin, Finch, Brown, Robinson, McGoffin, and Whittingham. Go.
We've lost the slip. Thompson's got into a short mid-wicket now. Only one slip. Wayne Madsen. Dahl on his way in to bowl to Clark. Clark with a full delivery. It's pushed out into the offside, fielded by Lewis Rees. End of the over. 113 for 4. Clark has 9. Rizwan has 16. The partnership 27. But Mohammed Rizwan gets a life. In that over. Dropped. Tough chance by Alex Thompson, diving away to his right after the ball had been nicked and gone past the wicketkeeper who was standing up, Brooke Guest.
Yeah, I mean, there was a catch dropped earlier when Wayne Madsen put down Tom Haynes when he'd made 8.
It was slightly more straightforward, that one, wasn't it? Second slip.
Yes, I think
in and out.
I don't know Wayne Madsen, but I think at this level it was a nice height.
Oh, Madsen's a good slipper. He's got a phenomenal. He's almost got a catch a game average, which for a non-wicketkeeper is very impressive.
Suranga Lakmal is going to come in from the racecourse end of the ground, running in over the wicket bowls to Rizwan, who lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run. Briefly elsewhere, Glamorgan 268 for 8, in reply to Notts 302. Leicestershire 103 for 2, replying to Durham's 428. The only games in the second division, Middlesex and Worcester having a Easter off. In the first division, Yorkshire 286 for 5, leading Gloucester by 59. Kent 90 for no wicket, in reply to Lancashire's 506. Phil Salt, the ex-Sussex player, making 97 on his debut. That looks like a good track down at Canterbury. Not so at Taunton, where Somerset are 104 for 6, leading Essex by just 33. Blackmile in bowls. Nice looking shot by Rizwan to miss off, but you probably heard the cry of wait on. And Hampshire in all sorts of trouble at the Oval. They're 87 for 5 in reply to the Surrey total of 467. Ben Brown, though, he's going along nicely. He's 30 not out, the former Sussex skipper. Moved in the winter along the south coast. Now, Billy Godleman is having a word to...
I don't want to finish the overs too early, does it?
I was just going to say, I mean, we've got 25 overs left, or 24 after this over, and it's already 5:15, and the over 8 is showing us -4.
Yeah.
So it's getting into territory where the umpires will be getting a little irritated, I think.
As they should be. As they should be. We'll see Alex Thompson at some point, I'm sure. It's fascinating to see how well he goes.
Short extra cover in place. That's the fielding change. The third man is up. In comes. It's a mistake. If the ball hits the stumps, he's out. Well, if the ball hits, then Mohammed Rizwan is long gone. Complete misunderstanding between Rizwan and Clark. Blackmile bowled. It was played onto the onside. Well, I would imagine that was Rizwan. Well, difficult time. I mean, Rizwan has come down. He's giving Tom Clark touching gloves. I think he's acknowledged it was his fault.
It'd have been gone, wouldn't he?
Oh, absolutely.
Nearest deploy with the throw.
No chance. If that hits the stumps, he's gone by a couple of yards.
Yeah, I think so. And you've got a hit, haven't you? You just never see the stumps being hit.
No. Well, that would have been.
How big that would have been.
Well, that would have been a catastrophe for Sussex to lose your overseas to our run out. But I think he recognised, didn't he? It was his error. So he's been dropped, and he could have been run out, Mohammed Rizwan. I wonder if it's going to be his day.
A couple of chances.
Yeah.
You start to feel like you're invincible, don't you?
Yeah, you do. Blackmore waits. And Tom Clark is ready. 2 slips go down. Sun shining brightly across the county ground. Comes in and bowls, and Clark lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run. Tom Clark on 9. Mohammed Rizwan on 17. Partnership of 28. Last wicket going down was Pujara, who was caught behind by Guest off the bowling of Dahl for 6. Tom Haynes 41. Tom Alsop 7. Ali Orr 17. And Pujara 6. The 4 wickets to fall. 3 wickets for Henry Crocombe in the Derbyshire innings, but none of the bowling figures really stand out. Tom Haynes, the pick of the bowlers, 18 overs, 1 for 35. In comes Blackmore bowls down the leg side. Nice looking shot by Tom Clark. All along the ground, backward of square, fielded it deep backward square leg. He picks up a single. Clark to 10 and Sussex to 115 for 4.
Not looking massively threatening at the moment, Saranga Lackmal. 12 overs for 28, or 12 overs for 29. I think it probably will be when it all clicks over. 3 maidens. In fact, it won't be because he hasn't finished his over yet. That's why it hasn't clicked over.
Well, certainly the first couple of overs he bowled, I thought were quick.
I did.
Yeah, really quick.
The sitting ball from the other end. He hasn't bowled from the city end yet.
He's running away from us, comes into bowl to Mohammed Rizwan. He's in and bowls, and Rizwan is solidly forward. A ball of good length, plays it to short extra cover. Throw comes in, awful throw from Lewis Rees, which he acknowledges was a dreadful throw. Brooke Guest is smiling. And no harm done, no overthrows. End of the over, 115 for 4. Clark 10, Rizwan 17. And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC from BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio Sussex, Adrian Harms and Dave Fletcher in the sunshine.
Glorious. Glorious in Derby. And we're not going to see any spin just yet. I don't think it can be that far away, though, surely. A bit of spin from Alex Thompson. I'd like to see him just given a couple of overs with a ball that's now 33 overs old. So, but he would have been fielding at slip, but he's gone out to mid-wicket. Clark just taps the bat. You can hear it in the effects microphone as Dahl around the wicket bowls. Trimley drives it just to the on-side of the wickets at the non-strikers, and Billy Godalming comes around from mid-off to do the fielding. Brooke Guest takes the throw from Godalming. There's still plenty of noise out there from Derbyshire. They're still leading by 390, so perhaps it's not entirely surprising. They are massively on top here. But these two have so far added 29 in 10 overs. This one is driven with the inside half of the bat back to Dahl by Clark. Dahl's one of those cricketers who you would have in your side all the time. Because you know he's going to get you runs. You know he's going to be able to come in and bowl his share of overs. This is his 9th. And his fielding is simply magnificent. Oh, he did drop a catch at Lord's. This one is guided out into the offside. That'll be 4 runs. It's being chased down by Lewis Rees, the man with the dodgy knee. The ball's slowing, and he just gets there before it reaches the rope, and they come back for 3 runs. I thought that was 4 from the moment it left the bat.
I did.
Clark moves on to 13. Sussex 118 for 4.
Good chase. Actually, I was quite pleased he didn't slide to get the ball. If you've got a dodgy knee, the last thing you want to do.
I don't think he's allowed to.
Right. And
genuinely.
He was very quick, wasn't he? So obviously his knee's good for sprinting.
He left Leah's deploy behind, but deploy's still got the fielding pads on, which will have slided down it.
Well, I would say with Dahl, he gives you nothing to hit, does he? Really, I know
No.
that went for 3 runs, but he's at the batsman. You've got the keeper standing up, so the batsman feels under pressure all the time.
Bowls to Rizwan, who rather
Oh.
reaches for that one outside the off stump, gets a thick edge.
Oh.
Nick Potts has run over the ball through his legs and to the boundary for 4, and that's the last thing you want on your first-class debut. Poor old Nick Potts, he'll be a little bit embarrassed about that. Anuj Dahl stood with his hands on his hips. He wasn't massively happy himself. Poor old Nick.
The only good thing is that there's not too many spectators down below us. If they'd been on the other side, he'd have... Yeah, I mean, he was, you know, he was looking to get the throw. He got to the ball very quickly. He was trying to prevent the 2.
Conceded the 4.
Yeah.
Rizwan moves to 21.
Yeah.
It'll happen again before his career's over, I'm sure.
It will.
Rizwan this time guides it. Here we go. Another chance for Nick Potts, who picks up cleanly and keeps them down to a single. He moves to 22. Does Rizwan 123 for 4?
I'll do one more. I'll make way for James. Carl will come in and have a latter.
Just keep listening. They're now going on to Derby County. It can't be long before they come to us for some
Right.
cricket, because they're running out of things to talk about. They've spoken to him, Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank and Michael Madsen, the defensive midfielder. This one is pushed out into the offside by Clark. Fielded there by Lewis Rees. And there's no run. How can there still be 23 overs left in the day's play? That's at least an hour and a half.
Well, it is, absolutely, because there's no sign of the spinner. And the...
Well, they're not bowling at 16 overs an hour, so
No, nothing like
it's Sam Connors.
All right, so I thought... Funny enough, I saw I saw a signal go out during that previous over, as if they were maybe saying to Lucknow, you know, thanks very much for now. And I think you called it right, Fletch. I don't think he has looked particularly threatening.
I'd give him a go from. I know he said he wanted a bowl from. Mickey Arthur confirmed it on Wednesday that he picked his end, and it was the same end that Sam Connors bowls from, which is the racecourse end where we are. I'd just say to him, look, just have a little trundle in from the city end, see if you get any more luck.
Well, it's going to be Sam Connors who's going to come running in from the racecourse end of the ground, running into bowl to Mohammed Rizwan. He's in and bowls, and he's got behind. Rizwan has gone. Well, what a bowling change that is from Billy Godman. I have to say, I don't think that's a shot either that Mohammed Rizwan will be particularly proud about. But Connors, first up, puts the ball on a sixpence. Rizwan nicks behind, and now Sussex are in desperate trouble. If they weren't already, 123 for 5. Rizwan is gone for 22. He was given a life when he was on 15, dropped at slip. So certainly Alex Thompson will be feeling a lot better. But terrific bowling change. Connors on a sixpence, and Sussex are in a mess.
It's a strange old shot because he was on the move, wasn't he? He was actually moving as he played that shot. A very aggressive looking drive from a player who does like to get on with it. 22 from 32 deliveries, but really? I'm not sure that was a shot for this particular situation. Trailing by 382. They're now 5 down. As out to the middle comes Ollie Carter. Oh, how about that? That's never happened before.
What's that? You got it right?
I've got it right.
Well done, Fletch.
Got it right. Never happened before.
And what I would say now is that you're down amongst, I mean, you know, Ollie Carter is a perfectly capable batsman. James Coles is a capable batsman. These are young cricketers. You know, James Coles is only 18. Ollie Carter is, looking at my records here, Ollie Carter is 20. So your next 2 batsmen are 20 and 18. You're coming into a situation where you're 505 on the board and you're 123 for 5. He's expecting an awful lot of these young players. So Tom Clark 21, Ollie Carter 20, Nick's man in 18. Now these are good young cricketers, but you're coming in a situation when you're in dire trouble with Derbyshire absolutely cock a hoop.
Yeah.
What a bowling change that was as well.
Sam Connors, I thought he'd lost his knack of getting wickets early in a spell. Well, he's got it back. He's got it back.
Well, he's coming in to bowl to Ollie Carter. 2 slips go down. Connors in with this easy approach to the wicket, bowls to Carter, who lets it go outside the off stump, taken by Guest. I mean, the follow-on will certainly be, I mean, a lot's going to depend here now on Godman and his bowls and how much more bowling. I mean, it might well be Sussex, you know, I mean, it's a perfectly good track. There's nothing wrong with this wicket, Fletch.
No, I think you're right.
You know, so
I think you're right.
this is surely this is about head down. You know, plenty of time. The light's good. It's a good pitch. Head down. Just bat and bat. Connors in. Bowls. Carter, lovely looking shot through the offside. Now in hot pursuit is Nick Potts. I think, is he going to overhaul that? He does overhaul it.
Got a good arm as well.
Yeah.
I think
Gets in the throw.
Thompson is warming up. Look.
Yeah, he is. I mean, I would imagine that's a lot to do with the over. I mean, that being said, although the over is slow, and it is slow, I guess 5 wickets have gone down, so it might well be the umpires will take that into some count.
They do bowl very slowly though, Derbyshire, I'm afraid.
So Carter on his way, 125 for 5. I'll make way for James in a minute. I've got an update to do shortly as well and bring the rather dismal news to the people of Sussex.
I'm hoping that Connors hasn't used all the wickets up before we get on proper radio.
Connors in again, bowls. Carter lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Guest. Got a nice approach to the wicket, hasn't he?
Yes. He's got a little hop though.
Yeah.
He's never had that hop before, I'm certain, but he says he's always had it, but I don't believe him.
It's very smooth, isn't it?
Yeah.
It looks as if he's not putting in huge. I mean, I'm sure he is putting in effort, but it's a very languid approach to the wicket. It's
Quite a repeatable action.
Yeah,
isn't
it is,
Very
absolutely.
repeatable. And he's one of the, well, he's just about the only youngster who's come through the pathway who hasn't suffered major injury.
Look at that, just a nice, easy approach to the wicket. He's in and bowls, and Carter is full to a ball pitching around middle of the leg. Plays it down the onside, fielded by Connors. There is no run.
A lot of his pace comes from the arm, doesn't it? All the pace is in the arm rather than in the run up.
It's a very easy approach to the wicket. And as a skipper, when you change the bowling, you take off your number one bowler. It's fair to say in Lucknow, you change the bowling, you get a wicket first up. And comes Connors again, bowls. Carter lets that go. There's been good bouncing this wicket. It's the end of the over. Time for me to go. Maybe it'll change Sussex's luck. 125 for 5. Clark 13. Carter on 2.
Well, the sweater didn't work. So, change of commentator might. Thanks to Adrian. We will hear from Adrian before the close of play, because the close of play won't be for a good 50 minutes yet. So, James Carr will return. I don't think we've heard from James since tea, have we? My word, he'll have so much to say. Hopefully.
Or maybe not so hopeful, depending on what I say.
Well, we're going to see some spin, and I must say, not before time really, but they're 5 down with 125 on the board and trailing by 380. You couldn't really say he should have been brought on earlier, but it'd be interesting to see if he gets the bounce that we've seen in the pitch from some of the quicker bowlers for Alex Thompson. Alex Thompson with no P.
Good evening, everybody. And yeah, I think it's good to see a bit of spin at this point.
Yeah.
Especially with the left-hander, off-spinner,
Yeah.
challenge the outside edge of the bat, and a new batter coming to the crease
Yes,
as well.
that's true, actually, isn't it? Yeah, that is true. Yeah. Clark on 13. Carter has 2. 125 for 5. Just waiting for the cue from Colin up at Accrington to tell us that they're going to be joining us over on FM, AM, DAB, and Freeview. It's everywhere. First delivery of a Thompson over is bang on target. It's defended by Clark.
Does that mean we'll have to talk about cricket then?
Yeah. Well, no. Opinions are still allowed.
Or this
so.
cricket, more to the point, that's happening out here.
They're going to wrap up things at the Wham Stadium up in Accrington after the goalless draw, then come to us as Thompson in around the wicket. It's pushed out into the offside, where it's fielded there by Anuj Dahl, who's in its sort of shortish cover. The short mid-wicket is Shan Masood. A slip and a short leg. There's a shortish third man, or quite a deep gully as the next delivery is pushed by Clark into the offside, where Dahl once again does the fielding. I know you can't hear what's going on at Accrington, so I'll carry on doing the comms if that's okay. And then once we're up and running, we'll go back to the normal every other over.
Yep, no problem.
There's Thompson is in, that's driven out. Dahl will stop it with his right hand, runs past the ball, but he's got the speed to turn once he's stopped. And prevent the run from being scored. Good start to the over, good start to the spell from Alex Thompson here. In again, very upright action, bowls, and that one is defended again by Clark. Tosses it to Anuj Dahl, who's basically charged by the rest of his team with looking after the ball. So the final ball of the Thompson over is down the track and caught by Wayne Madsen. That's a poor shot from Clark. He danced down the track. It's a wicket maiden for Thompson. Clark goes for 13 from 40 deliveries, and all of a sudden it's 125 for 6 with Sussex trailing by 380.
Well, that's an inspired change, isn't it? Yielding the wicket in the first over, the off-spin challenging the outside edge of the bat, and like as you say, a bit of impatience from Clark, and he has to go.
It's not a shot for the circumstances, is it really? I mean, the circumstances are such that they've got to bat forever and ever and ever, but you don't want to be done, and he knew as soon as he'd done it. Thick edge, nice catch by Wayne Madsen, very comfortable in the end. Clark goes for 13 from 40 deliveries, and if they weren't already completely in charge, well, they certainly are now, Derbyshire. This is remarkable. Alex Thompson begins with a wicket maiden.
Well, I don't know how much Clark's seen of Thompson, but you know, from the 5-6 balls I've just seen, you know, it's very clear he gets a bit of drift and dip, so coming down the track without getting accustomed to him is quite reckless, to be honest. And as you say, Sussex are toiling now at 125 for 6.
Well, Billy Goldman has just been having a chat with both umpires, Peter Hartley and Paul Baldwin, and you do wonder whether it's what's on the board, the -4 with the over rate, which is clearly going to be a concern to Billy Goldman. But the introduction of Alex Thompson should speed things up a little bit. And if he bowls maiden after maiden, they're not fetching the ball from all parts, then that will be really good. James Coles is the new batsman. All his 18 years of experience will be required here. Good luck, son. Off you go. First class match. Just go and save us the game. We're only 380 behind. It's almost pointless Derbyshire batting for a second time, given the size of the deficit currently, should they manage to get through the remaining Sussex batsmen. And Connors is in and bowls to Carter, who pulls it into the leg side. That'll be 4 runs out to the mid-wicket boundary. There is nobody out there. I had to just lift my head above the television screen that is the scoreboard inside our commentary box.
Yeah, well, you got to
129 for 6. Carter on 6. About to join up with AFM, AM, DAB, and everybody else. So we might get 20 minutes here. Potentially. They're going to shout when we should hand back. Connors 3 for 41, his figures. He's on his way in now, bowling to Carter, who clips this into the leg side. And there is a single taken. Thank you, Colin. Yes, Sussex 130 for 6 now in their first innings. They're trailing by 375. We've had 2 wickets since tea. Mohammed Rizwan caught by Brooke Guest after bowling of Sam Connors. Bit of a rush of blood, really. He was out for 22, having been dropped just 7 runs earlier by Alex Thompson. Tough chance, that one. And just a few moments ago, Tom Clark, another rush of blood, went dancing towards Alex Thompson at the end of his first over of off-spin from the city end, and the ball flew into the hands of Wayne Madsen at second slip. Sam Connors is bowling at the moment from the racecourse end. He's just been clipped into the leg side by James Coles for a single. I'm here with James Carr at the moment, who is the director of cricket at the, it's on your shirt, isn't it? There it is, Northern Diamonds, that's it. I knew I'd forget. I do apologise. James.
No
Making his Radio Derby debut, which is quite exciting for everybody.
Yeah, especially for me. The cricket on the show has been a treat to watch.
Connors in again, balls that's left alone outside the off stump by Carter. You will hear oohs and ahs almost constantly now, because even if the ball is nowhere near the stumps and it's left alone by the batsman, Derbyshire is so on top with that lead of 374 that the oohs and ahs are almost inevitable.
Well, the tyres are well and truly pumped up, aren't they, now, from the Derbyshire fielders and bowlers, and the scorecard doesn't lie.
And it was strange, wasn't it, really? Because we were just meandering along after tea with Rizwan going along quite nicely as this one is pushed into the leg side by Carter. And Billy Godwin rang the changes. We had Anuj Dahl and Saranga Lakmal bowling, and he thought, well, just mix it up a bit here. He brought Sam Connors on, and the first ball that he bowled got rid of Mohammed Rizwan. And then he thought, well, I'll have a bit of spin. And the sixth ball, the first five had been dots, bowled by Alex Thompson, got rid of Tom Clark. And that lead of 374, well, it's enormous, Derbyshire having got 505 for 8 declared. Next delivery's edged, but into the ground, and Wayne Madsen does well to get both hands to that one at second slip. Connors almost picks up his fourth wicket. 3 for 43 from 11 overs for Sam Connors. Breakout year a couple of seasons ago. Really good last season. Did pick up an injury, but he started this season pretty well too, and he's got 3 for 43 from his 11 overs. And after that one, Sussex 131 for 6. Earlier on today, if you haven't been following the cricket, and if you haven't, we've been over online the entire time. We saw, yeah, I know you're not interested. Shan Masood began the day on 201 away, Madsen on 88. Madsen got to his century, the 33rd of his career, off 246 ball with his 6-4. He was the first one to go. He made 111. Lewis Deploy for 6 and Lewis Rees for 7. Shan Masood, 239, a career high for him as Derbyshire lost 4 wickets for 27. But after lunch, Alex Thompson, who made 52, a maiden first-class half-century, and Anuj Dahl, who made 38, took them to 505 for 8. Thompson bowls. That one's turned into the leg side by Coles, and they pick up a single to move to 132 for 6. The final wicket was Nick Potts. He was caught by James Coles off the bowling of Henry Crocombe for 9, but he did hit the only 6 that we've seen so far in the match. He was facing from the city end and smashed the ball over the members' pavilion. Thompson in again. That one is defended by Carter. Lewis Deploy underneath the batting helmet with the shin pads on, just trots forward to do the fielding. Still a fair old sprinkling of spectators. Been a good crowd in here at the county ground today. Been glorious, glorious weather. As Thompson over the wicket bowls, and Lewis Deploy takes evasive action. Around the boundary goes Lewis Rees, picks up but has to throw left-handed. Well, he doesn't have to, but it's better if he does because he is left-handed. And as a result, has to run around the ball, and the batsman could get back for 2. Carter moves on to 9, 134 for 6.
Thompson just dragging that one down. He doesn't need to bowl darts. He needs to keep doing what he's been doing, really.
Just flight it, let it drift. You're right. And this one's pushed out into the offside. It's fielded by the hero, the batting hero of the first innings, Shan Masood. 24 fours in that 213, and he was actually out, caught by the wicketkeeper Rizwan, trying to reverse sweep the left-arm spinner James Coles, who is at the non-striker's end at the moment, because Carter faces this next delivery, and he's beaten outside the off stump. Terrific delivery from Alex Thompson. He's very, very highly rated, I know, by the coaching staff here at Derbyshire. He started the season brilliantly, had a really good couple of pre-season friendlies, and he's hit the ground running at the start of the season. Now that Matt Critchley has departed, into his stumps goes Carter, clips it into the leg side. Dahl gets there, but by the time he reaches the ball and gets the throw away, they've run through for the single. 135 for 6 at the end of the over, means they trail by 369.
Shouldn't get ahead of ourselves, but as you were just mentioning before we went on to FM, you know, only 38 overs have been bowled today, but how many overs before you do want to have a rest? You would think it's a way off that yet.
Well, Lackmal's bowled 12. This will be Connor's 12th. Potts has only bowled the 4, 1 for 23, his figures. Dahl's bowled 9, 1 for 28. And Thompson, who can probably bowl for most of the next 2 days, has bowled 2 overs, 1 for 4. So yeah, at the moment it's not a heavy workload, is it?
You wouldn't think so. Connors is going to continue from the racecourse end. He's really grown into this spell over the wicket. Solid in defence is Carter on and around that off stump. Just looking at the headshots of some of the players before. Ollie Carter's got a interest in Barnett.
Has he?
He has, yeah. He's business in the front and party in the back with a pretty special mullet. playing as a specialist batsman today, but I believe he keeps wicket as well.
It's quite the thing, the mullet these days, isn't it?
Yeah, ironically, I think it's ironically
Is it?
funny. I don't think it's fashionable at all.
Not a hair man, really.
As Connors approaches the wicket again, over the wicket, and he gets this one to leave the batter of leave and beat the outside edge of Carter. A few more oohs and ahs.
Just up the road, Glamorgan are really putting a good fight up now against Nottinghamshire, still languishing in the wilderness of the second division, of course. 291 for 8 in reply to the home side's 302. Only one other second division game going on over this round of matches, and Leicestershire are 121 for 2 at Chesterland Street, trailing Durham by 307.
Connors on his way past the umpire. A bit straighter and tighter to the stumps this time, and Carter's equal in defence on the front foot. He's really grown into this spell, hasn't he, Connors? And
well, it's funny, isn't it? Because this is his end, but he had to give up the end because this is the end that Suranga Lakmal, the overseas from Sri Lanka, decided that he wanted to bowl at. So Connors bowled his first spell from the City end and didn't look comfortable at all to me. He wasn't accurate. He was being carted around a bit. But since he's come back to the racecourse, a different story.
Connors again over the wicket, much fuller, and Carter has to dig that one out. That's mid on field. It's not a, it's a very even ground, isn't it? I mean, I've not been on myself.
There is a slope, but I've never worked out which way it goes. I think it slopes actually away from us into that far corner on the left-hand side in front of the. That's what I'm told. It must be an optical illusion.
But bowling is about feeling and rhythm, so if you prefer one end, you prefer one end, I guess. As Connors has that little skip at the beginning of his run-up and enters the crease now, digs this one in a little bit, and there's an outside edge from Carter, but it goes straight into the ground and then fielded cleanly by second slip.
Wayne Madsen just shaking his left hand there as the ball crashed into his hand. Wayne Madsen did drop one this morning, which is very un-Wayne Madsen-like. When Tom Haynes was on just 4 at second slip, the ball simply goes straight in and straight out. Haynes eventually dismissed LBW for 41. So it could have been even worse for Sussex had he held on to that one.
Connors skipping in past the umpire. Ball a half volley there, but Carter can't quite get it away. A bit late to jam down on that. And that's the over from Connors.
Remarkably, we still have 18 overs left today. The over rate, they're -4. I mean, effectively what that means is we're going to be here watching cricket until at least 10 to 7 tonight, unless Alex Thompson bowls uninterrupted from the City end. He's certainly going to continue and bowl his 3rd over from the City end, but Derbyshire can be a little tardy with their overs, shall we say, and over the past couple of years it has been a bit of an issue. We will also see, I think at some point over the next several overs, as Thompson begins a new over, Coles is on strike and he defends that one back to the bowler. How aggressive this new Mickey Arthur regime want to be? Would they enforce the follow-up? Well, with a lead of 370 as it stands, you'd think if they had a lead of 300 they probably would. You would hope they would. It has gone out of fashion a little bit though, as this next delivery is defended by Coles once again. Thompson picks up and throws the ball to Anuj Dahl. He'll do the polishing. The game at Taunton will be finished soon. Somerset 136 for 6 in their second innings, leading Essex by 65. Thompson bowls, defended into the leg side, just to the left of the man at short leg, who's Leos Deploy. There's a slip and a short leg. There's a man just round the corner who is Sam Connors, who's the clapper-in-chief, and would be regarded, if I was out there, as the most irritating man on the field. In the deep on the leg side, this one is defended by Coles once again. Thompson, good lines from him. In comes Shan Masood to do the fielding. He's fielding in the covers. There's a man out on the backward point boundary. That's Nick Potts. Billy Godleman, as ever, is at mid-off. Suranga Lakmal at mid-on. Anuj Dahl at mid-wicket. As Thompson comes in and bowls. That one is defended again by Coles. They're digging in here, Sussex, but we've seen them look like they were digging in before. Then all of a sudden, they lost 4 wickets for 24. There were 62 without loss, with Haynes going along very nicely indeed, but they lost 4 wickets before tea. This one is driven out into the offside. Potts will run around from backward point to do the fielding. Picks up, and they're going to have to stick with a single. Throw taken on the half volley by Brooke Guest. Carter on 10, Coles on 3. End of the Thompson over. He's bowled 3 overs, 1 for 5, the off spinner. That's really good work from him. Sussex 136 for 6 at the end of the over. 17 to go. They trail by 369. Kent 111, I beg your pardon, for 1 in reply to Lancashire's 506 in the game at Canterbury. And down at Bristol, Yorkshire are 300 for 6. It means they lead Gloucestershire by 73. Hampshire 116 for 5, trailing Surrey by 351.
It's quite an absorbing period in the day's play, this, in terms of Sussex. They're trying to save some kind of face at the end of the day against the spin and the theatre of men round the bat. As Connors starts another over and it goes full and straight, and Coles keeps that one out as mid-on fields once again.
I think that if they'd like more wickets, clearly, Derbyshire, but if they ended up at the close having taken just 6 Sussex wickets, as long as they haven't piled on too many runs, and they seem unlikely to do that at this point, then they'll be relatively happy.
I can't see the runs being piled on, because what Connors has done really well is keep the stumps in play. He's been immaculate with his lines, really, as he comes past the umpire now, full and straight. Slightly worked into the leg side by Coles, but there's a fielder there at mid-wicket.
BBC Radio Derby. We're also online, thanks to BBC Radio Sussex as well. Adrian Harms has been with us throughout the course of the day. Earlier on today, on BBC Radio Derby, it had a goalless draw between Burton Albion and Accrington Stanley up at the Crown Ground. Third successive goalless draw for the Brewers. Well, at 8 o'clock this evening, with the build-up starting at 7, it's Derby County against the Championship leaders Fulham.
Connors, right arm over the wicket, digs this one in. Ooh, what happened there? Seems to
Bounced
completely
it,
misread that one.
Bounced it into the ground. I've no idea how he's managed to do that. And it's bounced up and into the arms or into the hands of Brooke Guest behind the stumps.
So have Derbyshire been in trouble with the over rates in recent years?
I think they've lost the odd point here and there, yes. I think it's fair to say they've lost the odd point here and there. But I never really understand how the over rate works, if I'm entirely honest with you.
Well, just make it up, don't they?
I think so.
Connors, right arm over the wicket, Fuller this time, and Coles leans into that one, but he can't get it past that extra cover fielder, so there's no run. You wouldn't get away with this, would you, in the 100 being so slow?
No, but then again, I wouldn't be watching it, so I don't really care.
Well, it wouldn't be an over rate, would it, for a start? Because
no, because there are no overs. Don't you try and get me into trouble on proper radio.
It's all proper radio, come on, it's just digital most of the time now. As Connors comes in, right arm over the wicket, full again, this time whipped into leg side, through mid-wicket. It's going to be a chase on from that deep fielder, and the ball is going to win. That was a very nicely timed shot from Coles.
It's a bit harsh on Lewis Deploy to be out on the boundary there, because he's got the fielding pads on, and he was running as fast as he could, but it looked like he was running through treacle. Bless him, South African. But yeah, no, no, I'm not gonna fall. I'm not gonna rise to the bait, I believe is the phrase.
Just keep poking the bear, James. Keep poking the bear.
People know my views. It is entirely irrelevant in this part of the cricketing world, the 100.
Connors to complete his over, right arm over the wicket. He's gone full again. He's hit him on the pad. It's fallen into that vacant square leg position, and it looks like it will be a leg by, or not. It will be a leg by indeed. And that is the end of Connors' 13th over. Sussex are 140 for 6.
Trailing by 3, 6, 4. 16 overs left, which nominally is an hour's play. Bizarre. In the Championship, Huddersfield lead Queen's Park Rangers by a goal to nil. 18 minutes gone in that one. Earlier on today, 0-0 between Burton Albion and Accrington Stanley. I was looking for Chesterfield's result, but I can't find it. Perhaps they're not playing today. Alfreton, very impressive win for them. 2-1 at promotion, chasing Chorley in National North. Good result for the Reds. And later on, it's going to be Derby County against Fulham. And we're going to head back now to FM and Colin up at Accrington. As the first delivery of a new over from Alex Thompson is pushed out into the offside. They pick up a single. Coles moves on to 8, 142 for 6.
Should we talk about the 100 now? We're not FM.
Everybody knows my views, but
Yeah, but they don't know mine, and actually I think your views are relevant, but it's a debate rather than well, I'm not going to argue anyway. I'm a gentleman as you are, but
you'd be surprised. This one is, I think it crashes into the pads, but it got a good stride in there.
There's been a purchase off the surface there, though.
I mean, I really do like Alex Thompson as a bowler. I think he's got a really bright future. This next delivery is guided very nicely by Carter down towards third man. It looks to be slowing up. It is. It's picked up by Wayne Madsen down below as he turns and throws. They just pick up a couple. Madsen gets the customary round of applause from the solitary supporter down below us to the right. 144 for 6. Carter moves on to 12 from 23.
Yeah, well, there's a lot to like about Thompson. He's getting drift and dip, and he's turning the ball, which is what spinners are meant to do.
Absolutely, and only on day 2 as well, which means that's why I want to defend it into the onside. That's why you get just get the feeling that Derbyshire would go, well, we'll just bat on, and then it'll be a day 4 pitch. But I don't think it's going to deteriorate that much, this pitch. Thompson's in again, turned it to the leg side, just the right of Lewis deploy on this occasion, followed by Connors.
Well, in due course, we will learn about the new regime under Mickey Arthur and the mentality of the team and the culture of the team.
No question. Thompson to complete his over. Immaculate defended by Carter. And Alex Thompson has now bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 8. You couldn't really ask for more from your off spinner in the first innings when just 42 overs have been bowled of the Sussex innings.
He's got quite a nice setup as Carter, quite nimble on his feet, slight open stance and then a forward press, which is always a good ploy against the spin. Obviously not playing as a wicket-keeper batter in this game with having Mohammad Rizwan in the side, so he's just going to focus on his batting, but he's looked pretty good so far. Connors is to continue from the racecourse end. He's been the pick of the bowlers so far today. 3 on the board from him as he comes in, right arm over the wicket, nice and full, and driven on the up from Coles. Fielded by, well, a combination of extra cover and mid-off there, but there's no run. So what's the difference between playing cricket in the street or cricket in the playground or pairs cricket with a plastic bat and 4-day cricket? What's the difference really? Or by comparison, what's the difference between 100 and 4-day cricket? As Connors comes in, right arm over the wicket, straight onto the pads and worked nicely to mid-wicket for no run.
The problem that I've got with the 100 isn't well, I'll tell you the problem I've got with the 100. We have 4-day cricket, which used to be 3-day cricket. We have 50-over cricket, which at one time was 65-over cricket. It dropped down to 40, 45. It's been all sorts of different things. Then we brought in T20, which was to bring the families in. And the perception was that it had been hijacked perhaps by people who just go to the cricket ground for a drink, and it was getting a bit leery. I think there were some stands that were leery no matter what form the cricket was taking.
Connors, right arm over the wicket. Oh, entices the drive there, but it was like he was batting with the Toblerone. It didn't go where it was meant to there. It went on the leg side and was fielded by square leg.
So let me introduce another format, which, I mean, there's already T10 knocking about in various places around the world. There's a European League, there's a variable standard that's on Freeview, and there's one in Abu Dhabi, which is a slightly better standard, I would suggest. It's the whole franchise thing now. I just cannot get my head around franchises. I just detest them.
Connors up to the wicket, straight again, and that short mid-wicket fielder is brought into action. Maybe that's why Connors has gone a little bit straighter there. Yeah, I completely understand.
The only sports in this country that operate franchises are the sports that nobody really watches, the proper minority sports, basketball, ice hockey, They're based on franchises and based on your ability to do whatever franchises are supposed to do. The franchises, ironically, have disenfranchised an awful lot of people in this country for me.
Connors up to the wicket, digs this one in. It doesn't bounce as high as he would have thought it was, but Coles was able to watch it whistle past him through to the wicket keeper.
People from Derby will not watch a team called Trent Rockets who play exclusively at Trent Bridge. They won't. I mean, it's a simple fact. People from Liverpool won't support a team called Manchester Originals. People in Somerset and Bristol won't watch a team called the Welsh Fire. They're not Welsh. Just call them the Fire. That might have alleviated some of it for me.
Connors to complete his over. Right arm over the wicket. He digs this one in again. More consistent bounce, and Coles just sits deep in the crease and taps it back. I guess the point I would like to make, and I completely do not disagree with what you're saying, is I think the ECB have decided that there can be another format, and it can. Each format almost has its own target audience. The danger is that you can cannibalise one audience from another audience, I guess. But yeah, and I think it's possible that people can kind of migrate from one format to another format. But I completely agree in terms of our heritage. You know, sport was born out of industry, was born out of schools, was born out of churches, for example.
Thompson begins a new over from the city, and it's turned into the leg side by Carter for a single. 145 for 6, Sussex.
There is an element of that tribalism, that sense of belonging to a brand, to a club, that you do lose with being a big cricketing country and just only 8 city-based teams. I completely accept that.
Thompson bowls, and it's defended by Coles. Back towards the bowler, who picks up and gives the ball to Anuj Dahl. The really comical thing for me, though, is that they've invented an even shorter format of the game, the ECB, and are now wondering why we're no good at Test cricket. I'll tell you why we're no good at Test cricket. After Thompson bowls this delivery that's defended out into the onside, is that players who play Test cricket don't play any other form of red ball cricket because they're not allowed to play in the Championship. Jimmy Anderson's not playing in this round of matches. He hasn't even been to the West Indies. Most of the England squad aren't playing in this round, or haven't played in the first round of matches for their team, as it's pushed out by Coles into the offside. And can you imagine the FA saying to Manchester City, "Well, you can't play your England players in that match because we need them the week after for an important game against San Marino"? Wouldn't happen. Mickey Mouse. This one's turned into the leg side by Coles. And I understand that they own the players because they pay them centrally. Let's get rid of central contracts. It isn't working. It doesn't work because those players know that for 12 months they're going to earn the big money.
Yeah.
Playing for your Test team, as this one's turned into the leg side by Coles. Now, just backward of square, it's going to be picked up by Lewis Rees, left arm throw, so it keeps him down to a single. 146 for 6. Adrian's splashing the cash out in there, and he's doing all sorts. He's got his wallet out and everything.
It's a big wallet as well.
Oh yeah, packed full of cash. Packed full of cash. Never seen so much.
So you would get rid of central contracts?
I would, yeah. I would. Let them play and pick the England team on merit, on who's in form. Not, well, we've got these 17 contracted players and they're the ones we're going to pick them from.
I think the scientists and the medics would argue that it's difficult to manage the athletes.
Never used to be. Why is it difficult now?
I don't think England performed outside of central contracts. You had a group of lads that were thrown together on a Wednesday after playing the week before.
Which is how it should be.
But they weren't as competitive, were they?
Yeah, of course they were. Of course they were. Maybe off to the beach. I'm getting fed up with this talk of the 100. No, I'm not. I'm going to make way for Adrian.
With pleasure. We've got a bowling change. And that 26 and 29's confused me again with the bowling change. But it's Potts that's going to reconvene.
Yes, it is. Nick Potts.
Nick Potts on debut.
Oh, we're going to be, I think we could be sort of 6:45 here this evening. I know we got through a little bit quicker with Thompson back in the attack, but Derbyshire won't worry about that. I've had a tremendous day.
So Potts into his spell. Right arm over the wicket, full and straight, and Coles is strong in defence there.
I had an email from Clive Grucock, who's been in touch. I was talking a little earlier on about Sussex have got a tour match. Fletcher was wondering when Sussex get a break. So everyone gets a break in this round of matches. Middlesex and Worcestershire have got a break. I know Nottinghamshire have got a break in a couple of weeks' time, but Sussex have got a tour match. They've got a 4-day game against the New Zealanders at Hove, which Clive, I just mentioned, he said, surely unless Sussex drop the admission price, you have to play the best available 11. Back to you in a minute.
Potts, right arm over the wicket, back of a length this time, and Coles sits tall in his crease and punches that to extra cover for no run.
And, you know, certainly there was no suggestion when I was saying that Sussex wouldn't play a full-strength side. I mean, I think you're obliged to play the strongest side that you possibly can. I think the point I was making, Clive, is that with the injuries Sussex have got, whilst it's very prestigious to play a touring side, and New Zealand are the world champions, with the injuries they've got, it's almost a double-edged sword for Sussex, really.
It is, as Potts comes in right arm over the wicket, just strays onto the pads of Coles, and he works that into the leg side and deep square leg Will Field. Yeah, it's a listen. As fans, you want to see the best players play. But from my point of view as a performance director, I've got a group of staff that I've got to manage players and athletes, and the reality is we don't run in and bowl hundreds and hundreds of overs and cover so many kilometres. And I know that sounds like a real almost speaking in riddles, to kind of put people off, but it's difficult to manage athletes and their workloads. As Potts is in again, and he actually hits Carter on the thigh pad, and there's no run.
Thank you for Jamie, who's going to take a trip across the road to see the football this evening. Got a spare night in Derby. It's a nice evening, so just purchased a ticket that Jamie's printed off for me. So thank you for that.
Very good. So what's the fixture this evening?
It's Derby are playing Fulham.
Fulham are going well at the top of the.
I think they'll get promoted if they win.
Potts, right arm over the wicket. He's straight.
Well taken.
He's straight again. It's gone down the leg side, but tidy work by the keeper there, Brooke Guest.
That was good. That was a good take because that was disappearing down towards the boundary for 4 byes. So a very fine stop. I mean, Sussex. Coles and Carter doing their best here. It's an awful long way back, isn't it? I mean, I guess the big question. Apologies if you and Fletcher have discussed this as to what Billy Godwin will do here in terms of if it gets to a follow-on.
Potts, right arm over the wicket. Strays again onto the pads, and Carter works that away to that deep square leg fielder with ease. We have talked about it a little bit. I mean, at this stage, 4 wickets to still fall.
Yes,
we don't want to get ahead of ourselves.
No, of course. No, absolutely.
At what point is, we're at 45 overs now, is 55 overs too many miles on the clock? You wouldn't think so to enforce the follow-on, but what we did talk about was we'll soon learn the mentality of the new culture, the new regime under Mickey Arthur when if and when the follow-on may present itself.
Yes, absolutely. And you're quite right. There still are 4 wickets to fall, and Sussex have got these. I mean, I always say these two are the last 2 recognised batsmen. Then Steve Finn, Henry Crocombe, and Jamie Atkins. I think this is going to be an examination because I think Anuj Dahl, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 28. For my money, I think he's been the pick of the bowling. I think he's caused all sorts of problems for the Sussex batsmen. And interesting, he's back into the attack now. He's going to bowl from the city end of the ground. Got to stand up and stretch my back. There's a slip, 3rd man, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg Darling bowls, and Carter plays it onto the onside. Thought about a single, but it really wasn't there.
Yeah, this is a good change because Coles and Carter have won a mini battle there in terms of just settling the game down. I quite enjoyed their temperament. They look technically sound players. So this is certainly a good change.
And they're very young. James Cole's only 18, Ollie Carter only 20. So big task for them as Dahl is in bowls and Carter places to backward point. There is no run. I'll next door and get my phone in a minute because I've left it next door. I had we were talking, or we had some communication with Zach Tamazi, who was formerly the chief executive at Sussex, who sent me through a picture of what he was doing. He was about to cook a pizza in his garden, in his new pizza oven. We reckoned he was going to get a takeaway, just heat it up, but I don't think that is the case. Dahl is in bowls. Carter works this into the offside. There is no run.
Well, that poses the question, doesn't it, Adrian? Do you like pineapple on your pizza?
Personally, no. Do you?
I'm ambivalent, to be honest.
Okay.
When I travelled through Vietnam, they put pineapple in everything, and that sweetness with the sour actually worked really well. So,
I mean, I do like pineapple, but I wouldn't like it on a pizza, I don't think. In comes Dahl, running in from the city-ended bright sunshine bowls to Carter, who's solidly forward to bowl with good length. High left elbow, soft hands, plays into the offside. There is no run.
So yeah, I think I'm more inclined to eat pineapple in hot food than on its own,
yeah,
actually.
interesting.
Yeah.
I always think of pineapple as sort of a breakfast thing.
Yeah, with yogurt or something, or cereal or something like
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Dahl turns. Just the one slip in place. Wayne Madsen waiting. Brooke Guest standing up to the stumps. In comes Dahl, bowls, and he beats Carter outside of the off stump. Taken by Guest. I've been impressed by his wicket keeping, actually. Brooke Guest standing up to the stumps. And this is what we were saying about Andrews Dahl, that he's just always at the batsman. And there's no respite, is there? Because the keeper's standing up, so the batsman probably just feels he's under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, he's a one-day style type of bowler. Keeper up to the stumps, constantly making you play, asking questions, tight ring fields.
Darwin again, bowls, Carter forward, plays to extra cover. It's a maiden over to start this second spell from Andrews Dahl. 10 overs, 4 maidens, 1 wicket for 28. Sussex 150 for 6. If you've just joined us, a very good evening. Welcome to the county ground here in Derby, where Derbyshire made 505 for 8 declared, and Sussex really struggling, 150 for 6 in reply. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside James Carr.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I must say, just a special good evening to Robert Drummond, from originally a Derbyshire man, but he sent me a text before to say hello, so wish him well. He's up in Edinburgh now, part of the Royal Hiker-Storfing Cricket Club. As Potts continues from the racecourse end, right arm over the wicket. He's hit it on the pads. Coles has got to depart. LBW. Well, that ball just didn't seem to quite get up. It was a just back of a length ball, and it's wrapped Coles on the knee roll in front of all three. And well, we've just opened an end up now, so maybe we may see a chance of a follow on this evening, or certainly learn about the mentality of this Derbyshire side.
Well, we've got 11 overs remaining, 10 overs remaining after this one. I mean, there's an outside chance. Well, who knows what's going to happen? There's an outside chance Sussex could be back in tonight. There's hope not from a Sussex perspective. I mean, I would imagine now, with 7 down, the Derbyshire bowlers haven't got an awful lot of miles in their legs. I wonder whether they would enforce the follow on, and just think, well, they've got tonight to rest. If these 3 wickets go down fairly cheaply, either tonight or first thing in the morning, I wonder whether Derbyshire might just think, you know what, let's Sussex back again.
I think it's plausible, and I think it would be an assertive way of going about things, and it'd certainly be the way I would go about it.
Yeah.
Just looking at delivery again, Potts has certainly grown into this game during his second spell. First spell from the city end, he just kind of put it there into the slot, and he was driven away quite a few times by the skipper Tom Haynes, but in his second spell he's yielded 2 wickets now.
Well, he picked up the wicket of Tom Haynes. That was the first wicket to go down. I think Tom Haynes felt he was a little unlucky. The ball perhaps pitching outside a leg stump. But as Debbie here remember, he's seen a big 6 as well.
He did indeed.
Straight over the top of the pavilion. So Steve Finn is a new batsman. And the Sussex mountain just gets higher and higher to climb.
So Nick Potts on debut, right arm over the wicket to Stephen Finn. Steve Finn works that one into the leg side. Like a true batsman, first ball, 1 run to deep square leg. That brings Carter back on strike. Carter, the last recognised batter in this Sussex side. He's looked relatively untroubled. Don't want to curse him. He certainly looked technically sound and balanced. Played some good shots both sides of the wicket. As Potts turns and he's on his way past the umpire, right arm over the wicket. And he causes some oohs and ahs as he beats the bat and actually hits the batsman quite high on the back hip there. Potts is certainly getting the ball to talk a little bit more off the surface now.
I'm going to show you the pictures that Saka sent through of his pizza. This is a conversation we're having regarding the former Sussex Chief Executive, Zach Tomazzi, who's got a rather nice pizza oven. There's the picture of the pizza oven. There's the ingredients after we rather disparagingly suggested that he might be getting a takeaway and heating it up. Because there's his ingredients. Looks very healthy, I have to say.
Potts, right arm over the wicket, forward press by Carter, and it's pushed into the offside for no run.
So what's in those ingredients? That looks like a bowl of. That looks like bowl of parmesan. There's some herbs.
Is that not his dough that he's proving?
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm impressed. I thought it was a big bowl of parmesan cheese or something.
We're getting the Great British Bake Off
We are.
live on the BBC again.
There's the
Showing
finished
cricket
product.
coverage.
That'll do.
Very nice. So this gentleman was the former CEO?
Yes, he was. Sussex
And,
Tomazzi.
and
Yes.
what's his descendancy with a surname like Tomazzi? As Potts comes in, right arm over the wicket, forward defensive again by Carter into the offside.
From Cyprus, I understand.
Cyprus.
Or Zach, correct me if I'm wrong. Lovely man, Zach. And he's a big supporter of the commentary on the BBC. So he's sitting in his garden, enjoying a beer and a pizza, but probably not enjoying this Sussex batting performance because Sussex are in a real mess here. 151 for 7. They're still trailing by over 350. Whether the follow-on will be enforced, whether it will get to that, I mean, it'd be very, very unlikely if it doesn't.
Potts to ball, last ball of his over, down the leg side, and
Well
a
taken.
very good take.
Yeah,
Once
very,
again
very well
by
taken.
Brook. Stifled appeal. That was very hopeful. Well, a very good evening to Mr. Tomazzi then. And
Yep.
I actually went to Cyprus once when I was 16 and didn't eat much pizza, but I had plenty of souvlaki, very nice souvlaki, which is marinated meat.
Well, sounds rather nice. Yes, I've only been once. As Potts gets a nice round of applause from the spectators down below us, having picked up a couple of wickets in his debut. He'll have a day to remember. Sussex quite the contrary at the moment. It's going to be Anuj Dahl who's going to carry on from the city end.
It's quite nice to see a smile on his face there because he has had a misfield and his
Well, he
first
did,
spell was difficult.
Yes, he was. He had a shocker of a misfield, didn't he, where he ran in and the ball went through his legs and went for 4. But
Good on him. Resilience in the young man.
Dahl coming in from the city end, bright sunshine across the county ground. He's in a moles, and Finn lets that go, taken by the impressive guest behind the stumps. There is no run. There's a slip and a third man. Backward point cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. All the spectators have stayed on, and you'd imagine most are from Derby, although I know you stayed last night, James, and you said there was a few folk from Sussex in the hotel. Indeed, I bumped into a couple as well this morning on my way into the ground. Dahl is on his way. Over the wicket bowl, short. Finn lets that go outside the off stump, taken by a guest again. There is no run.
Yeah, lots of south coastal accents and some Sussex crests on the shirts, polo shirts and hoodies of people. So yeah, great to see some travelling support, local support.
Well, of course, the thing is with the last couple of years with COVID, there's been spectators haven't been able to travel, haven't been able to see matches. I think people are just relieved to be able to go out and see cricket again. As Dahl is in bowls to Finn, there's been a change in the field. The extra cover has come into second slip as Finn plays that under the offside. But again, there is no run. 151 for 7. Live cricket here on BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside James Carr as Steve Finn walks down the wicket and just removes a little bit of debris. It means that Dahl has to just wait before he's now on his way again. Comes in past up by Hartley bowls, and he's out, and Steve Finn is on his way. It's an 8th wicket goes down, and everything that Billy Godleman does today turns to gold because he'd literally just moved his extra cover into second slip. Steve Finn gets an outside edge. Wayne Madsen makes absolutely no mistake at second slip, and the rather dismal Sussex batting performance continues. 151 for 8. Finn is on his way for a single. We've still got 9 overs remaining in the day after this one, and there has to be the possibility here that Sussex might have to face a couple of awkward overs tonight. We shall see.
Yeah, great bowling from Dahl there. And you mentioned the captaincy of Billy Godliman. His changes have been inspired every time. He's chopped and changed the bowling periodically. He's asked questions of the batters with the different bowling changes, and each bowling change has brought a wicket. So real kind of dynamic captaincy, field placings, and changing up the bowling from the skipper Godliman.
Andrew Dahl has picked up his... Is that his second wicket or his third wicket? We'll just get confirmation of that in a moment's time. But Steve Finn is on his way. The new man coming in is young Henry Crocombe, another of the young Sussex players. Henry, who is, I'm not sure if he's 20 or 21 now.
Yeah, that's Dahl's second wicket.
Henry Crocombe is 20.
20. Yeah, Dahl's second wicket. Of course, he got Mohammed Rizwan in his first spell. Caught at slip as well. But Dahl must be on for potentially player of the day. Nice little innings. The back end of the Derbyshire batting innings, and he's made the ball talk with the ball in hand as well.
In comes Dahl to bowl to the new batsman, who's Crocombe, who's forward, plays offensively into the offside, and there is no run.
The Derbyshire bowlers have shared the workload, to be fair. It's only Lackmal who's not got a wicket, but he's gone for no runs.
Well, Andrew Dahl, one more ball to go in. This is 11th over. Figures of 2 for 28 so far. You say, well, he's just always at the batsman. 2 slips in again. He's in a bowls. Crocombe lets it go outside of the off stump. It's the end of a very fine over for Andrew Dahl, and Billy Godliman is now hurrying around his fielders because the over rate is -3. I mean, Dave was saying that Derbyshire's over rates have tended to be slow in recent seasons, but that being said, with 8 wickets going down, there's always a delay as new batsmen come and go, so I'm sure that'll be taken into account. So wicket maiden from Andrew Dahl, 11 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 28, 151 for 8. Crocombe yet to score, Carter on 14. We've got another 9 overs to be bowled tonight, and I think we'll get them all in, James, because the night seems pretty good to me.
So, as someone who doesn't get to attend as much county championship cricket as I'd like to, I will continue this after Pot starts this over, right arm over the wicket. Nice and straight once again, but so is Carter in his defence. How are Derbyshire 3 overs behind the rate, yet we're at 6:15, so the game should have finished 15 minutes ago.
Yes, it should. Yeah, it should. And indeed, how the umpires actually determine. I'm not sure if that's consultation between the umpires and the match official who's here as well in terms of what they, because there can be, you know, points deductions for slow over rates. So Billy Godliman will be very well aware of that.
Potts continues over the wicket, strays onto the pads, and that's worked round the corner by Carter down to fine leg. He turns for the second, but then decides against it. I've never understood the over rates, you know, extra half hours and changes of innings and losing. You know, we talk about engaging a new audience and the 100 potentially alienating or confusing people. This is just as confusing for me, and I've played the game for 20 years.
Absolutely.
I just know in limited overs cricket, you've got to bowl them by this time, and it's as simple as that. It always confuses me, the red ball stuff. We've got 2 short mid wickets now. So it's shooting Potts, who's coming in right arm over the wicket. Well, I thought he'd bowl a bit straighter than that, but he's outside off stump, and it's left by Crocombe. I just wonder if the analysts have come up with a plan for the bowler here, and in particular the matchup with Crocombe. They feel he offers a catch on that leg side, so there's 2 mid wickets. They're about 4 or 5 paces apart. As Potts comes in once again, right arm over the wicket, and Crocombe circumspectly leaves that one to go past the off stump and into the keeper's hands. Are we going to have another fielding change? There's a few waves of hands and points, potentially another slip going in, but nothing changes at this stage. Oh, we're going to have a change now. So one of those shortish mid-wickets is going into second slip, and square leg is now moving in to become a second mid-wicket. So 2 slips, 2 mid-wickets. Potts over the wicket, nice and full outside the off stump, and Crocombe can leave again. Be a little bit disappointed there. He wants to try and make the batter play each and every ball, in particular given he's a number 10. And he's certainly not going to bring those 2 mid-wickets into play. Ball in a foot outside off stump, if not more. Yeah, just look at that replay. It's probably a 7th or 8th stump line he's bowled those last few overs. Last few balls, I beg your pardon. Potts in, right arm, over the wicket. Strays onto the pads, but that's worked round the corner very nicely by Crocombe. And fine leg will field that. And that's the end of Potts' 7th over. Sussex are 153 for 8. Potts is now 7 overs, 2 for 30. Certainly grown into the game on debut. Connor's been the pick of the bowlers, 14 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 47. And the gentleman on with the ball in hand at the city end is Dahl, who's bowled 11 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 28. And for me, been the player of the day, Adrian.
Well, absolutely. I mean, he batted beautifully, made 38 not out, and he's bowled a really good spell. He's coming in again from the city end and bowls and let go by Crocombe outside the off stump. There is no one. I guess from a Derbyshire point of view, what they would really hope to do here in these remaining 8 overs is take these 2 wickets, finish for the day, and then have tonight to think, right, what are we going to do? The bowlers can rest up overnight and then decide tomorrow morning whether they bat up back for, who knows, a couple of sessions, or whether they think, you know what, we're just going to stick Sussex back in. In comes Dahl and bowls, taken by Guest outside the off stump, no run.
Well, I know what I'd like, because I'm a little bit mad. I'd love it if the Sussex batters had to follow on and they had to just face 2 or 3 overs tonight. That would be quite interesting, I think, as the sun is starting to come down on a great day's play here at the County Ground in Derby.
Runs towards us, bowls. Crocombe, bump ball, fielded by, I thought for a moment it was a return catch, but it was a bump ball and fielded by Dahl off his own bowling.
Sorry, Adrian, I'm being cruel there, because
no, not at all.
I am being impartial, but it would be a lovely little scenario to see.
It would be interesting to see. I mean, you know, and not what anybody would have expected here today. I don't think any of us expected to see Sussex 8 down at with 8 overs to go. Dahl comes into bowl to young Henry Crocombe, who's in and bowls. Let go, taken very athletically by Guest outside of the off stump. But tomorrow's another day, you know. Sussex have got some. These 2 overseas players, Pujara and Rizwan, they'll both be keen to make an impression, and you know, who knows? That's the beauty of 4-day cricket, isn't it? You know, Sussex on what looks a really good track. Who knows? Maybe they bat second time around and post their own mammoth score. So it's happened before. In comes Dahl over the wicket, bowls, let go by Crocombe outside the off stump, taken by Guest, and again there is no run.
We could have a Headingley 81 scenario.
153 for 8. The light is just starting to fade just a little, isn't it? I think that's because there's a big clouds around drifting over the county ground. And just as I say that, the sun makes a fleeting appearance over sort of half of the ground.
Or more likely a Chennai 2001, I think, when
Dahl is in bowls. Crocombe defends stoutly into the offside. There is no run. It's the end of another. And who's Dahl over, who's bowled, you know, a really good spell for his side. 12 overs, 6 maidens now, 2 for 28. Sussex are 153 for 8. Henry Crocombe is on 1. Ollie Carter is on 50. Now, mindful that people often join us quite late in the day here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Derby, maybe catching up with the way things went today. And a quick summary: Sean Masood out for 239, 111 for Wayne Madsen, a partnership with 292 for the 3rd Derbyshire wicket. Derbyshire declaring on 505 for 8 in 133 overs. And Sussex, well, they were at one stage 62 without loss. They're now 153 for 8.
Potts to continue from the racecourse then, right arm over the wicket. And Carter is strong and straight in defence on the front foot.
So just keep you abreast of how the scores in the other games are going, because this is going to be pretty much uncertain. The last game to finish today. Glamorgan with the lead up the M1 at Trent Bridge, 336 for 8 they are, and apply to knots 302. 85 from Sam Northeast. Tim van der Hookton, who's a very useful low order batsman's 42 not out.
Potts past the umpire. Entices a drive from Carter, but he can't get it through that infield and mid-off fields. No run.
Leicestershire responding well at Durham. Durham making 428. Leicestershire in reply are 159 for 2. Hassan Azad is on 65 and Colin Ackerman on 58.
Plenty of runs in the first 2 rounds.
There has.
Encouraging. The pitches. They get some bad rep in April, don't they? The pitches. There's been plenty of runs.
They do.
As Potts is in, right arm over the wicket, strays onto the pad slightly, and Carter works it into the leg side again. More square this time, so fine leg has a bit of work to do, and it enables 2 runs to the score of Carter, who's now 17 from 45. He's been very watchful so far.
We mentioned the light. That's the reason they're off at the Oval at the minute. Hampshire 152 for 7 won their first match of the season against Somerset. But they're in trouble at the Oval. Surrey having made 467 in their first innings.
Nick Potts, right arm over the wicket. And Carter is strong in defence once again on the front foot, and extra cover fields, and there's no run.
Essex in a strong position down at Somerset. Somerset bowled out for 154 to add to the 109 they made in the first innings. Essex at 2 for 1 in their second innings, needing another 82 to win. So looks like Essex really ought to wrap that up. Don't think they'll get that finished tonight. That'll probably be finished sometime around about lunchtime tomorrow, you would think.
Debutant Potts on his way again, right arm over the wicket.
Oh,
and a little flirt there from Carter, driving on the up. There's a questionable appeal, and the umpire's unmoved, as is Ollie Carter.
Kent are 132 for 3 at Canterbury in reply to a Lancashire total of 506. At the top of the order, Ben Compton is on 59. He was at Nottinghamshire last season. He made a good 100 last week, so it's like Notts may have let a good one go there, Ben Compton.
Yeah, it happens from time to time as Potts is in, right arm over the wicket. A bit fuller and a bit straighter this time, as is Carter in his defence, and that completes his 8th over.
I think in some way he's related to Nick Compton, who was at Middlesex. I'm not entirely sure of the relationship, but anyway.
And there's a relation to Dennis Compton.
There is, yes, I think there is, somewhere along the line. So, anyway, he's still there. Finally, at Bristol, Yorkshire, 332 for 7. In reply to Gloucestershire's 227. 100 there for Harry Brook. He made 101. So, 6 overs remaining in the day. And we've got a change of bowling from the City end. And I think it's Alex Thompson who's coming back into the attack to bowl his right arm spin. There's a slip and a short leg at the close fielders, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a fielder coming up from deep mid-wicket as well, onto that leg side. So there's a straightish mid-wicket, and in fact it's more of a square leg, so there's a backward square leg, an orthodox square leg, a fairly straightish mid-wicket, and a mid-on, and it's going to be Thompson who's going to come in to bowl his 6th over, figures of 1 for 10. He comes in over the wicket and bowls to Crocombe, that's down the leg side. Going with the spin, taken by Brook, who spent a lot of time standing up to the stumps, always the sign of a good keeper.
It is indeed, and men round the bat as well. Thompson had a real good start in that first spell. He's going to ask some questions of the newer of the 2 batters.
Thompson again bowls, Crocombe is forward. I'll just finish this over and I'll let Fletch come back in. And Clive has been back in touch, talking about the New Zealand match. I'll read your email just in between balls, but there's not much time in between balls with Alex Thompson bowling. Over the wicket bowls and played in the air. Oh, just out of the reach of both the mid-wicket and the fielder at mid-on. It's going to race away down to the boundary. Well saved on the boundary edge. It's a terrific bit of fielding all the way down the distance by Blackwell. Will he chase that well?
He did, yeah. He did. He looked second favourite to begin with,
He did.
and then he caught up.
Overhauled the ball.
Especially with those 15 jumpers he's wearing as well.
Comes Thompson again over the wicket bowls, and oh, I reckon that missed the off stump by a whisker. played and missed it. Henry Crocombe taken by Brooke Guest. I reckon that was another coat of varnish. It could have been the 9th Sussex wicket.
There shouldn't even be varnish on these stumps. 4-day cricket, blue stumps. This is terrible. Nearly bad as the 100.
Thompson again bowls, driven down the ground, and that's going to be 4 runs to Henry Crocombe. He took a chance. Billy Gosselman was up at mid-off. The ball goes over his head and runs away for 4 runs. So Henry Crocombe goes to 7. Sussex got 161 for 8. Yeah, Clive says, Adrian, you've missed my point. Let's accept Sussex can rest players, but if they do, morally, can give the fixture the big hooray on social media and charge top dollar. My view is if we field a weakened team, the admission price has to be reduced. Also, can you ask Fletch if the 100 is relevant in this part of the cricketing world? Comes Thompson bowls and Crocombe plays to mid-wicket. There is no run.
Well, Fletch will say no.
And he says, in the cricketing world, is the CC relevant in Cumbria? And if so, what does this do for the pathway for a child in Cumbria, says Clive. He then goes on to say, that being said, Imran and LaRue giving Alan Borders Australians the full beams at home. I find it unfathomable that counties now play weekend teams against the tourists. Great theatre, but maybe back then there wasn't an analyst telling Imran how many K's he had run. I'll read the rest of that a little later. But I've got to hand over, Clyde, but thank you for your email. Fletch is going to come back in for the last few overs. So thank you for today, James. Thoroughly enjoyed it. I'll leave you with that. And I know you're not here tomorrow, so it's been great fun meeting you, and thank you for your company.
Well, thank you.
I'm going to leave you with James and Fletch to see us through the last 5 hours.
It's been a real pleasure to learn how you guys operate, so thanks for having me. As Fletch comes back into, well, it would be a warm seat, but we've been stood up for a while, so Potts is going to continue from the racecourse end, and just on that Thompson over a minute ago when Crocombe played over the top, but shouldn't be perturbed by that because it can also create errors as Potts starts another over back of a length, and Carter's deep in the crease again, standing tall, and pushes it forward to extra cover. This is an interesting period of play now as Fletch rejoins us. Would you force the follow on? Get 2 quick wickets,
Yes.
make him bat 1 over tonight?
Absolutely no question in my mind, but I'm not sure whether they will or not. But I would, yeah. I would.
We will see. As Potts is on his way past the umpire, right arm over the wicket, and Carter is solid. Thoughts on Carter? Looks pretty solid to me.
I've not really been watching him, if I'm entirely honest with you. I'm more interested in the bowlers. And I like what I've seen from Potts after that initial over when he looked really nervous. I think he's come back really nicely. The leg before to get rid of Coles was absolutely stone dead. I was right behind that in the media, the other end of the media centre. Sensational. Just nipped back a little bit. Yeah. He virtually walked, didn't he? Bless him.
I was quite pleased with that wicket myself because it's my wicket as well. It's the first wicket I've called in 2 days, so I'm quite happy with that. And it was nice to see Potts. He was down here and he had a smile on his face. And you want to see a debutant go well.
I think he's had a good debut now.
Resilience. I think resilience to poor first spell, misfield, then come back with some wickets. Brilliant. As he comes in now, right arm over the wicket, gets the edge. Unfortunately, he's going to run down to third man for 4 more runs in front of that members' pavilion. He squared Carter up there. Carter played just about soft enough for it to go down and not to hand, and through vacant third man. We're not talking about the 100 in this last spell. This has been a great 2 days of 4-day cricket, and the purist in me is so pleased that the cricket season's here now and in full swing.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Potts on his way, right arm over the wicket. Oh, he's got a feel at that one, and he's got a 3rd wicket. Carter has to depart slightly back of a length. He's got it to leave the right-hander. He's felt it, that one, and it goes through to the keeper. And not just some great bowling from Potts, but some really, really tidy keeping today from Brooke Guest.
I mean, is that 4 for Guest now, isn't it? Catches behind the wicket. And Nick Potts is getting some decent reward here for a very, very impressive debut. I would definitely enforce the follow on. They're 340 runs in front. You know what? 1 more wicket and Sussex could leave this game with no points at all. They haven't got a single bonus point yet, and if they lose, they would return to the south coast. Entirely pointless.
Pointless. Another BBC programme.
Yes.
I believe Richard Osman's actually, he's quitting the show, I believe.
Oh, is he?
I think so. I'm telling you this kind of second or third hand, which is terrible of me. Well, I've cursed Carter there because I thought he looked very, very organised as a cricketer, and he's just flirted at one late in the day, which brings Atkins to the crease at 165 for 9. And Sussex are in danger here of, well, there's 4.2 overs left today, so...
Quick wicket now, lose 2 overs to bowl at them. We need a wicket from the next 2 deliveries to get 2 overs at the 2 Sussex openers. To get 2 overs at the Sussex openers, and then perhaps nick one of them out. Of course, as soon as a wicket falls in the final over the day's play, we all go off, which is absolutely absurd. But there we go.
I do remember an England-South Africa test. I think it was 2003 when Michael Vaughan had just taken over, and England had to bat 1 over, and Pollock got Trescothick first ball of the innings, caught short leg off his thigh pad. Potts is in, right arm over the wicket, digs it this one into the number 11 batter of Atkins, and he works it to the leg side fairly well.
Didn't enjoy that, Atkins, though, did he? He was a bit hurried.
Yeah, he was a bit hurried. He flinched a little bit, but he kept it down, and he's got himself off strike, which is his job now. And as Crocombe, has to be the senior batter in this scenario.
So Potts 3 for 37 in a ball shy of 9 overs on debut. Connors 3 for 47 from 14 overs, and both products of the pathway. Brilliant.
Potts, last ball of his over, digs this one in again, and Crocombe's not particularly troubled and just taps it back deep in the crease, standing tall. Well, Sussex 166 for 9. Potts completes his 9th over, 3 for 37. And there's a rapturous round of applause.
As you would expect, yeah, terrific debut for Nick Potts, born in Burton upon Trent. Don't know if he's a Brewers fan or not. Might not like football. Who knows? We'll get to speak to him at some point over the course of the season if he carries on performing like this. It's been a very, very creditable first appearance in first-class cricket for Nick Potts. Next time he comes on to bowl first up, he'll be thinking, well, I've got 3 last time, I belong here.
He does indeed.
Yeah.
I had Dahl down as the player of the day, but has Potts overtook him now?
I'm not sure. Thompson begins a new over from the city end. It's turned into the leg side by Atkins. He'll get Atkins in this over. And then they'll have to come out for 1 over, will Sussex, if they enforce the follow-on. If Billy Godleman's thinking, I'm the opening batsman, I don't fancy going out for 1 over, let's stick him back in again. Next delivery's full and almost sneaks under Atkins' bat, but not quite.
Who bowls that 1 over?
Well, Finn, I'm not sure he will, but in an ideal world, you'd think it'd be Finn, wouldn't you? Buoyed by his magnificent knock. This one is thudding into the pads of Brooke Guest. He's put 1 or 2 down. Been a little bit tricky for him. He has been standing up an awful lot to both the seamers and, of course, the off-spin of Alex Thompson, who's in again now. Atkins just goes forward, pushes it up to mid-off. Billy Godleman does the fielding. 2 balls of this over to go. And then we've got 6 deliveries in which to get the wicket to force Sussex to bat again. And then, of course, if they don't do that, but they still bowl them out, we'll have to wait until tomorrow morning at around about 10 to 11 to discover whether the follow-on has been enforced, which you would think it would be then, certainly. I see no reason for not enforcing it. 339 runs is the Derbyshire lead. That is a lot of runs. It's still a good pitch. This next delivery is defended out into the offside, and it's the end of the Thompson over. 7 overs, 1 maiden. 7 overs, 2 maidens. 1 for 16, because that was a maiden. Terrific stuff from Alex Thompson. 2 wickets for Dahl, 3 for Potts, 3 for Connors, and they haven't even needed the overseas quick blackmail to pick up any wickets.
But what he has done is he's bowled incredibly tight, hasn't he? And the other bowlers have been the ones that have struck today, and on other days, like Mal with the one with 3 or 4 in his pocket. On Thompson, he just bowled a few flatter ones at the end there. I think he could have afforded to just float it up a little bit more, entice them with mid-on and mid-off, up in the imaginary ring as Potts comes into bowl his 10th over, right arm over the wicket, and he pushes Crocombe back in his crease for no run.
Essex, who needed 84 to beat Somerset, a 3 for 1. Remarkable.
Sir Alistair gone? Or?
Terrific question. No.
So Nick Potts with 3 wickets on his first-class debut from the racecourse end, shining the ball on his thigh, and now he's on his way. Right arm over the wicket, past the umpire now. He's full and straight there. There's an inside edge onto the pad and then down to fine leg for a single. That's why you can hear those oohs and ahs. There's a few people in the crowd now departed. A few have put their sweaters and their zip-ups on. And
it's getting late, isn't it, now? I know it's Good Friday and it's been a holiday of sorts, but it's still quite late to be finishing it. I think end of 6:45 by the time we get away. Just
watching that replay, that would have been LBW easily. Now as Potts comes in again, and he's slightly wide of off stump this time as Atkins pushes forward and cover fields. He wants to be just keeping the stumps in play here. He's done that. When he's done that, he's yielded the wickets to keep the stumps in play for 3 balls here and see if we can create an interesting scenario. Nick Potts, right arm over the wicket. Oh, and this time he induces the inside edge. Chinese cuts down, it'll go for 4. What side of the stumps did that beat the keeper?
Right, must have been leg stump it's missed, isn't it?
It must have missed leg stump. It's got nowhere near the keeper, but it's gone inside fine leg and raced away for 4.
Chipped away brilliantly here, the Derbyshire bowler. 62 without loss, as Adrian keeps saying. You can barely believe it, can he? 62 without loss, 271 for 9.
Potts up to the crease, right arm over the wicket, and another streakily played shot, this time in front of the wicket.
Alex Hughes is on the field.
Who's gone off there?
That's a great question. I'll work it out. I will work it out. Lewis Rees isn't on the field. I did see him getting some treatment when he was batting earlier on today for it looked like his knee. Alex Hughes is going into the slip cord, and he's going into short leg. He's going into short leg for Nick Potts' final ball of this over. He's got one more over up his sleeve, should it be required.
Bit of creativity from the skipper and bowler here. So we'll be looking to keep this ball nice and straight, bring in that short leg fielder. Right arm over the wicket. Oh, and he's whipped that between the short leg and the mid-wicket fielder. It's about 2 foot in the air, but not to hand. And that completes Potts' 10th over in first-class cricket and of the innings.
Yeah, he may well have one more. I imagine he will. I can't see any reason for him not bowling the final over of the day's play. Should it be? Sorry about that. Should it be required? As it is, it's going to be Alex Thompson to bowl the final over of the day from the city end. Sun still shining, but the shadows stretching right the way across the ground from the floodlights. Away to our right-hand side. He gets a round of applause from Billy Godleman there, does Nick Potts, as he looks around to look at his captain. And here is Alex Thompson coming in the bowl to Atkins, who stretches forward and pushes it out into the offside. Jamie Atkins, 19 years of age.
Could they be a bit more creative with the field here, with just a couple of overs to go? A few more in close, maybe?
They could be. Unlikely, though. This one's clipped into the leg side aerially. It's going to be a chase on here for Lewis deploy. He realises that the ball isn't going to get to the boundary, so better put his foot down, which he does, and keeps them down to a couple of runs. Atkins moves to 8, 174 for 9.
A bit more flight there from Thompson, that's why he hit it in the air. I think he's got to keep going with that keep those fielders up and flight it up and try and entice a ball to be hit in the air.
He's in again, and Atkins is beaten. Probably in between bat and pad by the look of it from here. The bells were whipped off by Brooke Guest, but his back foot never left the crease, no appeal. Thompson's already getting turned. He's in again now, gives it another rip, and it's turned backward square on the leg side. Around comes Sam Connors to do the fielding. Again, there's no run.
Yeah, it's encouraging to see this turn. Would you see it normally this early on a Derbyshire wicket?
Not from the finger spinner necessarily. We're so used to watching the wrist spinner. Matt Critchley over the years here, they tend to get more spin, don't they? Even if it's not a turning track. That one is defended straight back to him by Atkins. They always say that in the 80s, Derbyshire would have won the championship, but they didn't have a top-class spinner, which is what they really needed. But he would never have bowled much here. This one's defended as well by Atkins. And it's the end of the over. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 18 for Alex Thompson. Terrific today. And we have 1 over left. It's going to be bowled by Leas Deploy for no apparent reason. So we bowled 2 overs at Lords. And him bowling this, I don't get it. Left arm spin. Well, I say spin.
It's a bit of a shame for Potts as well, isn't it? Just to kind of finish the day off on debut, and he's into a rhythm now. Potentially complete the Sussex innings and take the team off, but as you say, most changes today from the skipper have brought wickets, so let's see what Deploy can offer with this 1 over spell to close out the day's play as the shadows start to form across the square. Quite deep, dark, long shadows now. So what have we got? 1 slip, 2 on the drive on the offside, a backward point, short leg, just a 1 boundary rider. What's that? Deep cover, but not quite deep.
You can't see the ball anyway. It's Sam Connors out there in the deep.
To Deploy, left arm round the wicket. That was a long hop, and it was a back foot drive straight at, well, one of the 2 shortish covers. Deploy from the racecourse end, left arm round the wicket. Much more flight in this one, and forward defensive by Crocombe. There's some oohs and ahs, but there was no real danger for the batsman there. 4 balls to go in the day's play. Deploy past the umpire. And he's hit on the pads, and that is LBW. Crocombe goes back to a straight full one, plays around it, and the umpire doesn't hesitate to put his finger up, and that concludes a great day's play. Sussex are 174 all out, and I'll hand you back over to Fletch to summarise a great day's play for Derbyshire.
Derbyshire lead by 331 runs after Crocombe goes for 8. Atkins, the not-out batsman, he finishes on 8 from 17 deliveries, and well, as James pointed out, every time there was a bowling change, a wicket fell, and Leas Deploy becomes the 5th Derbyshire bowler to pick up a wicket, and poor old Saranga Lakmal must be wondering exactly what he's done wrong. Absolutely. We're just going to see a replay of the Deploy dismissal, and well, he's out. Lakmal 0 for 28, Connors 3 for 47, Potts 3 for 43, bowled really nicely on debut. Dahl 2 for 28, also bowled well. Thompson, a star in the making, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 18, and Leas Deploy 3 deliveries, 1 for no, 1 wicket for no run. The Sussex innings is a little bit disappointing from a Sussex perspective, and I can only apologise for reading these out, but there was 62 without loss before Tom Haynes fell for 41, Allsop 7, Orr 17, Pujara 6. There were 92 for 4 at tea, and it was not quite a procession, but it wasn't far off after the tea interval. Rizwan 22, Clark 13, Coles 10, Finn 1, Carter 21, and the last man out, Crocombe, for 8. 174 all out in reply to Derbyshire's 505 for 8 declared, and what that means is that bonus points, Derbyshire 7, Sussex 0, and we will now have to wait until 10 to 11 tomorrow morning to discover whether or not Derbyshire are going to enforce the follow-on, and I rather fancy that they will. 2 days left in the game, Sussex trailing by 331, or to put it another way, Derbyshire leading by 331. Well, if they don't win this, they're not going to win many games throughout the course of the season. Listen, James, it's been brilliant. James Carr, who works for the Northern Diamonds, he's the head of cricket or something. The director of cricket. What are you?
I'm the
Director of women's cricket. Well, it has to be women's cricket because it's the Northern Diamonds.
Of course, yeah.
So, but yeah, no, it's been terrific. It's been a terrific couple of days. Come back anytime.
Oh, I've loved it. And,
Absolutely anytime.
thank you to you and to Adrian. The hospitality of Derbyshire has been outstanding, and the cricket, the quality of the cricket. And like I said, some young players, some international players. Sussex are on the wrong end of it at the moment, but you know this makes it exciting for English cricket again. What I've witnessed over the last couple of days. So thanks for having me, and I'll be watching and listening intently tomorrow to see if there's a follow-on or whether Derbyshire continue to extend their lead.
It's been a pleasure, and we've been contractually obliged to let you on air anyway, so you don't need to thank us for too much. Thanks to Adrian. Adrian hopefully is going to get off and get to see Derby County beat Fulham this evening, or something like that. Thanks for your company over the course of the last, well, it feels like about 15 hours, but we'll be back tomorrow morning, and the first news we give you will be whether or not Derbyshire have forced the follow-on. Sussex 174 all-outs, the final ball of the day, trailing Derbyshire by 331. We'll see you tomorrow.